What's going on? I have spent another morning and afternoon moving snow. I've almost got my whole driveway clear. Almost. Almost. It's close. It's close. I can almost move a car, like, all the way. This is, getting a little extraneous. It's getting to be a little much. It's getting this is getting a little out of hand. It snowed again today, by the way. It snowed again. I live by the beach. It doesn't snow here much, man. I am shutting up from now on. I ain't saying nothing about snow. Did I tempt fate or what? You have coffee? Coffee's already been ingested. I might go for another one. It depends. How much snow did I get, Greg? I got about, I would say in 3 feet, but it's closer to like 2.5. But there was already about a foot of snow on the ground. So right now, in some areas where the drifts are big, 3 to 4 feet on the ground. The last snowstorm did about 2.5, 2.75 feet. So, like for the metric people who don't know what the feet, I got about a meter of snow on the ground right now between the last couple of storms. It is, yeah, it's a lot. But anyway, this is the Space and Rocket review. Yeah, it's not. I probably moved to the wrong one. Yeah, I'm feeling that one, dude. It is. This is nuts. Like my morning routine is completely screwed. Like I did manage to get the garage PC back up and running. I see that everything is exactly the same as I left it when we did the unboxing stream. I have not had time to clean anything because I've been just outside shoveling, snow blowing snow. The snow blowers are feeling it, dude. Yeah. The pull start string on the STA-24 on the Arians is it came out today, so we have to fix that sometime this week. So we're gonna go back into the shop, clean up, and fix the damn snowblower again. The pool end's doing okay, but it's going to throw a belt. It's going to throw a belt. It squeaks like crazy, but it's all right. It's fine. What is that, a Mopar? Yeah, it's a Dodge Coronet. Be quick. Yeah, the Dodge Coronet, and I was working on it. The toolbox came, so the area that I was working is now taken up by toolbox and boxes that the tools came in. Boxes that the toolbox came in. I'll clean all this up, but yeah, Coronet. It's a '69 Coronet sedan. It's the damn 500. It's
Discovery,
nice.
go at throttle up.
Models have you getting more snow in the next week or so. Oh boy. GrabShark 75-month resub. Nice +6. Yeah. Nice +6. Yep. Multiplanetary snow at throttle up. Newell, hey, tier 2 39 months. What's going on, YouTube? How you guys doing over there? You just finished getting dug out an hour ago. Thankfully, power came back on last night. Nice. I'm glad. That would be impossible without snowblowers. If I was shoveling, I would have had to have taken the week off. It's easy to tell Mopar. I'm a Ford guy, but in the 60s, every manufacturer made pretty cars. Yeah, no, be quick. I'm a big Ford truck guy too. I own 3. Yeah. Well, 2 and 1 in long-term storage on my property. But yeah, I like my Fords, my Fords. But I also have a soft spot for B-body Chryslers, so yeah, there you go. +2 Ford cars. That's right. That's right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
8-month resub. Rock on. Thank you. We all make mistakes. And you're doing good. Trying to stay positive about Artemis 2, reminding myself about the Artemis 1 rollbacks. Yep. I wonder if SpaceX will retrieve Ship 35's methane header tank after it washed up ashore in Madagascar. I don't know, maybe. Madagascar, of all places. That's a long way. It's probably worth getting a new belt for the Poolan. Yeah, the Poolan, it does okay. Guys, it's not that our fixes for the snowblowers were bad at all. It's they're getting the trash beaten out of them. There's a lot of sticks and leaves and rocks just because everything got blown around during that storm. There's a lot of sticks. It's crunching up a lot of stuff. It's putting a lot of wear and tear on those things. Yeah, we're going to have to bring the Aryans back in here to fix the pull starter, or I'll just do it. I don't know. It's just tying a new knot. It's not a big deal. No joy in finding a Valmet 502 tractor. Oh, don't worry. Oh, hello, Hothman. Yeah. At 3 Fords in long-term storage on your property, you get it. Yeah, be quick. Yeah, I like B bodies because I like Chargers. But you know, I'm not saying if I didn't have like if I could get my hands on a '69 Torino fastback. Oh, we would. Yeah. Oh, I'd be working on that. Problem is you can't find them. I mean, you can't find Mopars either. All the cool cars is just they're hard to find. But I mean, that's the reason why I'm working on a 4-door, because you're not going to find a 2-door for any usable price.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
But yeah. All right. So SLS is rolling back right now. But you're glad you fixed the second one now, huh? Yep. Gotta put those new tools to work. Yep. Pave the driveway next summer. Yep. I blame Cash for Clunkers. We are not fans of that in this stream. Be quick. We are not fans of that at all in here. We don't like that. A lot of people in here have some very choice words for the Cash for Clunkers program. Not any of them good. Anyway, so guys, here's the thing. Space and Rocket Review. That's what we're doing now. We got about an hour and 45 till that's not a knife mission. I figure we'll do a space news basically until that, and then we'll flip on my winter car and we'll go from there. I hit the wrong button, Jared. I agree with you, though. And build a modernized 427 sock motor for the Torino just because. Yeah, there you go, man. There you go. I would put Automod into a coma. That's already happening now, Beck. Yeah. Here, you guys don't want these? You guys don't want these brand new Toyota Corollas? Did you check the new map and modes on BF6? I have not, Drunk Soul. Maybe we'll play that after Winter Car tonight. Lex, you had a black 71 Torino 390 4-barrel in 86. Nice wheels, dude. Nice, 390. Dude, you know, I love 69 Torinos, but as I get older, I like 70 and 71s better. I don't know. Just the lines. 72 is when stuff started to get funky. And then 73 is okay. 74 is just safety bumper. Safety bumper. Look, I got the safety bumper. Like 71 Torino. I mean, this one's a 70, but also, that's a nice car. Yes, give in to the 70. I like 69s, man. I think the 69 looks ace, dude. That has the coolest dashboard ever. Tor Bruno just posted Blue Ring #1 is coming along well. He hinted at some photos. All right. Dude, even a Country Squire. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that thing. Oh. All right. Sorry. I am I'm all screwed up. The snowstorm is just getting me, dude. There's so much stuff. There's so much snow to move. It's just like, Here we go. This is what's currently going on. SLS is rolling back to, it's rolling back to the VAB to replace a, sticky valve in the ICPS helium ullage system. TR6060 behind him. Nice. Question, why did Ford make the Torino what it almost seems like it would poach Mustang sales? It's the Mustang was a mid-size, Fluffy. So Ford historically has done stuff in threes, and that seems to have worked. You have a small, medium, and large. So Falcon was the small two-door. Mustang by the late 60s was the mid-size two-door, and the Torino was the full-size. It was a full-size two-door. So yeah, that and muscle cars were so ridiculously popular at the time that just making everything a two-door fastback was profitable. Country Squire with a built big block that sounds and runs like stock but isn't, and a really nice automatic would be super fun. That's kind of the vibe that I'm going for with the crew cab Charger. Yeah. Now U.S. car manufacturers only have one car model each. Yeah. Do you think the movement of this rocket is going to jar some other problems? Yes. It's probably going to screw up those TSMU seals again. You should probably... if it was me, I would have another set of those things ready to go, Brun. But here's the thing. I would not put that set in until the SLS is back to the pad. Yeah, I know, Hellfish. It's really, really strange. We're looking at April for a launch. Yeah. Yeah. They might reapply the foam on the inner tank, Tessa. That's what they did last time. Will they do another wet dress? Brun, I would. I would, dude. You never know. I'd do it. What happened to the March date? They have a stuck valve. There is a stuck helium valve, apparently stuck closed in the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Yeah, after the night after the wet dress rehearsal, be quick. They were returning the vehicle to a passive state from flight state, and they could not initiate helium flow into the ICPS to purge the tanks. Where's that valve at? It's up there. Can't get at it. I hope they check the TSMU seals right after rollback to get some data on it. I'd do that, Wolian. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. Why not just disconnect the TSMU? Redoing the successful wet dress rehearsal seems like diminishing returns and asking for another stuck helium valve. Well, that's the game that you play now, isn't it, Hellfish? I would want to make sure my core stage lines are working. The leak rates, yeah. Dude, look at that dang thing. Holy crap. Yeah, if anything, this gives you some good data on the effect on the seals, what Wolian was saying, yeah. So, yep, yeah, the water truck's doing its thing. It's keeping the dust down. You don't want FOD and dust getting around. Here, they're gonna turn the CT here. The crawler way takes a bend to that way. I mean, I feel like it's a restart. I would run if bringing that back here, getting in at that valve, you're basically starting the launch campaign again. I would start over. I would not. You changed the vehicle configuration back to the VAB. I would start from where the VAB is at. I would go through all final checkouts again. Just do it again. What is it gonna hurt? I mean, as much as you can, like, you know, start from the top, do it over, start from square one, don't screw around. That's probably what they're gonna have to do, which is why March is pretty much off the table. Now, in terms of fixing that ICPS valve, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. They won't. They'll scrub a launch for the hydrogen leak instead. Look, man. Every once in a while, I see red flag things from the space program that I'm no expert, but I know enough to know that that's not the right thing to do. Like when they tried to do that fueling test, they tried to do the second wet dress rehearsal with no closeout crew. Stupid. That was a dumb thing to do. Or sixth-off lock failure inside of the ISS approach ellipsoid with Starliner. That was a robust and ridiculous failure. That is like almost killing crew. You got very lucky. STS-26 style. Almost failed. Type A mishap stuff. Like I got a pretty good track record for calling out stuff that I'm really not a fan of. And that proves to be pretty right. Look, if they roll that thing back to the pad without changing those TSMU seals, that's one of those big red flag things. It's like, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? You have multiple wet dress rehearsals and a launch at this point, and every one of them states that you should change the seals when you get to the pad. So change the seals when you get to the pad, and then redesign it in a future SLS to take it, to be able to handle it based off of what you learn. Was it 26 or 27, Grab Shark? One of them, here. I think it may have been 27, not 26. I said 26. I meant 27. Yeah. It was 27, not 26. Excuse me. I'll show that just for the people that don't know. So this is the shuttle coming back during STS-27. It's Atlantis landing, pretty good. Do you notice anything wrong here? They scrubbing these launches indefinitely because the Earth is flat. Well, yeah, it's got to be flat. How's the shuttle going to land on it? Duh. Yeah. You notice anything wrong here? See that? Almost. This almost did a freaking, I was about to say ship, it did a ship 29. So what happened is a booster pyrotechnic parachute deployment mechanism prematurely deployed during launch and blew a couple of holes in the tiles. Specifically one right there that made it all the way through. The only thing that saved Atlantis was that behind that exact spot was a mount for, I believe it, I don't think it's the water tanks. There was a mount for something there, so there was a steel plate, and the steel plate ablated instead of the shuttle. Yeah, we almost lost Atlantis in, what was it, 91? 92, something like that? Or maybe the late 80s. I forget when 27 was. Yeah, like, you see red flags like that, you know, and you're like, okay. What year was this? 88. So December 6, 88. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. It was almost what happened to Columbia. Should have been kind of a red flag. The vehicle, you know, John Honeycutt, I don't mean to just parrot what he was saying, but he's absolutely right. The vehicle talks to you. It tells you what it needs. Doesn't matter if it's a big old rocket like that or, you know, a 71 Impala. Or 71 Torino. It'll tell you what it needs. You just got to know to look for it. Columbia was for a different reason, Pontiff, but you'd figure, like, if you had a near miss like this, that you would probably want to maximize the impossibility of FOD coming off and hitting the shuttle's tiles on the way up, but yeah, we didn't do that. We did the other thing instead. Mechanical sympathy is required. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Frank, you would be on the ground otherwise. Yep. When will we get to a spot where we can send a capsule out to somewhere as close as the moon that can land there, take back off, and land again on Earth? Oh, you're talking about something like doesn't stage or anything be quick? Yeah. Physics makes that ridiculously difficult, dude. Yeah, physics makes that tough. It'd be better to do refilling or like in-flight refueling. But yeah, SpaceX might be able to do that with Starship, but you still would have to use that big old first stage to get it up there and refill it a couple of times and then go. I mean, close. Like it's not as far off as you might think. We need better ways to generate energy in space, dude. Solar power ain't gonna cut it. You know, like there ain't no solar powered cars around because solar power is good, but it's just not gonna generate you the power that you need to move something like a person around or a group of people. Like you're not gonna see a solar powered 4-person car, right? Like that's not happening. I mean, it's a supplementary power, but you know, and solar panels, to be very clear, solar panels do work better up in space. They work better up there because there's no gas to diffuse the light. But it's still a solar panel at the end of the day. We gotta know like nuclear and stuff. We gotta get some nuclear stuff up there, dude. Like nuclear thermal or nuclear electric. Just something that has the energy density to make like ships from Star Wars, you know what I mean? Nuclear thermal or nuclear electric could be useful. Nuclear batteries, sure. You know, it's just a matter of energy, dude. You have to have high C3 if you're going to do that. C3 is called characteristic energy in rocket science. You need to be able to have a lot of energy, preferably for lower mass. Lower mass with higher energy density will make you something that goes further. We need dilithium crystals. That's what we need. Can I get an opinion from you? What about alien tech? I don't know, man. I don't really deal with the unconventional stuff. I deal with the conventional stuff. That's more my department. With that being said, if Bob Lazar wasn't full of crap and Site 4 exists, yo, give me some of that rocket technology, please, so we can, like go colonize the moon or something. Like, I don't know. Star Wars in our lifetime would be kind of cool. I'd really like to just be able to get in my, like, personal flying vehicle and Jetsons myself up into space. That would be pretty sick. Like, that would be really good if that exists. Like, I haven't gone down that rabbit hole in a while, yeah. Well, yeah, now that I'm home, there was a nice visible comet that just entered Earth's atmosphere about 10 minutes ago above Germany. It was a nice view. Cool. Data voltaics? Yeah, something like that, Banzai, yeah. Thank God for that steel plate. Yeah, we would have lost Atlantis. If that was the case. There's... Oops. Looks like Ship 39 is going to Massey's in about 10 hours. Yep. I want to see a Mr. Fusion. Yeah, we need stuff like that, dude. I'm down with Star Wars tech minus the war part. I mean... Yeah, that'd be nice. I'd almost sell you soul for a Mr. Fusion. Dude, dude, if we had something like a Mr. Fusion, oh my goodness. Mr. Fusion would be very useful, dude. But then again, like, be quick, compact nuclear reactors are something that the DoD is looking into. And it's kind of annoying that it, you know, the Department of Defense, like, oh, it has to be a weapon before it's everything else, right? Like, but dude, I mean, whatever. The jets are like that. Rockets are like that. Rockets were a military tech before they became, you know, before stuff like this came around, you know? Compact nuclear would be real nice, dude. That'd be real good. Shazbro, you finally watched the unboxing video of the toolbox. That wood surface top with all the viewers' names on it to help get the toolkit is peak. You should mount that on your office wall if you haven't already. Oh, that's going on the wall. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not putting that on the toolbox. That's way too nice, dude. That's way... I would feel terrible if I banged that thing up. If I could do it for under $1 million, where do I sign up? SBIRs. NASA Small Business Innovation. Seriously, there's a thing out there called, they're called SBIRs, and it's NASA basically going, hey, you wanted to make compact nuclear power, how'd you do it? It's like NASA's job postings board almost, but it's for companies, you know? But then again, Rook wants to bring a lot of that, Jared Isaacman wants to bring a lot of that technology back in-house, dude. USAjobs.gov, see what's up there. That's where you go to find positions at NASA, USAjobs.gov. He wants to bring NASA, he's sick of all the contractors. He's sick of all the contracting nonsense. And I don't blame him. Contracting nonsense gets us stuff like that. Not that that's a bad rocket. I know a bunch of people that work on this, dude. It's not as bad of a design as you think. It's just the people running it. Well, let me rephrase that. The upper stage sucks. It sucks complete dum-dums lollipops. Dum-dums, dum-dums. I was about to say something else. Yeah, the ICPS up there was chosen as an interim solution to save money and cost, right? Which save money to go to the moon. Okay. I want to slap whoever thought that was a good idea. Norman Augustine, I'm looking at you. It's your fault. Slap. You get slapped. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt you. You just need to... What did the 5 fingers say to the face? Slap! Just, like... You guys ever seen those slapping tournaments where, like, people they slap them so hard, like, they get knocked out? Like that. That, very much that. I love interim solutions. Yeah. Slapped. Really hard. In fact, if you guys want to look, here, look. I may or may not have said that on the internet. Whoever thought of using off-the-shelf Delta 4 components for SLS to save money needs to be slapped. Yeah, it's rolling back, Judo, because they broke a... There's a sticky hydrogen valve in the Delta 4 upper stage. Do you think SpaceX is testing V3 this much because of the IPO? Would make sense for them to try to avoid any anomalies. No, I think they're testing it because this needs to work reactions. That's my real big thing. Why the heck are they using a Delta 4 upper stage? Oh, well, to save money, of course. Save money and time. You know, it's an off-the-shelf solution. It already exists, so we should just use that for the rocket that's going to the moon. Isn't that old stuff? Well, at this point, yeah. That's what happens when you don't launch for like 15 years. The last Delta 4 flew like 2 years ago. The next one, the Artemis 3 is flying with one of these too. Slap. Slap. You see what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, Outdoorsman, what's on your mind? Were you downplaying the 6th lock? No. No. Quasistellar, I was not. I actually had a huge argument with Das and Jack on Flame Trench about how that's a really big deal. I was not doing that. I said the opposite of that. Outdoorsman, I do not see your last anywhere. I'm scrolling up through the chat. I can't find it. NASA was downplaying it until a few days ago. I think I finally learned that maybe, just put it on the pad. What's the worst that could happen might not always be the best way to do things. Well, the big thing is understanding the engineering construct and stakeholder expectations. Okay, what does that mean in plain English? So, okay, look, there's plenty of ways to skin a cat, right? Just speak, in just hypotheticals. Don't harm animals, especially pets. Don't do that. There's plenty of ways to send something to the moon. There's plenty of ways to go about going to the moon or go about building something that gets into space. There's plenty of different ways to do it. The thing is what, okay, like the plain English way of saying this is that when you decide you want to go to the moon with your spaceflight architecture, all right, you're going to come up with a set of rules. Those are called stakeholder expectations. The stakeholder expectations are, what is this trying to do? Where's it going? What's it going to do? That's all. So like the Saturn V, pretty clear stakeholder expectations, get to the moon by 1970. Because time is a commodity here because of a deadline, right? There were engineering decisions that were made, right? There are engineering decisions that were made that probably wouldn't have been made otherwise because time was of the essence. One of them was just baffling the F1 injector plate to prevent pogo. I mean, the Saturn V throughout the entire program had suffered from pogo oscillations, longitudinal vibrations going up and down the fuel lines, or not longitudinal vibrations going up and down the fuel lines. But that's another story. Like Saturn V, very clear stakeholder expectation: get somebody to the moon and do it fast, right? Pretty straightforward stuff. Now, what's the context of this? What do I mean? Okay, so look, testing your rocket is part of your stakeholder expectations. Your testing regime and how you go about doing your testing is very much part of the construct, that set of rules that you make at the beginning of a program to figure out how to, to get you to your final destination, actually and literally, I guess, right? So with SpaceX, right? It's put it on the pad, do enough analysis to be fairly confident it doesn't blow up, but it still might blow up, but put it on the pad and go. Whatever happens, if it blows up, you're going to learn something. Okay, on to the next one. Let's go. That's a fundamentally different set of expectations than SLS, for instance, right? In the context of SpaceX, put Ship 36 out there. If it pops, it pops. Oh no, we had a bad COPV. It popped. Oh well. All right. That gives us a real good excuse to rebuild Massey. So let's rebuild Massey's and go. Let's make it better. And use what we learned to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Done. Catastrophic failure, right? That's not that big of a deal because SpaceX basically made that rule set at the beginning of the Starship program that they're going to test fast, they're going to be deliberate. If stuff blows up, big deal. As long as nobody gets hurt, put another one out and send it. That modus operandi does not apply to the SLS program or Artemis. It need not apply because it's a different set of rules. How I like to explain it is like, say you're playing D&D and you're the dungeon master, right? Just because your rules work in your campaign doesn't mean they're going to work in another person's campaign. Everybody plays D&D a little bit differently, right? And if you're not a nerd, you're looking at me going, huh? Yeah, just nod and smile. Just nod and smile, all right? It makes sense. The analogy works. Just, yep, yes, Dungeon Master rules don't carry over between D&D games. Yes, that's right. Neither does engineering constructs in rocket science. That's not how that works. You can't rapidly prototype SLS. It was not designed to work like that. So, Creeper, yes, you're very much right. Putting it out on the pad and sending it when we're talking about the big orange, extraordinarily bad idea. Completely different rule set. Completely different campaign. Right? That is a completely different thing. You can't SLS from the start. I mean, its architecture is something. I don't know if I'd call it useful, right, at this point in time. But SLS has a completely different rule set of how you go about testing the vehicle. SLS is using a very much non-iterative approach. Basically, test everything as much as you can possibly on the ground, put the whole thing together, and make it work. That requires substantially more analysis than what SpaceX is doing. And you have to be really careful to make sure all your T's and all your I's, T's are crossed and I's dotted. Because if they're not, this happens. So if you're going to lean heavy into analysis, because that's the DM rules, right? For SLS, you got to make sure that you do the math out real good. Yeah, that didn't happen here, right? If it was SpaceX, they'd put one out, it blows up, all right, whatever, just put another one out, send another one. Now, here's the thing. The way that SpaceX does things is a little expensive. This is a little expensive. They're both expensive. I'm not going to say that blowing up a prototype ship on the pad and losing your test stand and the Starship is not going to be an inexpensive thing. That's probably about $1 billion loss right there, if I had to guess. In the high 100 millions when Ship 36 popped. But it's SpaceX. All right. Build it again. Whatever. It was insured. Maybe. Hopefully. Another way you could say it is there's a reason why if you do another playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, it's never the same. Yeah, that also applies. If you're that type of nerd. If you have that flavor of nerdism, then yes, sure. I'm not sure if it's that expensive. Dude, it wiped out the test stand, Everest. It's not just about material cost at that point. It's about time. You lost a lot of time blowing up your only Starship test stand. And quite actually vaporizing the freaking rest of the pad. Hey, whatever, man. Space. That's the rules. Them's the rules. It might blow up. That's how SpaceX does things. Do you recommend Skylines 2? Do not buy Skylines 2. Linus. Just Cities 1 with mods is king. No, on the final bill. Oh, on the final bill, I misunderstood. Yeah, dude. Bump in the road. Exactly. But you can't, just because it's how SpaceX does things seems to work, it doesn't mean that it's going to work for SLS. You cannot, that is not designed to be rapidly prototyped. That is a very bad idea. It would explode, and you would lose your only launch pad. You don't want to do that. At the moment, it looks stopped. Is it, Matt? I hope my last post is now readable. Yeah. What's the possibility that Booster 19 stays out at the pad post-static fire for more pad 2 testing? They're really going to put Booster 19 through its paces, Outdoorsman. Yeah. They're really going to put her through its paces. V3 has to work. You're out of time. SpaceX out of time. Nope, you can't have any more RUDs on the pad. V3 has to work. Flight RUDs, not that big of a deal. Still a setback, but it needs to work. Has to work. The reason why is because SpaceX is now pressed for time if they want to be the people that land people on the moon for NASA. Reactions, what's up? Do you think SpaceX is testing V3 this much because... Oh, you already asked that. Because of the IPO. No, they're testing it because they need it to work for the company's long-term financial viability, which might have something to do with the IPO now that I'm thinking about it. You might not be wrong. Skylines is getting better. I guess that I watched City Planner Play's reaction to the newer versions of Cities. They're making a lot of optimizations, but the gameplay still is caca. Yeah, she stopped, dudes. It wouldn't be possible to do it on SLS. It's cooperation of multiple companies and NASA. Different rules, dude. It's different dungeon master, right? Different stakeholder expectation. That's what it's called in business. In rocket science, it's called stakeholder expectations. I don't like saying that because corporate terms can frankly get fricked. I hate when people speak vaguely in corporate terms and say nothing and say a lot at the same time. I don't like that kind of stuff. Different rules for different rockets. All working within the confines of physics. Just because one works for Starship doesn't mean it's going to work for SLS. Also, Starbase GSE isn't ready for Flight 12. Soon, though. How long do you think it will take for Ship 39 to test out the new static fire area with the new structure? Now, Hydrogen, I would want to go slowly, at least initially, with the testing so you don't blow up another rocket. So it's probably going to be slow and deliberate after the roll to Massey's tomorrow or today. Just be very careful, be very deliberate at what you do. Once you can verify all the systems are working with Ship 39, then go. Starbase GSE, okay, right. On the bright side, this rollback gives us more opportunities for some good SLS photos. We got plenty of good photos, Joe. It needs to launch. Just my opinion. Every hour, they are stopping and swapping drivers. Oh, okay. It stopped, as you said, bump in the road. Curious. Tech question. Since the solid fuel in the SRB is formed like a ring open in the middle, does the fuel burn from top to bottom or bottom to top? Outward. It burns radially, Mats. Yeah. Out. The igniter goes off at the top, so you're going to get more ablation of propellants at the top, but the combustion chamber is cylindric along the 4 segments and grows outward. It burns radially. That's why you have the different shapes. Here. There's a very famous thing from, like here. It's called SRB grain packing. So, check this out. It burns radially, right? Because the shape that you pack your propellants, or grain is what it's called. In the industry, it's called grain. They pack the grain. It's the solid rocket propellant. Grain is SRB propellant. Grain is solid fuel. How you pack the grain is going to give you a different thrust output. Now, if it was burning top to bottom or bottom to top, this wouldn't, I mean, it kind of would make sense, but, I mean, once again, it kind of, you're going to get more ablation or burning of propellants at the top because that's where the igniter is. So your initial explosion is going to go all the way down, but the jet, it's going to spark at the top and then shoot down these passageways here, and then out the throat and out the nozzle. And when it shoots down these passageways, it does burn. So if anything, like if it had to be one or the other, Max, I would say top to bottom, but that's not exactly right. It's more like starts at the top and then burns out. I guess if that's the way to, that's like, that would probably be a good way to say it. And the cool thing is that the shape that you pack is going to give you a different thrust curve. Can anyone tell me what would the shuttles be? Or Space Shuttle or SLS? That's right. Now, here's the really cool part, dudes. Here, you want me to really blow your mind? A lot of you are saying star or anchor, rod and tube, multi-fin, dual composition. Here's the thing about the shuttle. Segmented SRBs. Think about it. You combine different segments with different shapes. I mean, you could do that. They kind of do, but they mostly don't, but they kind of do. Star pattern is what the shuttle uses because you want to throttle down for max Q. And then you get a booster tail off. Star pattern. This one. You could do a double anchor to get a regressive thrust curve, but So boosters go up when the shuttle throttles, when the shuttle or SLS throttles back, you get a slight tail off and thrust, your throttle down. There's your throttle bucket, and then you get a throttling back up, go at throttle up, and then a tail off, and then separation. You can combine segments, but like the different segments, you can combine the shapes, but that gets a little finicky. The shuttle uses star patterns. Drew, pick me, pick me, pick me. It's not exactly a 5-point star like that. They're using not multi-fin. It's like a 8-pointed star. Here, I can show you guys. I'll show you. Will you be streaming the Electron from Wallops today? No, I hate Electron, P-Gamer, and I don't like you either. Yeah, man, of course I'm going to. Dude, did you see what that thing is launching? Did you see? Dude, that hypersonic space plane thing, I want to see that go fast. I like things that go fast, P-Gamer. I don't know if you know me, right? Like, also, I'm just messing with you, dude. Sorry. Of course I'm streaming it, man. Of course. I'll show you guys that in a second. Here, let me show you. Check this out, dudes. NASA. There's not nozzle machining. So this is more Joe Barnard's kind of area of expertise, but I can weigh in. So on the outside, on the inner diameter of the casing, right? The SRB is a bunch of steel pipes. Seriously, it's just a steel pipe. You saw the machining a nozzle there a second ago. You have to put your insulator, because your insulator is going to help adhere the propellants, right? Your insulator and your liner on the inside, the inner diameter of the casings, this is going to help adhere the propellants to the side of the booster. That is particularly why you get some sparks from time to time. One of the reasons that there's also air bubbles in the propellants, but yeah. So you'd want to get good adhesion. You don't need all of the propellant going out of the booster all at once. Now look at that segment. So right there, that's the forward core. All right, so look at how that thing is shaped. You got a star pattern. You get your star pattern, but did you see the top? Circular. Interesting. Like I said, you can combine star and cylinder to get the SRB to throttle. It is a, let's say, hard-coded thrust curve, but yeah, there's your propellant. Ammonium perchlorate and hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene. And it's cast like concrete. And just like concrete, you got to get the air bubbles out. Air bubbles make sparks. What they do to compensate for that, because it burns off, is they put aluminum flake. They take flaked aluminum and they mix it in with the propellant. Rocket Lab launch scrub. Rocket Lab's done for the day. Oof. Haste mission scrubbed. Well, we're not doing that. Now check this out. See, there's air bubbles. They're getting rid of these because this is the top of a segment. You want to make sure this surface is as flat as possible. These are left over from filling in, from trying to fill in as much of this as possible. P-Gamer, we jinxed it. Now they're going to put an inhibitor in here. The inhibitor is there for transport. You do not want this going off when you're moving it around. That's like 250 tons of solid rocket propellant. When that's all done, they're going to extract the fins. They take the core out first, and then they pull the fins. And then once the segment is fully cast, that's an aft segment right there. They'll break it over. That's a breakover device. Turn it horizontally. Like, once again, guys, that's 250 tons. I think it's 250 metric tons per segment. That weighs more than a tank. Like way more than a tank. Like that's like 3 or 4 Abrams tanks worth of solid rocket booster. Just for some comparison here. Like what's the heaviest tank around? Like the Merkava? That's like 2 or 3 of them worth of SRB right there, and there's 5 of them on each booster in, for SLS. It's 2,500 tons of solid rocket propellant. That's what's moving down the road right there. That one segment is 250 tons. Yeah, see, and then they X-ray the segments on purpose. What they're looking for when they inspect the segments is air pockets. You do not want an air pocket. Both boosters, Bill, both of those solid rocket boosters combined is 2,500 tons. Both of them combined. So divide that by 2, 1,250 tons of booster, give or take. Dude, they're no joke. These are the most powerful rocket engines humanity has ever made by a long shot. And that's what happens when it goes off. They also didn't show it, but they put a plug. They put a plug in the nozzle. You definitely don't want a bird flying in there or something, but you'll see the plug. You'll see pieces of the plug actually come out there. That's what all that stuff is. Yeah, baby. There's a lot of, we were talking about characteristic energy. There's a lot of C3 going off here. Not as bad as the facility in the 80s, the PepCon facility. That had, well, Tessa, we can do some rough extrapolation with the PepCon disaster. The PepCon disaster was the 87 after Challenger. So the PepCon facility was the facility that was making ammonium perchlorate for the shuttle program. In 1986, they were teeing up 24 missions for the space shuttle. 24 missions for the space shuttle. And then in 1987, it would have gone up to 50 missions a year for the space shuttle. They wanted the shuttle flying every 2 weeks. That's where it was going. They flew 9 times in 1985. Not a lot of people know that. That's a lot of shuttle flights for 1 year, right? 2,500 tons, that's a 700-meter freight train going through Europe. And you know what the messed up thing is, Everest? They transport them by train. Yeah, they test them out in Utah, which is way out west, out in the Rocky Mountains. And then they transport them by a train. Can you imagine moving that thing down a freaking grade? How many locomotives do you need? Yes, I would like all of the locomotives. I want 3 in the front, 3 in the back. To move those frickin' things around. Yeah, give me 3, give me all the air brakes. Right? Dude, I'd be so scared moving that thing around. I'd be like, oh, you want me to put the reverser forward? Okay, the reverser's going forward now. Oh, you want me to move? Okay. Okay, dynamics off, air brakes off. Okay, we're gonna move now. You know, like anyway, PepCon was the biggest non-nuclear explosion until that warehouse in Lebanon. Yeah, exactly. So Tessa, they probably had, I mean, SRBs take some time because you have to cure the propellants like freaking concrete. The concrete takes time to cure. Because of this, dude, yeah, SRBs take a little bit of time to make. So, Tessa, if they were teeing up 50 missions for 1987, they would have been well into the production of ammonium perchlorate for missions out to 87 or 88. So let's just say offhand, there was probably enough ammonium perchlorate there to fly probably 30 to 40 shuttle missions. Just a rough estimate. That's a lot of explosion, man. I'm amazed they found any discernible piece of that factory. That is roughly on par with like a low yield nuclear blast. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of energy going off all at once. Yeah. So for the people that don't know, the PepCon disaster was after the Space Shuttle Challenger. They had stockpiled probably enough solid rocket propellant to supply the shuttle program constantly, right? They had enough stockpiled for like 40 missions, and someone lit a match. It ended about as good as you think it did. Do you have any favorite educational videos related to SRBs? Beating, I'm not trying to plug my buddy, but Joe Barnard, Joe's really good for that kind of stuff. He is like the STEM outreach SRB savant, dude. He's quite good. He'll show you. His videos are really good. The largest two explosions produced seismic waves measuring 3 and 3.5 on the Richter scale. That's, yeah, okay. Hell plug. Hell plug. Bro, Joe's the man, all right? So, no. Be quick. You want to know? So that's Joe Barnard at bps.space. Listen to this. Like, I know you're kidding, but dude. So this guy pioneered a copper heatsink nose cone for one of his high-powered rockets, right? And why a copper heatsink? Copper is a terrible freaking thing to make a nose cone out of because it gets the hottest. But because copper has good heat flux, and I say a heat sink, right? So he put skewers behind the nose cone, and this guy, he took Wagyu beef, right? Stuck it to the back of the skewers on the nose cone, and then put it on a rocket that went up and did like Mach 3, and it cooked the goddamn steak. Cooked it medium, so the thing he came back down, right? Motherfucker's wearing a chef's hat, and he has like a table ready. He pulls the nose cone off and freaking eats it, dude. It's pretty goddamn funny, man. It's pretty good, man. The freaking the shock heating from going so fast because of aerodynamic compression cooked the freaking meat. It was so good, man. That's his high stakes mission. That's why that guy deserves a plug. I don't go plugging people like lightly like that, but that was really goddamn funny, man. Stakeholder expectations. It was well done. Yeah. The problem. So okay, you guys really want to know what the problem with cooking steak like that? All right. Anybody here who cooks steaks? Who puts steaks on the grill in winter? Well, I don't do it in wintertime. In the summertime, put steaks on the grill. What do you have to do to a steak when it's on the grill every 5 minutes? What do you have to do? You got to flip it. That's the problem. You got to turn it. You got to flip the steak. That's the problem with using a rocket to cook your steak. You can't flip it. You just cooked a Boston butt. Nice. You should do some kind of field trip stuff with Joe and do some SRB stuff. Agreed. Every 5 minutes. Now, it depends on the steak. It depends on what cut of beef. Depends on what cut of beef. Depends on how you like your steak. 5 minutes was just... I was thinking about the scene from My Cousin Vinny Element. Because that's how my brain works. Are you sure about that 5 minutes? I don't know, dude. I'm freaking it. My brain's more fried than the damn steak at this point. It's more fried than the damn steak. Just use the SF-26 rear wing. Oh, Maron. I don't, dude. You know what, Badojo? Maybe with the exhaust gases from the Ferrari going over, from the SF-26 going over the wing, you might be able to get away with it. You might be able to get away with it. It'd have to be barbecue, dude. You'd have to have like ribs or something. The exhaust gases might be hot enough coming around the engine to actually air fry the thing, but you don't air fry a steak either. Like, Badojo, you know how, like, you know, Italians have this thing, there's things about food, like, you don't break the spaghetti. If you break the spaghetti, what the hell are you doing? Get out of here. Like, That's an Italian-American thing, too, for what it's worth. But Americans have things. There's just things you just don't do with steaks. Like, just don't do that. Don't air fry a steak. What's the matter with you? You got to broil it. Unless your air fryer can broil it if you're going to broil steak. But you got to grill the damn thing. There are rules here, man. There are rules. There's some rules you just don't break. Do you pour cerveza on your steak? No. No, it depends. It depends, Pigeon. It depends. Microwave, at least. For reference, PepCon was the equivalent of 0.25 kilotons. The Beirut explosion was 1.1 kilotons. My rules for steak are cast iron, pan, or grilled only. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Liquid. Cast iron or the grill. I mean, you could get away with broiling steak. Broiling steak is not bad. That's not bad. But you air frying a steak, you're going to get slapped. If I see somebody air frying a steak, I'm going to be a little upset. What if they want their steak well done, Dad? Well, we ask them politely but firmly to leave. Another steak crime, dipping steak in ketchup. Thanks, Brain. Really appreciate that one. Dipping steak in ketchup. Yeah, if you want to do that, go ahead. But I mean, I don't know. Just give me some steak sauce, dude. Some steak sauce, we're good to go. We don't air fry steaks here in Italy, just for the info. Yeah, Alex. No, I know you guys. You know, like I might be American, but dude, the traditions don't. You don't lose the traditions just because I'm across the pond. I'm calling the police if you put ketchup on your steak. You gotta boil it so the glue gets soft. The Beirut explosion was 1.1 kilotons in size. The Halifax explosion was nearly 3 times that. Halifax is no joke, man. That was a nuke going off in Halifax Bay. Like, and we came up and helped. We came up and helped them. All the people from Boston sailed up there. And that's why Nova Scotia gives us a Christmas tree. Gives Massachusetts a Christmas tree every year. We got a nice Nova Scotia cut Christmas tree, bud. Oh, yeah. Down to Castle Bravo. Castle Bravo. When you Michael Bolton the math behind nuclear physics. Oh, I always do that. I always screw up some mundane detail. Oh, but this is not a mundane detail, Edward. Tell her this is not a mundane detail. You just glassed an entire island. Sorry. Halifax, so during World War I, there was a American, there was, well, not American, an Allied ammunition ship in Halifax Harbor in Nova Scotia, right, in Canada. It was on its way over to the Western Front. The guy driving it hit another boat, and a fire broke out. They never found a piece of the boat, and it leveled half of the city. So, like, the way Halifax is right, you have the harbor, right, and then there's hills on either side, and the city is on the hill, and the munition ship blew up, and the explosion went out, and that was the end of that. Seriously, look up the Halifax explosion. It's bigger than PepCon. Bigger than PepCon, bigger than Beirut. Yeah, there was no Halifax left. There was nothing. They found there was a train that was you know, moving through Halifax. They found it probably about 2 to 3 miles away from the railroad tracks. Yeah. Oops. The French SS Mont Blanc was struck by a Norwegian ship. Those dang Norwegians. Yeah. We don't, you know, like, I like talking explosions with you guys, but I don't want to do that while we're watching this thing move around. But, yeah. That electrician is for history. Steak must be medium rare or I send you to steak jail. I do not. Yeah, that's how I get my steaks. Medium rare. Somewhere in there. That's fine. No, I have an outdoorsman. Does this mean they will change the 4-inch and 8-inch seals again after going back to the pad? So, Milan, let me ask you. Would you? Would you replace the seals? And when would you replace the seals? If it was me, I'd replace them. I would only replace them when it's back over there, when it's back on 39B. Because that seems to be what works. I wouldn't change them now. Changing them now isn't going to do anything. I wouldn't change them when they're in the VAB. That wouldn't do anything either. Oh, dude, that actually reminds me. Hold on. We were talking about SRBs and stuff. You guys want to see something interesting? Welcome to the return. No. It's the other flame trench. Okay. So check this out. So this is last week's flame trench, right? Sawyer was hosting it. So where is it? There's a comment in here I wanted to show you guys. This is actually interesting. Where is it? It's not there. Oh, crap. What the hell? Dude, it's gone. Oh, the comment isn't there. You're looking at the right video. This is last week's flame trench, yeah. It's not there. Top selected so you see feature comments. It's gone. Fellas, there was a comment on that flame trench that I read, well, because I was bored in the middle of the snowstorm. There was a Northrop Grumman engineer that chimed in on that flame trench saying that the GEM 63XLs were... because SRBs take such a long time to make that they just flew them. Yeah. I can very much see why that comment wouldn't be there anymore. Yeah. Dude, it's gone. Oh my goodness. I had that teed up too. Yep. Yeah, there was a comment from, I mean, dude, we don't know for sure if the guy was a Northrop Grumman engineer, but he was basically saying, like, so, remember how I said, remember when we came to the conclusion with Vulcan that Northrop Grumman, there's really no good way to test this. Test to see if, like, there's no way to do good thermal analysis. You don't know if there's an aerodynamic dead zone there, right? And how the nozzles are basically failing. The same booster on the rocket is failing in pretty much the same spot every time, right? And how the best way to test it would be to just fly it more on low-risk missions. Yeah, guy was basically saying that. Yeah. I can't believe... Yeah. Comment deleted. Somebody didn't like that. They flew the SRBs because there's such a backlog for GEM 63s. They flew the SRBs knowing that they might be able to pop. But, you know, like, here's the thing, fellas. It's not, like, okay, this is going to sound really screwed up. As long as it's a low-risk mission, go. get some flight data. That's I would kind of do the same thing. There's got to be something with Vulcan that you don't understand, and the only way you're going to understand it is from flying it more, which kind of sucks, right? But there's no way to test that environment on the ground with all the SRBs and the BE4s all working together. And like I said, SRBs take a couple of years to make those things. The propellants they have to sit there and they have to be cast like concrete. They take time to cure, just like concrete does. Ken Bowersox announced he's retiring from NASA. This comes a week after the release of the Starliner report. Ooh. Yeah, Baron, just like Mark Nappy retired from the Starliner program after CFT. I'll only understand Vulcan with logic. Well, the funny thing is, that is a very cold, logical decision, but knowing that the thing could blow up on the way up is, like, kind of not how you do this. Be quick. That's like, we'll talk cars again, dude. That's like driving down the road, looking at your tire and seeing, like, 2 lug nuts missing and being like, it'll roll. Fine. I'm gonna drive down the highway at 70. It'll be good. No, the wheel's coming off. The wheel's coming off, man. No, the wheel's coming off, dude. Keep it from blowing up is solely logical. Yeah, right. EJ speaks from experience. Hey, all my lug nuts were tightened down, okay? I still don't know what the frick that thing did. Maybe they became detorqued over time. I tightened them down in California. Or maybe the differential ate some FOD. I still don't know. I have not cracked the diff on that truck since the Route 154 streams, and it works just fine. So, I don't know. What's docketed for the review today? Well, the big thing is that. Were they aluminum wheels? No, I run steelies on my trucks because trucks need steel wheels. Putting aluminum rims, unless they're cast Alcoas on a heavy-duty towing vehicle, is dumb. It's not surprising that they just flew the SRVs. Rarest, honestly, that's the pragmatic decision. It's not the stupidest idea. But it does reek of poor thermal analysis, like, especially with the GEM 63s. My guess is that they just used the data and extrapolated the data from the GEM 60s to the GEM 63s and said, yeah, it's 1.2 times bigger, so if we take all of our numbers and times them by 1.2, it'll work just fine. Yeah, that's the analysis. There you go. What was the rollback for? Weather? No, ARJ, there is a sticky helium valve in the Delta 4 derived interim cryogenic propulsion stage. It's this part up here with the checkerboards on it. Well, just below the checkerboards. It's this thing right here. It's SLS's upper stage. After the very successful wet dress rehearsal the other day, they were trying to safe SLS and purge out the helium system to get the ICPS down from flight pressure. And they were able to get no helium actuation in the valves into or out of the ICPS. So, yeah, sticky valve, dude. That's not good. Yeah. And you can't get at it either. The valve is sitting inside of the launch vehicle stage adapter. It's this orange conic piece right here. So half of the stage is up here and half of the stage is hanging inside of it. You can't get at it unless you have the VAB. Are there any options to valves? Can I go ahead? Yes and no. Here's the thing. With valves that move around helium or hydrogen or any valves or anything, any type of something that's going to provide you fluid or commodity movement in rocket science is an extraordinarily difficult thing to do. It's not just like a spigot on the back of your house that you just open and close and moves water around. Valves are very hard to get right. Like, you know, with the TSMU seals, like, just because there's so much heritage there, I was a little bit of a dick about it. I'm like, guys, like, you know that this thing fails. You know that it's going to do that, and you put another vehicle out on the pad, and you did it anyway, and it didn't work. Like, with that being said, valves that open and close constantly that are moving around cryogenic commodities, so really cold things, it's really hard to get a valve to work through transients like that. That's a physics problem. That's hard to do. In fact, whoever figures out a way to make a valve that works 100% of the time will make a ton of money in the aerospace industry. Yeah. They don't have to destack, they just need a service gantry to get in there and replace the valve. Hopefully we see a Delta 5 day launch. Yeah. Hey, Orange, just tuned into the stream. Why is the truck making the tracks wet? Keeps the dust down, Orange. Last year for free. What's on your mind, Drunk Soul? Question about cars. I just bought a Ford Fiesta 2019 ST. Ooh. Sometimes when I'm in high gear down the highway, it makes a high-pitched sound. Any idea why? Search the forums and no one got an idea. Sorry, off-topic question. A high-pitched sound? Hey, Rob, what's up, dude? So... Drunk Soul. Check the oil. Not much, my guy. How's Hoth? We're getting another 18 inches next week, Rob. I finally got the driveway cleared today. All of it is cleared. We're talking 6 snowblower buckets wide, cleared, good to go. And we're getting another 18 inches. Are they going to have to cut the foam out? I would inspect it, goalie, and reapply if needed. It only makes it on 5th gear. The engine is a 1.5L Dragon GTDI engine. 1.5. But the ST is turbocharged. A box truck could make it to my garage. Barely, Shaw, but it could. For crying out loud, we call that Tuesday. But we got a meter of snow in like half of a day. I understand you in Canada enjoy freezing your nuts to the porch because you guys hate yourselves for some reason. I don't do that. I don't like doing that. I don't this isn't fun. All right? This isn't fun. There's like 4 feet of snow on the ground because of all the snow that we've got. I have a fence in my backyard that's a meter tall and I can't see it. I can't see the top of the damn fence. There's so much freaking snow. I hate it. I hate it so much. You can take it. You can keep it. I don't want it. I don't want any of that. All right, Drunk Soul, let me take a look real quick while SLS is rolling. What do we got here? Oh, look at that little baby engine. All right, so, Drunk Soul, my first thing is you just bought this thing. The first thing I would do is change the oil. Change the oil. There you go. 5W20, GF4 SE, 5W20. Go get the Motorcraft stuff, 5.6 quarts, and go. Change the damn oil. Change the oil filter, use a Motorcraft filter. Second thing, all right, that high-pitched whine. When you change the oil, be very cognizant of how much oil comes out. If 5 quarts comes out and you're putting 5 quarts in, then you're good to go. Yeah, I just be careful with that thing. With that being said, Focus ST or Fiesta STs are cool, man. I love you, but don't use Motorcraft oil. I use Motorcraft oil with all my Fords, dude. Never, ever has steered me wrong. Ever. I use, what is it, 5W20 in my Mustang. I use the, in the F250 and the F100, I use FL1A Motorcraft filters. I use the motor that was engineered for the damn thing. Motorcraft oils generally blend to get full synthetic. It's never steered me wrong, dude. I have a Mustang too. You use Royal Purple. Yeah, no, be quick. I didn't say it before. I have an '08 Mustang. It's a 4.63 valve with a 5-speed. 70,000 miles on it. It's a nice car. I treat that thing like gold. I never talk about it on stream because I just keep up with the maintenance and that's it. Thank you, brother. I highly appreciate the help. I didn't change the oil and it's your first car. Sorry for changing the topic. Don't worry about it. So Drunk Soul, like I said, the high-pitched whine could be nothing. But, so those... Okay, here's the thing. Drunk Soul, first of all, congratulations. If a 2019 Fiesta is your first car, a Fiesta ST, good for you. Okay? First and foremost, do not park yourself up a tree. It's going to be very easy to do with that damn thing, okay? Just, you want to go do something dumb, go do it in a parking lot, okay? Where there's nobody around, where if you crash, you're the only one that's going to crash, all right? Seriously, don't... Dude, all I'm saying is that if a Fiesta ST was my first car, I would have crashed it, okay? That's all I'm saying. Second of all, right, whenever you buy a new car, dude, check everything. Don't just start driving it. Somebody sold it for a reason. You want to hope and pray that the reason that they're selling it wasn't because it was broken, okay? Or it's about to break, all right? Yeah, that telephone pole came out of nowhere. So, change that oil, dude. Like I said, treat it like a spaceship. Because that's what those freaking 1.5 GDTI engines are. So, that's what they do. So, okay. Let's take my Mustang, for instance, okay? So, my Mustang Drunk Soul has what's called port fuel injection, okay? Meaning that the fuel is delivered right before the intake valve going into the engine. Or valves, because it's a 3-valve. Right? So, it's sprayed right at the intake port of the head. Now, yours is gasoline direct injected, all right? Your injector is over the combustion chamber for that 3-cylinder. Now, the cool thing about that is that with gasoline direct injection, you can get an insane amount of power. They make more power, especially with the turbo. That little 3-cylinder, it scoots, right? It goes for a car that big, right? Now, here's the thing about GTDI engines, all right? Or any GDI engine, gasoline direct injection. So, because my Mustang has port fuel injection, what it does is use the fuel as a heat sink to keep the engine running cooler. This is very important to understand. It sprays the back of the intake valve, right? Before the intake valve opens, and then it sucks the fuel in, right? That uses the fuel as a heat sink. Some of the heat gets absorbed into the fuel, and then the fuel blows up and goes out the back. This helps keep the engine cool. Not a lot, but fuel is actually a great heat sink. You ever notice that gasoline doesn't really boil unless it's really, really freaking hot outside, and also it doesn't freeze either. Like, it has to be super cold for it to freeze. Now, I'm sure somebody's like, well, gasoline boiled for me, and if you live in the desert, yes, it will. It will eventually boil. In which case, you got a big problem. Now, Drunk Salt, with the GTDI engine, all right, so the gasoline direct injection, the gas gets sprayed right into the combustion chamber, right on the compression stroke, and there's no opportunity for the gasoline to absorb any heat before it detonates, or, well, it doesn't detonate, before it combusts and gets blown out the exhaust valve. Because of this, GTDI engines run extremely hot, and that heat has to go somewhere. There's only so much the radiator is going to be able to conduct out of the system with coolant. A lot of it goes to the oil. The oil gets hot on gasoline direct injection engines, which is why I said change the oil. All right? Change the oil, get a new filter, write the mileage on the back of the filter and the date that you put it in with a marker, and then put it in, and then put the oil in. So you know. Change the oil with that type of thing, dude. You want to keep that thing happy. Whatever they say to change the oil in the manual, they said, oh, change the oil every 5,000 to 6,000 miles. Do 4,000. Do 3,500. Because the oil is going to take a lot of the heat. And when oil heats up, it gets thin. And thin oil, not like highly viscous oil, is not going to lubricate the engine correctly. So just careful with those things. Just change the oil. You'll be good. That high-pitched whine, I don't know. It could be an oil pump. It's possible. If there is some type of gauge display that says what your oil pressure is, I would probably keep that up. If you're making 40, 50 pounds of oil pressure, you're good to go. I mean, carbon buildup on the valves too, Breen, for sure. But the heat, you are using the gas with port injection. The gas does take some of the heat. That's really important to understand. Direct injection engines run super hot. But yes, carbon deposit on the valves was the big reason behind port injection. That's absolutely right. But anyway, here, look at this. Look at this thing. Look at the big orange. Hey, Sad, what's going on? On the bright side, you guys aren't having any avalanches. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, Roger, it would kind of suck. I agree with that in a way. I treat a used car like the previous owner never changed anything. I'm right with you. I'm right with you, Be Quick. I don't give a frick. Unless the previous owner has the documentation for every single oil change, I'm just going to assume it's never been touched. 1935 Hudson Ennis. Very good. How fast is it going? About a mile an hour. Tessa, what was the last? It changed twice as often too. Yeah. Previous owner was meticulous. Yeah, no, that's good if you get a meticulous car owner, but yeah. Yeah. So, Drunksall, that high-pitched whine might just be the car. It might just be the turbos spooling. But then again, so Drunksall, the other thing is that the other reason why oil is very important is, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know about the 1.5, but I do believe those turbos are not water-cooled. I believe they're oil-cooled and lubricated. So there's a tee off of your oil pump that goes into the turbo, and it goes into the axle housing on the turbo and keeps everything nice and lubricated and cooled. And then there's a drain that goes back to the pan. I don't know if it's on the 1.5 engines. I have no idea. Well, I'm going to go ahead and guess that probably yes, because a cooling system on a 1.5 turbo is a little strange. Yeah, like a Fiesta ST. That's what Drunksall bought. And yeah, other than that, Drunksall, like, yeah, dude. That's sick that you got that as your first car. Fiesta ST, you're going to have fun with that. Just, once again, man, you want to do something dumb, just go find a parking lot, okay? Those cars are very easy to have fun with. They're also very easy to park up a tree. Don't do that. Yeah, this I've driven a 2015 normal version that my friend has, and it's stable. Your 2019 ST is so snappy, it's sometimes scary. The rear end is sometimes happy. So for the time being, I'm just chilling out. Don't go above 130 kph. Yeah, just you can have fun with it and not go fast. But also, yeah, if you want to hoon the thing on a track, just go to a track day or something, dude. Maybe make it a hospital parking lot. Dude, all I'm saying, like, Drunksall, I'm sure you're a great driver. All I'm saying is that I would have, man, if I had that as my first car, oh, that would have ended very poorly. Yeah, Ponzister, me too, dude. Get it to a garage now. The 1.5s from before 2024 have wet belts that whine when they wear. Yeah, Drunk Salt, get that. That's what I mean. Chat's kind of confirming what I'm thinking. Get that thing to a mechanic, or change the oil and do the oil pump. Particularly the belt for the pump. Yeah, you don't want to run out of oil when you're driving down the road. That would be very bad. The timing belt runs in the oil, and the oil eats the belt rubber. You also don't want to lose a timing belt. Yeah. Take it for a checkup tomorrow morning. And Drunk Salt, don't. Okay, here's the thing. You're gonna take it to a mechanic, right? All right. I offer this type of advice for anybody that doesn't know how to work on your own stuff. Okay. Here's the thing. When you go, be very, very deliberate about what you want done. So, don't take it to the mechanic and be like, oh yeah, I just want you to once over everything. Don't do that. Don't do that crap. That's what people that have no idea what they're talking about do. Don't do that. Say, look, there's a whine on the high end in 5th gear, on the high end of you know, the motor. I know that these things have problems with the timing belts and the oiling system. Change the timing belt, please. Do that. Trust me on this one. If you say go looking for mistakes, the mechanic's going to find 1,000 different things that don't necessarily need to be fixed, but might need to be fixed soon, and you're going to get charged an arm and a leg. Go to the mechanic. I need the timing belt changed. I just got this car. Timing belt and oil, please. Do that. Don't be like, well, yeah, just fix it. Don't do that. And this is why you're on very good terms with your mechanic shop. There you go. Yeah, the other thing is making friends with your mechanic. If you bring your mechanic beer, he won't do that to you. It could also be wheel bearings if the whine is consistent. Yeah, it's possible. But, yeah. As a Shady Tree mechanic, beer works. Yes. Beer, yeah, no, can confirm. That absolutely is a thing. Be quick. One time, one of my neighbors brought me a 37 Ford. It had a tri-power on it. It had fake tri-power on it, so 3 2-barrels. Only one of them was working. And he's like, I hate how this looks. It doesn't work. I want a 4-barrel. So we got a 4-barrel for it. He brought a 4-barrel and an intake manifold, basically in the 37, basically in my house with a case of beer, and I'm like, all right, here you go. And I put a 4-barrel on it. And the guy, he's like, let me pay you. I'm like, the beer was enough. We're good. Yeah, Trenton, exactly. Hey, you have your mechanic coming to replace your master cylinder, no charge. The benefits of being your mechanic's tool, man. There you go. There you go, man. Oh. Do we have a crane on the move, or is the camera? Is the camera moving? Oh, yeah. So that's a crane at 39A. Oh, dude, the HIF door is open. Ah, what are they up to over there? How do we go from space hardware to old cars? Because it's me. I love space hardware and I love old cars, Knucklehead. It's me. Like, what are you expecting from me? A gold medal in hockey or something? Love you too, bud. Welcome to your 3rd of 9. Yeah, I know, right? We got some catching up to do. How about a gold medal in curling? Curling, yeah. 2 gold medals, you jerk. Oh, yeah, that's right, Fluffy. The men's and the women's. Huh. Huh. That sucks for them. Bad call. We got you in curling. You know, Knucklehead, I want to give that guy, the Canadian men's curling team, I want to give that guy crap, but the dude, when Sweden called him out and he basically told the guy to go screw himself, yeah, you know, I have to say I really appreciate that. I really do. I'm not even kidding. Hey, you know you're cheating, right? Hey, you know you suck. Get out of here. And then wins the gold. All right. All right. I was unfamiliar with your game, sir. Good for you. Good for you. I was unfamiliar with your game. I would have done the same thing. Fantastic. Hey, you're cheating. Hey, kiss my butthole. What? Drop the gloves and hit the guy in the face with the damn curling stone. No. Was he Canadian Bostonian? Well, that's the thing, Hammer Nails. The North, being a jerk and being from the Northeast isn't just an American thing. You know, that's what they don't tell you. As for the 2019, the guy with the 2019 Fiesta, have them flush. Have them check the turbo flush gate too. Damn it, EJ, I've seen a scrap in a curling rink. No way, dude. That's awesome. You see the men's luge? Our man broke the track record every time he went down. Nice. Tessa, what? Why did I just have a dialogue in my head just went, all right, mate, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take this goddamn sled and gonna go balls first down the damn ice chute. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be fun. I bet you can't go faster than me. It's like, what are you doing? I wanna go balls first. Let's go. If I hit a tree, I'm just, don't worry about not having kids. I won't have any legs. Like, I don't know why that picture just got flashed into my brain, but, you know. Another car question. If it's too much, tell me. No. What are the things to keep tabs on in a car? So Drunksalt, like, okay. I'm not trying to sound like an old man, all right? But honestly, just keep in mind when, like, what the owner's manual, when it tells you to change the oil. I mean, we've been over that. Change it a little bit more than they recommend. Just a little bit. Every car is a little bit different. If you take care of it, it's going to take care of you. Like, that's the best way I could say that with, like, without, like, but if you set it in like a Hank Hill, well, if you take care of the car, boy, it's going to take care of you. So if you go hooning this thing around and you're tromping on that engine, you're more likely to break something. But you don't have to baby it either. Like, okay, the best thing, like the thing first and foremost, keep an eye on temperature. Keep an eye on the temps. That's it. Specifically oil temperature and oil pressure too. Those are the big ones. If I'm driving a car, I don't need a speedometer, you don't need a tach, and I had to choose like one gauge, it'd be oil pressure. You can discern everything else about how the car is doing from the oil pressure. Okay? If you're not making oil pressure, you got a big problem. All right? When I say take care of the car, I mean like if you're gonna drive it for a long time, you're gonna drive it a long way, let the thing get up to temperature before you put your foot through the floor. You know what I mean? See, on my cars, I can actually just put my foot through the floor, so I don't have to worry about this because there's no floor. You just put your foot right through it. Let the car get up to temperature. Don't Don't start it and then just drive it tough, right? Drive it hard. Don't do that. Let the thing warm up. Take care of it. Like, let it warm up. Let everything get up to temperature. If you try to romp on an engine when it's cold, you're going to break something. J-Volt, don't do that in here. Brother. Oh, come on, man. So, in modern cars without visible temperature gauges or oil pressure on the dash. Yeah, I know, right? So, dude, just let the thing get up to temp before you go and drive it. Let that oil get warm. Let the engine heat soak. That, like, get it up to operating temperature, right? If it was a rocket, right? Drunk soul, if it's a freaking rocket, they have to thermally condition everything before they fire it. What happens if you don't thermally condition the rocket and you go to fire it? It'll blow up. Same thing with a motor. I mean, motors are a little bit more reliable than a damn rocket engine at this point, right? Like, but same idea, dude. If you let the car warm up and you just let it do its thing, get it all warm, and then go somewhere, then you're good. You're fine. I don't drive it. Don't drive it when when it's cold. Just keep an eye on the temperatures. Like, I mean, your tires. Like, I don't know. If you see cracks in the rubber on the tire, they probably need to be changed. Every tire has a date code on it somewhere. You really don't want to be running tires that are older than 5 to 10 years. Like, actually, I'd say 5. Like, tires have a shelf life. I mean, unless you store your car inside in a climate-controlled environment, like where the tires do rot, they dry rot. You don't want to drive on cracked tires. There's other ways to check for stuff like ball joints and stuff. Like, but Drunk Soul, you most likely have like what continent are you on? If you're in like England or something, MOT is going to find anything that's going to be dangerous. So no, drummer, I don't have those yet. Make sure you change from summer air to winter air. If your tires are looking cracked and dry, add shoe polish. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, outdoorsman, I got you. They're coached by Mark Johnson, who was on the Miracle team from Lake Placid. That's cool, man. Good stuff. STS&R is 25. If I don't let it get thermally conditioned, I can cause combustion instability and flow separation. On a car, on a car, if you don't let it get up to temperature, you could crack the engine block. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not going to do it on the first time, but if you keep driving it like that, it's not going to last as long. Get that thing up to temp before you send it. If you take care of it, dude, it's going to last a long time. Like, dude, look at my '08 Mustang. I've owned that car since 2013. I've had it for 13 years. The car still drives as good as the day that I got it because I'm very careful with it. I always let the motor warm up. I always check the oil. You know, you don't need to do it every week. Check the oil every couple of months just to make sure you're not leaking any. You know, and if you're leaking a little bit, just top it off. Just check the oil. Check the transmission fluid. Do that every, I don't know, 2 to 3 months. You'll be fine. Don't do what Byscript does, yeah. I do prefer to drive manual, but I have a problem riding the clutch sometimes. Don't ride the clutch, man. Make sure your foot's off that damn pedal. Riding the clutch is a good way to make the clutch not last as long. Dude, I have not changed the clutch in my Mustang once because I baby it, because I'm very careful. I mean, dude, do I go fast in the Mustang in the summertime? Yeah, and I obey all traffic laws at all times. You know, but I don't romp on it. I just have fun with it from time to time. But yeah, I still have the clutch that I've never broken the transmission open on that car because I've never had to change the clutch because my clutch is fine because I don't beat the snot out of it. For basic daily driver, I'd say check the oil with every fuel up. Yeah. I wish EV cars could have a clutch. You like manual transmissions. Fair. High pitch sound could be brake squealers. Yeah, rarest, but brake squealers off the brakes in 5th gear going down the highway. That chance. I don't do it every fuel up, Gaw. But then again, I don't really drive anywhere either. Two things you really don't want to fail when you're driving: timing belt and oil pressure. That's why I said, Fox, just keep an eye on the oil pressure, keep an eye on the temperature. If you let the car get up to temp and then drive it around, it'll last you a lot longer. And don't ride the clutch. And use the best. I hate EVs that are automatic. Makes the drive boring. Yeah, that's fair. But some people want that if you're commuting to work every day, you know what I mean? I don't, but some people do. Just remember, Drunk Soul, like, cars have wear items. A really good thing to do, another good thing to do, actually, this is a Jay Leno thing, is start reading about your car. You said you were going on forums. Go on forums. See what other people say. Go join the local Ford Fiesta car club, because there's most likely one. Or join the Ford Fiesta internet forums. Like, dude, I have Ford trucks. There's a website called FTE, Ford, that's Discord. Ford Truck Enthusiasts, right? Let me change that. FTE is, yeah, you get forums for any different types of truck. You get older classic stuff, like if we want the F-250 B87 and 96. There's always good stuff in here. Read. See, rough idle. Find one for Fiesta. I'm sure it's out there. There's got to be a Fiesta forum up there somewhere on the internet. You can find anything on the web, anything about anybody. So SLS is rolling back here, dudes, and the Rocket Lab launch got scrubbed. That's a shame. That Rocket Lab launch was really cool. There's also much less to go wrong with an EV mechanically. Yeah, but way more to go wrong electronically, Fox. That's my thing. I mean, I don't hate EVs for what it's worth. I really don't. I get it. I understand why people would want one of those. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I can't afford one, like, to be 100% honest with you. If I had to drive somewhere, like if I had to commute to work and my commute was 5 to 10 minutes, yeah, Model 3, dude, all day. But I don't have that. I don't need to do that. So I don't do that. Hip with Cracktorio. I said we would place winter car today, dude. You want a diesel electric 1-ton? Edison, baby. I don't mind EVs. I've always said that EVs are going to take their place, just like diesel vehicles took their place. You know, in the late 80s, everybody thought diesel was the future. So we had diesel trucks, and in Europe, you have diesel cars all over the place. And they found their niche. They found their place. I think electric cars will do the same thing. The reason why is straight because there are places where electric cars make perfect sense, and there are places where gasoline cars make perfect sense, or diesel. And I've always said play to the strengths of what you're doing. So you sign you up for a slate? I don't want a slate. I'd rather build one. Did you see the new Ford EV platform? I've seen it, but I haven't seen like the whole video. Huh. That's the horizontal integration facility. That's where they build Falcon Heavies to launch on the pad on 39A over there. Actually, you could just see the Starship pad that they're building out at 39A here. See it? There's the OLM. How long do you think it will take the pad and the rocket to get ready for A3? Don't know. EJ, would a carbon composite external tank and boosters work for the shuttle? I'm not sure about carbon composite pressure vessels that are that size. SpaceX didn't have much luck with them. But I don't know. Maybe. Please check this clip. What is this? This is the clip that I saw, Baron. Listen to this, dudes. So this is Ford talking about their new EV platform.
The engineering team had a philosophy. Best part is no part. If the part is necessary, then it must serve multiple purposes. It's not easy to find those opportunities. That is why we need the close collaboration of a small, nimble team. So first, we focus on reducing one of our biggest contributors to the vehicle weight, body structure. To do this, Ford is using large aluminum unicastings for the first time. These unicastings make the structure significantly lighter, delivering more than 27% advantage in casting weight over our competitors.
Small, agile environment, deleting as many parts as necessary, using gigapress castings. Where have we heard that before? I could have sworn I heard that somewhere. Hey, at least they're doing it, I guess. So Mike Fink came out and said he was the person with the medical emergency. He did not say what it was, though. Interesting. Yeah, so they're rolling back the booster here. Last, that's the on-the-road price. Neat. The SpaceX hangers ominously in the background, yeah. So how long do I think it will take to get the pad and rocket ready for A3? Yeah, I hope they learn from this, outdoorsman, but I was saying, like, you know, the whole Artemis 1 campaign was such a big pain in the butt. I said I'd hope they learned from that, but they didn't, you know? They just did it the exact same way, and the exact same things went wrong. Joho, does the SLS rollback feel like the cancellation of the space shuttle? No. No, not even close. The cancellation of this dude... The cancellation of the shuttle program just... When STS-135 touched down, you know, I want to say bittersweet, but no, it wasn't bittersweet. It wasn't bittersweet. It left an extremely poor taste in my mouth and an extremely bad memory in my mind. This does not even come close to it. This is nothing compared to that. It's going back to the hanger meets neck. There were some sticky valves in the second stage that happened after the wet dress rehearsal, which is just sucks. It's just a kick in the crotch. Just bitter, nothing sweet. Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna say I had like a mental breakdown or anything, but that really, I don't know, man. Ooh, Starship Tower. After STS 135, I was just annoyed. Like, do I know as much about aerospace engineering now that I did then? No, not even close. But I knew enough to know that this was not the right move for our space program. That wasn't the right move. That was a really stupid thing to do. And the more, you know, over the last 13 years since that happened, give or take, I've only, learning more about spaceflight has only reinforced that was an extremely dumb thing to do. Canceling Constellation was probably getting your black-pilled arc. Yeah. Hopeless is what it felt like, dudes. Hopeless. You know, fellas, I love watching Falcon 9s with you. If there's one during the day, one during the stream, even one sometimes a little bit before or after or something with NSF, I'll always cover it, man. The reason why it never gets old for me is because I remember what it was like to have nothing. To have no space program. Because that's what we had. From 2010 to about 2013, we had nothing. Nothing. Does this compare? No, not at all. This is a little bump in the road. Those wounds are still open. Very much. Yeah. I hate that. Look, I like that rocket. I really do. I like SLS. My criticism has always been fly it more. You fly it more, you're going to work the problems that they have out over time through high flight rate, right? We are still struggling with the decisions of the 2010 NASA Authorization Act. It has basically paralyzed our space program for the last 15 years. I don't take that lightly. It pisses me off. That really makes me upset. Yeah, I take it very personally. I don't... Do I have a vested interest in the space program? Not really. Like, not any more than any other taxpayer. But this is like dreams, man. This is the stuff that we dream about, going back to the moon. You know, and... Does this carry a heavy price tag? Sure. Would it be better to maybe start over? Yeah, maybe. But we have this, it works, and, you know, this is pretty dang close, even though it's with this fragmented piece of junk architecture. But yeah, dude, I think about that every day. I'm serious. I at least once a day. I get reminded of it, just with what you see on your screen. You're reminded of it, how stupid of a decision that was. Getting rid of the shuttle and Constellation at the same time. And now, I will say championing commercial at the time did have its dividends in the form of that hangar over there. I've always said that the commercial space program should grow, and it would be great if it surpassed NASA, but I don't think that should ever have been at the behest of our national space program either. Because it's a fool's errand to think we can't do both. You know, it has to be commercial, or it has to be all NASA in-house. I think if we want to move sustainably into our spaceflight future, it has to be both. NASA has to be doing their own thing, and they have to forge the path for new markets in space for commercial companies to pursue. That is the only way that any of this has worked successfully. Think about it for a second. What would the Dragon program be? What would SpaceX be if there was no ISS? NASA had to spend billions of dollars in the space shuttle program to build that stupid thing for the commercial crew program to be successful. There's no other commercial market or need for human-rated launch capability than NASA at this moment in time. That might change in the future, but that's only going to change because the ISS was there in the first place. The only time we've seen the space program working well on a reliable operational schedule was public-private partnerships, not one or the other. Rocket Lab scrubbed out, Basia. So, I kind of disagree. I think commercial spaceflight is the future. So be quick. Let me give you a conditional hypothetical, because I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but hear me out. Okay, NASA has a base on the moon. They're resupplying the base on the moon, right? A commercial like SpaceX, or let's just say Boeing, is resupplying the base on the moon, right? And then maybe Boeing decides that, you know, this is not a profitable venture anymore and pulls out of the program. You say that's not going to happen. That's happened historically. It happened with the XS-1 program. It happened with the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle program in the 90s for the Department of Defense, arguably somebody who pays way better than NASA. This happens. I don't think we should put all of our eggs into the commercial basket for going to and from moon bases, space stations, Mars bases in the future. NASA needs their own way to get there. You do not want to put the fate of a lunar outpost in the hands of commercial. I don't think, entirely in the hands of the commercial. Now, with that all being said, right? With that all being said, commercial works much better as a logistics carrier for space. Basically FedEx. But FedEx isn't an airline, is it? They're a cargo airline. They're not like JetBlue or Delta or something, right? Right? See what I'm saying? There is a place for both to grow. It's just what type of space program are we going about at here? NASA's Scientific Exploration and Development Space Program, our national space program, is inherently at odds with basically a logistics carrier. And I'm not trying to say that to denigrate SpaceX either. If we want to make a city on the moon, you're going to need a lot of logistics going to and from. Certainly more cargo flights than human flights, that's for sure. You're not wrong completely, but I do think capitalism will win in the short term. In the short term, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But once again, I never said that it has to be one way or the other. Remember, heed my words. What I said is I think that's the most sustainable way forward because historically that's the only way that's worked. The only time commercial program you've had a good public-private partnership is with the Commercial Orbital Transport Services Program and the Commercial Crew Program. Both of those programs needed the ISS to exist to work correctly. Something that NASA spent billions of dollars and 35 assembly flights with the space shuttle making. You don't have that, arguably it doesn't work nearly as well. Understand? That's the only way I've seen where public-private partnerships are working correctly. I think in order to forge the most sustainable path forward, long-term, both of these programs need to exist. NASA should be able to land somebody on the moon with that thing, not with a commercial partner. And SpaceX should be able to land somebody on the moon without that thing as well, right? NASA should be there to fill in the gaps where commercial does not want to build. Like, there's no money for, like, think about it like, you know, commercial cargo flights, like airliners, like UPS or FedEx, right? There's no money in FedEx or UPS building a city somewhere and then trying to resupply it with their airplanes and their trucks full of freight, right? That doesn't make any sense. The city has to exist for them to be able to move cargo around, and then the whole system works. You have to have infrastructure for that to work correctly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Would Amazon work as well if we didn't have a national highway system? No way. Absolutely not. See what I'm saying? NASA needs to be the ones to build out the infrastructure there, and then commercial needs to thrive in that infrastructure. I think that's the most sustainable way forward. Now, that doesn't mean that that's the only pathway forward, right? Could we survive without our national highway system? Yeah, sure, absolutely. The trains could carry the weight, absolutely. I mean, trains and airplanes would be sufficient. That would be fine. But the U.S. wouldn't be what it is without our highways, right? That's a vital piece of infrastructure. I think highway versus spaceflight are totally different, though. Well, yeah, of course, physically, but at the end of the day, if you're going to supply the moon, right? If you're going to supply a moon base, it's just another form of logistics. It's no different than comparing it to a train that moves the mail, or a UPS van that moves the mail, or a train that moves. Do trains move mail anymore? See what I'm saying? It's the commercial is a logistic. Commercial programs are a logistics carrier, right? For the typical American, the highway system, fortunately, not much more like railways, more important. Yeah, there you go, man. I think so. Like, be quick. I just like want to be very clear on this. Like, I agree that commercial is going to be taking the brunt of the flights to the moon, right? Because you're going to need to send up so much stuff. That's where commercial will thrive. But it's only going to thrive if NASA is going to be able to move people up to that moon base or space station or whatever. Right, because the government wants to build out the infrastructure on the moon. That's the only way it's going to work. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. That's a little bit of hyperbole on my part. Right? I think, like I said, the whole premise is that is the most sustainable way forward. Is it going to play out that way? It remains to be seen. Maybe Jared Isaacman will fix stuff, but the way it's looking, you're probably right. Commercial's probably going to eclipse everything, and I don't think that's necessarily the most sustainable way forward in spaceflight. You know what I'm saying? Like, does that make sense, dude? So I kind of agree that that's probably going to happen, but I don't think that's the best foot forward. As long as I have a say in this, or people will be willing to listen to me, I'm going to offer the most sustainable way that I can think of forward, but who knows? And the whole reason why I want the most sustainable way forward that includes public and private partnerships to bring this conversation full circle, dude. The reason why I want this is because I saw what happens when you lean all the way into a public space program. Stuff gets canceled and then you have nothing. Now, I don't think that a fully privatized space program is going to get you much further either, because it'll eventually drive into monopolization. I mean, look at what in this picture has the capability of getting to the ISS at this point? There's one thing on this screen that can move things to the ISS. Oh, spoiler alert, it's the big SpaceX
Discovery,
logo over
go
there.
and throttle up.
See what I'm saying? You're going to inevitably get market consolidation, which is not what you want. Public-private partnerships keep that trend on an even keel. Think of it like antitrust in space. I don't want a monopoly in space. That's a bad idea, even though I love SpaceX. And, dude, even Elon would tell you that. He doesn't want that. Hey, Gold Falcon, 68-month resub. I'd agree with that. I'd rather spend my tax money on space travel than endless wars. I mean, that's something we can all agree on, dude. Absolutely. It's not the crane. I mean, the crane will get you closer to the ISS than... It'll get you further into space than that rocket. Right now. It's so screwed up. Can you speed it up? It's a little slow. Yeah, sure, here. There we go. Now it's going faster. Imagine being from 2010 and seeing this and hearing that the tower on the left is for a SpaceX rocket. Yeah, I know, right? But yeah, I think that's the most sustainable way forward. Not necessarily, I mean, whether that's going to happen or not, I don't know, man. Trust the government to get stuff done usefully. I don't know. Sorry, I don't want to open up that can of worms. You agree that commercialism shouldn't run space travel. I want to fly your rocket to the moon too. Bingo, dude. Bingo. Bingo. You don't want monopolization in space. Public-private partnership prevents that from happening. What's wrong with this rocket here? Ziggy, they're rolling it back to the hangar. She had a little bit of trouble with the upper stage helium valves. One got frozen. Actually frozen, and it's stuck in place. It's stuck closed. You need helium to be able to pressurize the tanks, to be able to, amongst other things, feed the propellants into the rocket engine correctly. Making sure your rocket engine doesn't run dry in flight is probably a good idea. Yeah, you probably need those. So it's being sticky, and the only way to get at it is to bring it back to the hangar, because the hangar has the service gantries to get at it. The hangar being the vehicle assembly building. Is the delay from the Earth to the moon that much that you actually have to send that many humans there to build out the infrastructure? Could you not have drones remotely operated building stuff? I mean, Gibber, yes and no at the same time. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. No, because if it was that much of an easier thing to do, we would have done it already. Just a thought. Feel like that's partly SpaceX's plan. See, I'm not sure I entirely agree with that. You know, SpaceX wants to move Optimus robots to the moon, to get Optimus to build out a moon base. Which is very interesting to me, because the last time that Elon leaned into automation, like fully automating something, he tried to fully automate the Model X's production line, and it failed miserably. That's very interesting to me, that he would try to do it again, knowing what you know. Rook mentioned that he wanted to bring the expertise back in-house. What do you think that means for SLS and future vehicles? That means that a reliable operational schedule in my mind, Jim. So what do you think is the next likely launch month? April. You can learn from past mistakes? Maybe he will. Start with humans and see what works. Yeah. Do they need to destack it? No, they just got to get out a helium valve, Ivan, in the upper stage. You don't need to destack the booster. Of course he's going to promote that tech stack. That's right, Slim. But, dude, the future where robots are exploring Mars and the moon is not... That's cool and all, but that sounds dumb. That's not... I'm sure that's neat, but I don't... That's dumb, dude. It's human exploration. We have to go. Why do they use a relatively rare resource, helium, instead of something like nitrogen? Helium is non-reactive. It's non-reactive, and, Steven, the reason why they use it is because it's extremely low mass. Now, don't get me wrong, nitrogen is also non-reactive, but nitrogen is not nearly as low mass as helium is. They use it because it's... The name of the game with a rocket is mass. You swap all the helium systems in this to nitrogen, you're adding another couple tons of mass. Seriously, that's the difference. And every little bit counts. Every kilogram, every pound. It all adds up. It also has the added benefit of making your voice funnels. That's right. How long do you think it will take to get the pattern? Okay, wow. Did YouTube chat freeze on me? Because I've been reading the same question 4 or 5 times over there. I don't think it did, but I'm just going to refresh just in case. Yeah, that thing is moving, guys, but when you're moving 16 million pounds of rocket, like 7.2 million kilograms of rocket and launch tower, it pays to just go slow and steady. What's in that SpaceX building? That is SpaceX's horizontal integration facility. That's where they assemble rockets to launch on the transporter erector right there. Falcon 9's pad at 39A is right there. YouTube is having chat issues. Yeah, I thought. Nobody said anything over in the YouTube chat for like 35 minutes. I was getting a little worried. I was watching a documentary on YouTube about spaceflight. Thanks to your JFK voices, by the way. Anyway, there was this whole part about astronauts craving spices because taste changes on long-duration missions. Do you know why that is? I learned more from you than I ever did in school. Actually, I don't have the answer to that question, Jibber. That's very interesting, though. How many stories is that rocket? About 30 stories tall, friend Kim. Yeah, Mason, you know, you could say I don't think that'll be the outcome, though, but you know idiots will use that as an excuse to delay human space exploration. That's really my big modus operandi towards not having robots, or like my ideal, my mantra about not having robots just doing all the work. Because once again, when they canceled Constellation, that was the argument. Well, the robots can go and explore for us. We don't need to spend all this money on human exploration. And that concession turned into canceling our entire national space program. I don't want some politician with an axe to grind to use robots as an excuse for us to not pursue our destiny in the stars. I think that's an extraordinarily stupid thing to do. Yeah, Thrasher, SLS is a looker. It's a pretty rocket, that's for sure. If you can read this chat on YouTube, it's crashing. I see it, Outdoorsman. Ziggy, the flex is not as much as the space shuttle. The reason why is because the space shuttle engines were on the side. So when the engines ignited, it kind of flexed back and forth and then went up. This doesn't have that as much because it's a straight longitudinal stack. With that being said, this does copy the shuttle's launch procedures and stuff. So you'll get the engines firing up first in the core stage, the 4 engines first, and then the booster ignite at T0. You can't even see other viewers in the chat. Yeah, YouTube chat. How heavy is SLS fully fueled? Oh, it's heavy. I don't have that number off the top of my head. This reminds me of the old shuttle simulator game. If you don't use the time accelerator, you could play the game tomorrow. So a person isn't even as tall as an SRB nozzle. A person would be about the size of my mouse cursor here, Bone Sister. Yeah. Yeah, a person would be about the size of the mouse. See the mouse right there? Yeah, that's how tall you and I would look next to this thing. No, nothing is reusable for NCAM except for the capsule. Why does one SRB have a dark ring? It's so they know which one is the left one and the right one during imaging when they separate. Where's the driver's seat on the crawler? Right there. So the crawler is multi-directional. There's a cab right there, and then there's a cab on the other side for when it goes that way. The crawler doesn't turn around. It can go back and forth. Think of it like a train locomotive. Like sometimes some train locomotives have cabs at both ends. So you could just, you know, you want to reverse, you don't sit there and look in reverse and try to look in the rearview mirror. You just shut the cab off and go to the other side. They are spraying water to keep the dust down, yes, because this thing crushes the rocks, and the rocks make a lot of dust. You don't want that inside of the mechanicals for this thing. It's water, Dev. Yep. DH, 19-month resub. Thank you. So if you're over on YouTube, chat's kind of screwing up over there. Sorry about that, but yeah, we're still live. I can't. It's tough for me to see chat. It's something's going weird with their chat servers. But yeah, still here. If I don't reply to you, that's because I can't see it. Cough. In weightlessness, body fluids tend to accumulate in the upper body and head. Nasal tissues get congested as if you have a head cold. This hinders the sense and smell and taste. Yeah. Lymphatic fluid gets redistributed. Yeah, I know that, but I don't know. Yeah, I had no idea how that was going to affect taste. You know what I mean? YouTube's having helium issues. Yep, got to roll back the YouTube stream. The chopsticks are about to catch that SRB. Give me 1 second, dude. Take my sweatshirt off. See you next Sunday. A plan B has been put forward by the F1 Commission if problems appear in the first 2 races. A compromise on the reduction between 15 and 30% of maximum electrical power to significantly extend the deployment of the MGU-K engine. This also means the cars could be 1.5 to 2.5 seconds slower. Oh man, are they screwed. What's going on now? So they're moving SLS back to the hangar. Had some trouble with some valves in the second stage. With this be Artemis 2-2 when it goes back to the pad? No. You have to fly to get that second designation. You smell that? It smells like the V10 era just begging to be tooted out. Seriously. Dude, you know, I've always said it with Formula One as kind of like a joke. Like, they're just going to rule and regulate it to death until the cars are just going to go slow, that it's going to be the opposite of innovation and no one's going to watch. Well, I said that as a joke. Didn't really realize that was going to happen. Look at the launch abort system, dudes. It's wiggling. Oh, she wiggling. Irony is dead. You mean like NASCAR? NASCAR has its own problems, but it's not like that, Tessa. NASCAR's already gotten past that point. NASCAR hit that point with the car of tomorrow in 2007. If you want my honest opinion. Yeah, March 6th is off the table, Rob. She's going to go in April. Yeah, the launch abort system's wiggling up there. How do you feel about Boeing? I don't. It's just a shame. Boeing to planes used to be what SpaceX is to rockets. Used to be. And I think all the problems that we've seen with them are the result of them merging with McDonnell Douglas in 1997. That was a stupid thing to do. McDonnell Douglas was very much run by accountants and penny pinchers. And that culture invaded Boeing's engineering first culture, and now they're dealing with the repercussions of that. Yes, Element. It gets a little windy up there, dude. If you can read us on the chat, SLS has no twang. There's no twang like Shania twang. Yeah, I get it. Oh, dear. Boeing used to make great planes. They've always been sketch with rockets. I would argue that Boeing is good at making stages. They were really never good at making a capsule because they never have. Boeing made the S-1C and the S-2 for the Saturn program, and then they made the external tanks for the shuttle. Ricky, we're watching the rocket roll back into the VAB. Boeing made the external tanks for the shuttle program, yes. It wobbles a little bit, Pigeon. Look at the top of the rocket, guys. Look, you can see it moving. You can see it weeble wobbling around. Look up here. Up at the very top of the screen. It moves. That's on purpose. It's designed to have a little bit of give. There is a system, there's an umbilical arm, and it's not really an umbilical arm, that connects right here at the very top of the core stage. That's called a VSS, Vehicle Stabilization System. They know the vehicle's going to vibrate, so they put it on. The VSS is an umbilical that has shock absorbers, like a shock absorber on a car, what's called a hydraulic damper. And the hydraulic damper is there to keep it from, it shakes a little bit, but it keeps that shaking from compounding and getting worse. So it just kind of, that translates into the thing just kind of doing this. Why do they paint the parts orange? The orange is called Sophie. It's a spray-on foam insulation material. It's there to insulate the propellants so they get better performance. I have a piece of it right here from an SLS core. See? Nice, bite it. No, I'm all right. I don't need to do that. Where'd you get that? Be quick. I'm not trying to brag or anything. I know people that work on this. Like, turns out when you host a stream about rocket science for like 15 years, you end up attracting people that work in the industry. Yeah, I ain't gonna bite it, dude. No, not a good thing. I'd bite it. No, you don't want to bite that. Random question, but say NASA made a rocket program for a rocket like 3 times larger than SLS and fully reusable. Would it make sense to contract everybody for that, i.e. Rocket Lab for the solar, SpaceX, and Blue for propulsion, etc., etc.? Yeah, maybe. McDonnell did great things with military aircraft. Douglas did great things with civilian aircraft. Together, they kind of fell apart. Yep, that's right, Fluffy. It was a hypothetical cerebral, but yeah. So merging with McDonnell Douglas basically killed Boeing. Guys, Boeing did not acquire McDonnell Douglas. It was a merger. And that merger was basically very heavy-handed in McDonnell Douglas's favor. So current Boeing isn't really Boeing. Boeing died in 1997. McDonnell Douglas has been wearing the corpse of Boeing as a skin suit since then for about 30 years. Yeah. Like, that would be the right way to say that. Yeah, Brun, I hate to admit that you might be right, but you might be right. That's graphic, but that's the right way to say it. It was the reason why McDonnell Douglas took Boeing name is because McDonnell Douglas's name was in the toilet because the MD-11 is arguably a gigantic heaping pile of trash. You could say, oh, they did, but the MD-11... Bro, an engine came off because they chose to mount the pylon on spherical bearings. Why the hell would you mount an engine on a spherical bearing? That makes no sense. That's like saying I want my engine mounts on a car to be a CV joint. Are you stupid? What's wrong with you? What, bro? That is not the right type of movement for that mechanical application. Like, what's... That problem was not on the MD. The issue is on the maintenance crew. It's on the maintenance crew, yeah, because they didn't maintain it after Boeing said that they didn't have to. Or Boeing. Go, I've read the report, Phone Sister. Don't play this game. It's a terrible design. It's absolutely horrid. You know, like, you know, I know what people are going to say. People are looking at me like, could you design something better? No. And that's why I don't. I know to stay in my lane. Like SLS is staying in its crawler transporter lane. Do they have a reason for doing it that way? Chief, I don't, and that's what I mean. I don't understand why you would mount an engine pylon on spherical bearings. That's not there's 3 spherical bearings. So on an MD-11's pylon mount, you have two spherical bearings stacked on top of each other on your main mount. And then you have an aft lug with another spherical bearing that hooks the pylon into the wing. Why spherical bearings? That is not the type of movement that you're trying to dampen out. Now, the spherical bearings are there to dampen out movement of the engine, but when a plane goes down the runway and when a plane rotates, right, and then takes off, so you get to V1 and then you rotate the aircraft and you go up in the air, that puts the maximum amount of stress on your pylons because the engines are spinning, right? Your engines are spinning and they will want to process when you rotate an airplane like this and go up in the air. They want to process. So if the engines are both spinning this way, right, they're going to want to do this when you take off. This type of movement is not what a spherical bearing is designed to work with. And the thing is that you have to have a little bit of play with the engines. The engines have to be able to do this because if you don't allow some bending force to deal with that precession when a plane is going down the runway for takeoff or landing or whatever, right, they'll snap off. Do modern plane designs use that same kind of attachment? Boeing planes do not do that. They don't have spherical bearings on their pylon mounts. No, they're using struts, which is arguably the right... The struts are positioned on the axis of precession for the engine. So when the engine takes off, it leans into the strut, and the strut takes the brunt of the load. Because, once again, Boeing's way smarter. Has the crawler transporter ever broken down on its way to ferrying a rocket to the pad? No, that's never happened. CT has 2 redundant engines. It's 2 fault redundant. It has 2 gigantic V16 diesel engines in it. Yeah, it's 2 fault redundant, dude. If one engine breaks, you got the other one. All engines on a plane spin in the same direction. It depends on the aircraft, Ivan. Yeah. McDonnell Douglas made the F-15 104-0 is a laughably good record. McDonnell Douglas can make good military aircraft, but yeah, I think Fluffy said it right. McDonnell made good military aircraft, and Douglas made good passenger aircraft. When they merged, it didn't really work. An F-15 isn't a DC-10. Those are 2 different things. Has one of the engines ever broke on its way to the pad? I don't know. Yeah, if you look up how a 737 pylon mounts, it's on struts. The engine and the pylon are on struts that allow the engine to kind of allow a little bit of movement like this way to deal with that precessive force of takeoff, right? But yeah, the spherical bearings. I don't understand why you would have 3 axes of spherical bearings. That doesn't make sense. Is YouTube chat working? I haven't seen anybody talk over there in 15 minutes. Or 10 minutes. I mean, Pone Sister, when it comes down to it, I always thought the L-1011 was a better tri-jet. Lockheed doesn't make many passenger planes, but man, when they did, they hit it out of the park. Constellation, Lockheed Constellation, L-1011, oof. Aren't the bearings there to let the motors move around so it doesn't vibrate as much? Yeah, but Jay, if you have 3 spherical bearings, so if you have 2 spherical bearings here and a spherical bearing here, that does not resist movement. That resists movement. That doesn't allow for movement. A spherical bearing allows for rotation. If you have 2 spherical bearings here, how is that going to allow for rotation? Because your pylon is one piece, unless you're counting on your pylon to be able to deform, in which case I wouldn't want my engine mount to deform like that. That would be a very bad thing to do. But there's 3 of them. There's 2 spherical bearings here on your main pylon lug, and then there's 1 at the back on the aft lug. That is 3 spherical bearings is resisting. They're using spherical bearings as a vibration damper, and that is not the right application for that mechanically. And what do I know about airplanes? Nothing. But also, like I said, that's like using a steering wheel as a tire on your car. Is it round? Yes. Will it work? Yeah. How long? I don't know. Maybe you should have just made a tire instead. I saw it, Drummer, yes. RTX posted this video of a new engine for the F-47. Look at the end of it. In the video, the audio is copywritten. Wow. That's very interesting. I heard, Mayor, I heard rumors that they're going to restart 747 production. I heard rumors. It was just, and those rumors are just somebody saying something on X that claimed to be a Boeing engineer, so I don't know how true they are. It's probably not going to happen, but that would be nice. Is there a demand for more 747s? Absolutely, dude. Yeah, look at that. 39A fixed service structure on the left back there. Starship launch tower at 39A on the right there. Lever 11,000 over on the far right. In the foreground, you have SLS on Mobile Launcher 1. SLS Block 1, Mobile Launcher 1 for the Artemis 2 mission. They need to restart the C-17 production line. Them jets are going to die with how many flights they're making. What is the 250 on the SRBs? It is America's 250th anniversary, Pigeon. July 4th, 1776, marking 250 years since the Founding Fathers convened at the Continental Congress in Philadelphia and wrote a Declaration of Independence to the British Empire, seceding the 13 colonies from the Empire. It's America's birthday, baby. When are they going to start building starships at the Cape? Not for another couple of years, 95. The first starships to launch from the Cape will be brought over via barge. SpaceX bought 2 more barges that are bigger than the ASDSs that they're going to use as a breakover device. Like, think Pegasus with the SLS core stage. I feel like the American 250 decals should be on the ICPS. It would look extra neat during the rendezvous. Big Zig, that's a good idea, dude. What's the white thing in the background on the far right? That's a sailboat over there? Those are tents at 39A. That's a sailboat. You just here, let me back it up for you. The YouTube scrubbing controls are not working. Nope. Nope, not working. That's good. Wow, it's a schooner. You dumb viewer. It's not a schooner, it's a sailboat. They got scrubbing disabled? Why is NASA public affairs just so weird? Why are they so weird? Stop being weird. Chocolate covered pretzel. They're a little melty, but damn are they exquisite. EJ, just get a job at NASA and fix all their streaming issues. I think DOS would be better suited for doing that, Ivan. Are bird strikes a concern for rocket launches? Only for the first couple of seconds, Fronchem. It has happened in the past. Yes, it is something that you really want to make sure that doesn't happen, but it has happened. The biggest vehicle on Earth is operating 50 miles from your home, and I've only seen it once. Time to visit the bagger. Baggers are awesome, Toto. Look, man, I understand that coal mines probably aren't the best way to be generating power, etc., but that bagger is damn cool, and I refuse to acknowledge that it's not. Bagger 288s and Bagger 293s are some of the coolest things humanity has ever engineered. I don't care what people think. It's awesome. I know that coal probably isn't the best source for power. Its energy density is not adequate for what we're trying to do for humanity. But also, baggers are super freaking cool. All right? They're super cool. You guys want to see what I'm talking about? The Bagger 293. It is one of the gnarliest pieces of engineering around. It's a piece of coal mining equipment. It's about the size of the crawler transporter at the base, but it's way bigger. I get it. Coal mines, etc., etc. Also, that's really goddamn cool. That is really freaking cool. So its technical name is a rotisserie bucket, a rotisserie bucket. So basically, this thing trolls forward, right? And they just leave the bucket out there, and the bucket just scoops out the terrain, and it throws it on a conveyor belt, and it's for coal refining. It looks like AI. Baggers are very much real. They are very much real. Yeah. I want to see baggers on Mars and stuff, dude. Yeah. I can show you where they are. They're in Germany. Germany uses them. They're made by Krupp. Germany uses them in coal mines. Open pit mines. Here. That's one of them. Where's the other one? Over here? That's where one was. There's the tracks for it. You can see these straight lines, these straight cuts. That's where the bagger was. It was... Oh, there it is. All right. Yeah, baby. Look at that thing. Boop. Yeah, the photogrammetry didn't really like that. Are those sea cans next to it? Yeah. Baggers are awesome, dude. It's a, yeah, rotisserie bucket shovel. It's freaking cool, dude. Like, once again, they're used for mining coal. Like I said, coal is not the best form of power generation, but if it's what you have, and there's a lot of it in Germany, so if it's what you have, damn, that thing is cool. Can we use that to plow snow? No, yeah. If you use that to plow the snow, you won't have any city left, so you'll never have to plow again. It'll be great. You can operate one of those in out of ore. Nice. Should make a bagger in Kerbal. What the hell am I going to do with that thing? Thanks for showing. Yeah, man, they're super cool. I remember seeing, like, back in the day, my parents would buy me books that, like, have all different types of heavy equipment in it, and it'd show, like, cross-sections of equipment. And I saw the bagger, and I'm like, Dad, what's that? And he's like, it's used for mining coal. And I'm like, that's awesome. It's gigantic. Look at it compared to this truck. I like trucks, because I'm little EJ. He's like, yeah, it's big. Can we go see it? No, it's in Germany. Are you sure? Yes. How about now? Go back to reading your book. Okay, Dad. That's how that conversation went. Coal is used in roughly 70% of global steel production. Yeah. No, I don't have any problem. If you want to use coal to make steel, use as much of it as possible. It's just terrible for generating power. Like, I'd say gas is way better for that, or even nuclear, but we're not having... Let's not start that. Yeah, Baron, it'll become a problem, you know, and nobody will do anything about it, and then it'll become a problem, and then they'll fix it. Or Boeing could just restart the C-17 line. I'm sure they still have the people working for them. Oh, wait. They gave the factory to Relativity because it wasn't profitable. Cool shot to the access platforms posted by Nacer. Oh, the contingency access platforms. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't get to the valve, though, Joe, which sucks. 2 words, geothermal power plant. Shazbert, I don't want to have this conversation, but honestly, I'm I'm more partial to use whatever type of power in whatever application. I think that in the future, I don't think it's picking and choosing about where you get your power from is going to be a little strange. With that being said, I don't think everything should be coal-fired, you know what I mean? Like, I believe in using the best power sources in the right application. So like solar, nuclear, oil, etc., etc. Coal for like steel production, not necessarily power, you know, like everything has an efficient way to use it. If we champion all forms of efficiency from all forms of power generation, yeah, we'll never have a problem. You're scared of nuclear since Fukushima happened. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, guys, I see where this conversation is going. Let's go back to talking about the rocket, huh? So SLS is rolling back here. They did have some bad helium, stuck helium valve in the second stage where they were unable to actuate helium flow. And yeah, bad valves. It happens. It was a really bad time for it to happen, but it does happen. Also, if you guys want to get a sense of scale, there's some people walking around the bottom of the CT right there, the crawler transporter. Yeah, like I said, people are about the size of my mouse cursor in this shot. Like, if you were standing on the crawler transporter, you'd be about that big. About the size of the mouse cursor. The first time something leaks in this rocket and it's not hydrogen, yeah. So SLS is tiny. Yeah, sure. You could see the crew access arm next to the Falcon 9 transporter. Yeah, the 39A crew access arm is down. See it over there? What I've never understood is why a crawler and not rail. Soil can't support the rail, Darknaze. It's so Darknaze, think of Florida like the Netherlands. It's roughly the same type of wet terrain, but Florida's obviously tropical, right? But the ground wouldn't have been able to withstand rail doing that. That's why they opted for the track design. If it was on rail, the tracks would sink into the ground. Yeah, like I said, Florida's like the Netherlands, dude. The water table is so high, you can't really build anything too incredibly heavy. I mean, same thing with like Berlin and stuff. Berlin has tall buildings, but you're never going to build something really tall in Berlin because it's sandy. It's a sandy high water table. Same with Paris. Paris is the same idea too. You know, so stuff would sink into the ground. That same thing. Would you like me to answer that question? What question, SVO? What are you talking about? Talking like all the Netherlands is a mushy swamp. Talking like all of Florida is too. I know. I've been there. I've seen it. I get it. It's not all swamp. But it's the same idea. Imagine, though, two big boys pulling a Saturn V. I'd want a G-tail. Starbase is the same way, guys. Yeah, Starbase is the same exact problem. Netherlands is Florida without the Gators. You know what, Dark Days? I've noticed that, and I don't really want to. I don't have the heart to tell them that the Netherlands just is Florida, just not tropical and with more tulips. That seems to piss off Dutch people, though. So, sorry. Yeah, Baron, he's 160th. Of course he's cool. That's why you're my all-time favorite streamer. Technically, rail could be fairly easily made to handle that. For instance, if you filled the CT with parallel tracks, making a compound switch to access multiple paths on one path, that's a bit more of a challenge. Aqualex, I really think, how's a train going to get up that grade right there, dude? That's my real big thing. That's the other reason why I said they'd probably use the crawler transporters. How are you going to get up that grade? The train, rail would not be able to do it. You wouldn't be able to get up that. The crawler transporter makes way more sense. Pissing me off? What did I miss? No, I love you. Get out of my swamp! No, Bio, you're the best. Max Verstappen, clogged in windmills. Thank you, Toolbox. What about maglev? You'd need to generate an insane amount of power to hold up 16 million pounds of rocket. Yeah, that's why Russia uses rail with their rockets. Exactly. That's why they used rail with, like, the N1 in Buran, because on the Kazakh steppe, it's mostly solid ground. I love you too, dude. I just missed what you said. I love it when people... I said the Netherlands is Florida without alligators and tropical climates. Rollback is bad, right? It's not great. Pace, it's not great. Would rail work for Starship? No, SBMTs would. That's why they use those. Hello, EJ. Isn't that pointy thing moving the wrong way? Yep. So they had, after the very successful wet dress rehearsal, launch control teams had trouble initiating passivating flow into the ICPS ullage cavities. What does that mean? It's a bad helium valve. The helium valve got stuck. When you're dealing with cryogenic helium, this happens. It happens. It's just very unfortunate that it happened with this rocket at this time after the arguably 100% successful wet dress rehearsal. That sucks. They're rolling it back to replace the valve. They're rolling it back to the hangar to replace the valve in the ICPS, the upper stage. And they're going to have to roll it back out. Couple of things. Is March on the table for a launch? No. It's most likely going to be April at this point. 2, are they going to do another wet dress rehearsal? Most likely, yes. That one is a guess for me, but it seems logical. 3, April launch does open up the door for a potential daytime launch, which would be really nice to see with SLS. We all know way more interesting stories start with Florida man than Dutch man. I guess, said Mana, but Dutch man has been fighting a battle against the ocean for 1,000 years and has been winning. So, if that's not the most Florida man thing I've ever heard, I mean, like I said, think about it, dude. Think about it. We just had a frozen bleed valve when the plane spent the night at JFK last week, so I can relate. Oh, the plane was at JFK, Notch? Woof. So you got to experience the fun that I've been experiencing for the past couple of days. That's not winning, enduring. Yeah. Dutchman is flexing so hard. We are fighting the water for other countries now. Yeah, there you go. You stop that. The Netherlands is European Florida. I would say that Italy is Europe's Florida, but, you know. Does the CT self-level? Yes, it does, B0. The crawler transporter has adjustable ride height because it needs to pick up the launcher. So it can go up and down, and it can tilt forward, and it can tilt back. So it levels when it goes up the grade to the pads. New Orleans uses a system of levees and pumps to ensure the city doesn't flood. Yeah, I know, Shasper. Leave it to the French to build a city in a bowl surrounded by water. Sorry, France. That was out of the blue. My bad. What? Hey, Paris is built on sandy swamps. Why would New Orleans be any different? No, this is the right place to build. This is where we built our home city. We are building this one here too. Okay. Sorry, I love you guys. You guys are alright. You invented democracy, existentialism, and the ménage à trois. Hey, I like that last one. That last one's pretty cool. To be fair, Rome built Paris. No. Yeah, Dark Knight's that. Yeah, I know. Hey, come on. Don't sins of our fathers, okay? Just say you like really thin pancakes. No le galui. Oh, but the curtains? No, not the curtains. You said you couldn't build a launch pad in a swamp. But I did it anyway. The Spanish built New Orleans. Why don't you just ruin my joke? You just ruined my joke, dude. Why don't you just ruin it? Just you guys all just ruin my joke. It's fine. Get up from behind there. You're ruining the paint. You're ruining my joke. Last please for breaking news. Okay, bruh, it's cooked. Space Force pauses national security launches on Vulcan. Uh-oh. Ooh, that's... Oh, there. We're going to work through this anomaly until we can launch on Vulcan again. Until this anomaly is solved, we will not be launching on Vulcans. Oh, God, they're so cooked. They are so screwed. Comments from the Space Force people in that article. Dude, I'm telling you, that SF-87 mission pissed off Uncle Sam. There were a lot of people, and there's a lot of people at the Delta 45 that were not happy, and Delta 30 as well. They were pissed. Like, can't name names. They were not happy. We're still in the initial phases of the investigation, so we'll continue to work with United Launch Alliance and their suppliers to make sure that we've got the right level of insight and understand where that investigation is headed. I don't have any details at this point. This is going to be a many months process as we work through the exact technical issue that happened and the corrective actions we need to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Yep. What TLDR? The SF-87 mission, it was a Vulcan VC-4S configuration. It had 4 attachable SRBs on them, Zizep, and one of them exploded on the way up. For a mission for Uncle Sam, for national security. Space Force is pissed. Pissed. Why not repair the valve on the launch pad? Can't get at it, friend Cam. The contingency access platforms on the mobile launcher, they can't get at that valve from there. Now, during the Apollo program, they had something to... During the Apollo program, they had something to you know, in case this problem happened, they had something to fix it with. So you wouldn't have to roll back. It's called the Apollo Mobile Service Structure. So the MSS had a whole service structure that could actually move up and down. So you could use this to get anywhere on the rocket when it was out on the pad if something like this happened, to avoid a rollback. Yeah, they didn't build that. Yeah, so the fixed service structure is carried by the crawler transporter, right? So the CT drives out here, drops the rocket on the pad, and it would go grab the mobile service structure, and it could drive this up to the rocket. And like I said, these service gantries can move up and down. There's a service gantry for the first stage, second stage. There's a payload encapsulation area in case you needed a clean room environment. So you could work on this all out on the pad. It was one of the gnarliest pieces of GSE ever around. It got scrapped, yes. Oh, nice, Bio. That's cool. Yeah, I think that idea, the mobile service structure, is a really good idea. That was a really good call. Yeah, they didn't do that. They didn't think they needed it, which is why they didn't build it for... Why they didn't build it for this rocket. It is truly a chunky piece of equipment. So what they would do with this thing is this thing's primary function was to put the flight termination system on the vehicle, so you wouldn't have to handle explosives inside of the VAB. That was the whole idea. But it was also used that you could use it to work on the vehicle. Note that, like I said, these platforms are from this one picture to another, the platforms are at different heights. The platforms can actually move. They're elevators that can go up and down. Each individual platform can move up and down, so you can get at any part of the rocket. Yeah, we didn't build that. Because, yeah. You know, this is the program that hasn't gone to the moon, you know. The Apollo program engineer is sitting here going, hey, who designed this? And the Artemis engineer is going, hey, who the heck are you? And the Apollo engineer goes, yeah, I'm the guy that sent six flights to the moon. You must be the other guy. Did they use it? All the time. Every flight, Ivan. Yeah. I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy. Had a chat with some people from Delta 45. They said if it's sabotage or negligence, it'll be treated as a major federal crime. It's not a major federal. It's not sabotage, Baron. Don't attribute to malice what you could attribute to incompetence. It's incomplete thermal analysis on the booster. Clearly, something is happening when they cluster these things next to B4s that doesn't show up in the testing. And guess what? That comes from absolutely horrid critical design review. That comes from failure of analysis. Big time. Just like Starliner. Same thing. Hey, Waterboy, you're fired! Smells like you could use a shower, Stinky. You're fired. Stop making fun of me. They modified some of the analysis on the SRBs after the findings of Vulcan Flight 2 were implemented. Yeah, I know. That didn't fix anything. They want to blame sabotage and makes them not look incompetent. See, Element, I've gotten to a point where I've covered the space program enough. Like, dude, you know, like, when you work in an industry or you work doing something for a long enough time, you know, like, for a long time, you kind of keep your mouth shut because you're not sure what's bullcrap and what isn't. But you get to a point where it's like, you vested, and I know, like, dude, I know what a red flag in the aerospace industry looks like. It's very easy to spot because I've been... I've been doing nothing but reading about this stuff and what you should and shouldn't do for the past, like, 15 years. Like, I've gotten to the point where I can be like, yep, that's dumb. Shouldn't have done that. You know, like watch. When they fix this rocket and they roll it out, we'll see if they... Here, I'll give you a specific example to show you exactly... I know exactly what I'm talking about here. If they do not change the seals on the tail service mast umbilical, when they roll the vehicle back out to the pad and change the seals on the hydrogen TSMU out at the pad, that shows they've learned nothing. Yeah, the LAS has been moving around this whole time, Ivan. It's doing that. If you just look closely, it's been wiggling. YouTube chat is still cooked, man. It's not working at all. It's crazy. I've never seen YouTube take that big of a dump. Or just leave it disconnected when rolling to the pad. Sure. Hellfish, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't even disconnect it. I would keep it connected all the way through what you're doing now and then send it right back out to the pad and then change it when you're out there. The shuttle did not have a vehicle stabilization system because it was bolted to the pad. So, does the capsule remain powered up during this? No. It might be on like standby mode or something, Jim. I don't think so. Why not repair the valve on the launch pad? Friend Cam, you see this thing that I was just telling you about? They don't have one of those. They physically cannot get to it. There's a contingency access. There's a thing called the contingency access pad on the ICPSU, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage umbilical. There's a contingency access platform that they can install. They did install it, and it can't get to where this valve is, where they can't get to it, can't reach it. So the Apollo program overcame this by having a mobile service structure that could drive up to the pad with the crawler transporter. So they could basically finalize the Saturn V out on the pad. They used it primarily for installing the flight termination systems on Saturn, so you wouldn't have to ever have live ordnance inside of the VAB. Now, clearly that ship sailed because there's two gigantic pieces of live ordnance on the side of each booster, so they clearly were like, nah, never mind. We can do that. That's fine. But you could also use this to service the vehicle. Do final checkouts. If anything went wrong, you could just drive this thing right back up there, service the vehicle right out on the pad. I don't know, Andrew, maybe. Have you read 747 by Joe Sutter? No, I haven't, but I know who Joe Sutter is, Kinder. Oh, there you go, Bio. That's good. Hey, Meat Snacks, what's going on? Drummer, I can see it. Give me a harness, a rope, and climbing gloves. I'll fix it. America. Well, Shasbert, once again, we're being bit by a fragmented architecture. If we had just decided to build Block 1B, this probably wouldn't have happened. This interim cryogenic propulsion stage, which was seen as a way to save time and money, has done neither of those, and is arguably costing us millions of dollars at this point, and time, which is the most expensive commodity when you're in a moon race with another country, or at least proclaimed that you are. I know, Kinder. Boeing used to be like SpaceX, dude. It's hard, as an American, it kind of pisses me off. You know, dude. Yeah, it's really annoying, but hey, it is what it is. I wonder if someone has figured out what it would have cost them to just build another Saturn V. Jibber, I will go ahead and bet you that we probably could have built another Saturn V for the money here. Yeah, for the money spent. SLS, since the inception of the program in the early 2010s, is run to the tune of $93 billion through 2026. You telling me we couldn't build another Saturn V for $100 billion or $100 billion? Yeah. $1/10 of $1 trillion? Yeah, we could do that. Whoever says we can't do that is full of crap. If you could put someone in charge of Artemis building and planning, who would you want to do it? Jared Isaacman, actually. Ironically, Bio, I think he's the best guy for the job. Stopgaps never work in spaceflight, Aqualix. They never have, they never will. Anybody that says otherwise is coping. For what it's worth, they probably didn't expect to spend $100 billion. Zach, there is not a snowball's chance in hell that nobody could have seen the writing on the wall when this program was incepted. I'm sorry, there isn't. Our Kevin is 43-month resub. Oh, Super Dave Osborne, Saskatchewan seal skin bindings. Oh, those will work. Those will work real well, bud. Oh yeah. Can't dollar bills will not stand up to heating reentry. I'd probably make a better ablator than Orion's heat shield, Bio. Yeah, I said it. Now what? I'm awake. Flashbang through the door. Sprint to the finish. So you're the new FNG, huh? Kind of name is Chad anyway. Had a muppet like you get past selection. I see NASA is really trying to figure out what an exposure rate is. Yep, and blinding us all in the process. Really appreciate that, guys. The writing was on the wall for SLS as soon as the Senate signed the paperwork. Pretty much. Old Pegalager could get this fixed on the pad. Oh yeah. You don't need to worry about having to lose your leg, bud, if you already did. What are you gonna do? Lose it again? Yeah, they're trying to neuralize us. If I start saying that SLS is the best rocket ever conceived by man, then you know it worked. Oh yeah, SLS is great. Oh, it's such a great rocket. The architecture is just choice. If I start saying stuff like that, just leave. They tried to use one of those, T-Man. They couldn't get at the valve otherwise, dude. You guys got to understand that that valve, they think that valve is a valve that's right next to the umbilical carrier plate. It's most likely GSE side. Most likely. On the carrier plate. Can't move that. Can't get at that. That's hard. That's tough to get at the exact plate. That's Starbase Live with SPMTs driving by. They're spraying water down in front of the CT Arctic Pepper to make sure it doesn't kick up too much dust. You guys got to remember, this thing crushes rocks. That's their way of dealing with the high kinetic load. Like, the plain English way of saying it is that it's really freaking heavy. So it crushes the rocks beneath it. The rocks do need to be replaced, but that crushing is taking away some of the kinetic energy. Yeah, it's these things. These are the rocks right here. Where did I get them? I don't know. That's the exact rock. This is a Crawlerway this is a Crawlerway River rock. It's designed to get crushed when the crawler transporter rolls over it. And when it does, yeah, it creates dust. I got it in Tennessee. I didn't steal nothing. Okay. Put that back. SLS needs it. No, it doesn't. It's doing fine. So this is one that really didn't get, it chipped, right? You can see that that one got chipped a little bit. See right here? That one with the side that's completely flat got crushed. See, you could see the skid marks from where the crawler transporter ran it over. Why do I have these? Well, you're not supposed to take them. These are rocks that have already been crushed. So they were going to get rid of them anyway. This was given to me by NASA. Don't worry about it. They're already crushed. They need to be replaced every once in a while. I don't know why NASA doesn't take the crushed ones that need to be replaced and sell them. They should do that. But they don't. Yeah, like I said, these have already been crushed. That's why I have them. That's the only reason I have them. See how there's a big chunk missing? There's a big chunk missing, Mike. Oh, somebody crushed your river rock. Somebody shot you in the butt. Have I been to the gift shop? I have not been to KSC. Oh. 2019 was the last time I went to KSC. Oh, no, 2024. I was at KSC VC for the, yeah, after we went to the Rolex 24. Yeah, there you go, Bio. Like I said, they get rid of the crushed rock. They just bulldoze it off. Like, dude, just load up all that crushed rock into a dump truck and just start packaging it up and sell it. Sell it for $1 a pop, dude. Or like $5 a pop, man. You could fund another freaking SLS mission that way, dude. People would tell me people wouldn't buy that. I don't know, Fluffy. Why rollback? Helium valves in the second stage aren't cooperating. It sucks, but whatever. That's what happens. It's the new rocket, man. As much as old as the program is and as old as the hardware is, this is a new vehicle. So you're gonna have teething problems.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Geeson gifted a sub to River Rocks. Okay. I don't see much action over in YouTube chat, but yeah. Do you need an Advil after unpacking all those tools? No, I need an Advil after moving the, like... What did we calculate, guys? So, Reindeer, my driveway is about... It's about 100 meters long, right? And about 3 meter wide. Like, the driveway that goes from the road to my house back to the shop. Actually, it's probably longer than that. That was a pretty conservative estimate. So... I have about 1 meter of snow on the ground. Over the last couple of days, we've moved probably 300 cubic meters of snow. And I think our rough calculation was that wet inundated snow is about 100 kilograms per cubic meter. So, yeah, we've moved a lot of snow.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
What is it, like 30 tons of snow over the last couple of days? That's what I need. That's what I need a freaking Advil for, man. We got about, I don't know, 70, 80 centimeters in 12 hours. That sucked. Yeah, for everybody else that uses America units, that was like almost 3 feet of snow in 12 hours. That's all, dude. That's why I've been late for the past couple of streams. I'm still trying to clear my driveway. There's sticks and there's sticks and branches and leaves everywhere. And the pain in the butt is that all those sticks get caught up in the snowblower, and you have to stop the snowblower, shut it off, tag it out, stick your hand in there, get the stupid thing out, clear everything, clear the chute, clear the auger, go back, start the stupid thing up. It's just, oh, dude, it's such a nightmare. Because it was we had a hurricane blizzard come through, 70-mile-an-hour winds. It's over 100-kilometer-an-hour winds for the metric people. Sustained for like 8 hours. Dude, it's a freaking mess. Which will happen, GTA 6 or Artemis 2? I hope Artemis 2S. If GTA 6 happens before A2, we got a big problem. Impressed with the lack of freedom units. Not complaining. We'll call it Tuesday still. Maybe Wednesday. I know both systems. I can use either one. Deboned, if you will. Biggest drift that I've seen? Kristen, I could not leave my house until, like, yesterday. I haven't gone anywhere. I haven't even driven around. Like, they just got to plowing the roads today. The storm was Sunday night into Monday morning. Like, we haven't gone anywhere. I stocked up on gas, food, everything. Propane. I got tons of fuel. So I haven't really gone anywhere. Not that you could, but yeah. You should move to Florida at 71 here. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. Yeah, reindeer, that's pretty much how it was opening my side door to the house Monday morning. Yeah. Those drones look a lot like birds. Well, those are NASA's new wildlife drones to survey the rocket or something. I'm excited for Flight 12s. Yeah. Actually, that reminds me, while we're watching SLS Rollback, dudes, SpaceX's new FCC filing have antennas on the Dumblink Starlinks that they're going to use on the next Starship test flight. Having antennas in communications, they're basically launching a star. They're going to launch like a test Starlink V3 satellite, and there's going to be antennas on it, which means it's going to be able to send and receive, meaning the next Starship flight, we might see it go to deploy that satellite, and there might be a camera looking back at Starship. It doesn't guarantee that there's going to be a camera, but sending and receiving, maybe. Why do they sometimes spray water on the ground? It's to keep the dirt down because the rocks are getting crushed underneath the crawler transporter. I like just talked about that a second ago, Pigeon. You were here. They better have a camera. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I really hope they would do something like that, Hellfish, but that's unlikely that you're going to see an image of the re-entry because Starship does its deorbit burn. Why are they spraying water again? It's to keep your mom away. That's fine, Pigeon. That's why I told you. How did you know my mother had hydrophobia? I don't know. I'm just good like that. Did you go through the new launch trajectories for Starbase? We did on Flame Trench, Phil. I never did it on a Space News. Have you ever met Richard Garriott? Actually, yes. I have, friend. Yeah, at Intrepid. I've met Lord British. Actually, yeah. Me, Dawson, and him had a long talk about spaceflight. I actually have met him. I've shook that dude's hand. Yeah, he's cool. Richard Garriott was one of the few people that, you know, when he came up and asked us what we did, like, he's like, hey, what do you guys do? And me and Das are like, we're Twitch streamers. He's like, oh, cool, I love Twitch. People stream Ultima all the time. I'm like, what? Hey, you actually know what it is. All right. Yeah. You know? Yeah. Yeah. I actually met that dude, Friend Cam. I actually have met him. He's a good dude. He knows who we are. I mean, that was a long time ago. That was 2017 or something. Approximately how many hours until the VAB? So, Ivan, you see that shadow? See the shadow on the vehicle? That's the VAB, so not very long. Nice, you should interview him on stream. I have. That's what we did. That stream's somewhere around. I don't know where. It may have gotten lost in the VODpocalypse. But, yeah. He's from your city, cool dude? Yeah. It might be on Das's channel. Keep in mind. It was an Intrepid stream. Yeah. Really cool. Will you come down for the SLS launch? Probably not, Ride Tech. I couldn't get a badge. I couldn't get a press badge. Guys, I'm not trying to be that guy, but the only way I would go down for the launch is if I have press accreditation, and NASA closed press accreditation like December 31st of last year. I wouldn't go to a launch unless I have a dedicated internet connection or an internet connection where I could stream it for you guys. So either it would be with NSF or on the press site with my own accreditation. I could do either one, but they closed the badging. I'm not going to sit in Titusville with a camera and be like, oh, there's the launch, huh? You know, I'm not doing that. No way. If we got you press credit, you guys don't need to worry about that. That's not your department. If I'm going to do it, it's going to be with NSF. I had a clip of that stream at one point, but it's gone. Yeah, same trip as Pima, right? No, it's not the same trip as Pima. This was at Intrepid that I talked to Lord British. Does the rollback mean they need to do another wet dress rehearsal? I would, Xanax. I would. Yeah. We could all meet there and hang out. We'll see. Yeah. Look at the... You guys want a sense of scale. Look at the trucks down there compared to the rocket. This is a scale that most people just don't understand. It is a gigantor rocket. If you had press status, could you write off the flight as a business expense? Yes. Mm-hmm. Of course. March to the coast. Have to get together. Have a few laughs. Yeah, Serge, I write everything off, dude. I wrote off the gasoline that we used to get the snowblowers running in the generator. Wrote that all off. It's not... It's business expenses, dude. I write off a portion of my power bill. I write off a percentage of my mortgage because I work from home, and I can prove it. I can prove that I work from home on paper. So I write off a bit of the mortgage, power bill, internet. That all gets written off. How many times can you pressurize the tank before it becomes a problem? SLS core stages are good for way more cycles than an external tank ride tech. They'll probably reapply the foam, though. I wouldn't be surprised. Car parts? Well, I've been trying to write off car parts, but you guys keep buying them for me. So, like, I haven't been able to write off anything yet. I do have patch panels for the Coronet coming, patch rockers, so we can fix those. Were you going to write off some tools? I was. Was. Can you write off the gift? I can't prove the paper trail. You have to be able to prove the paper. You have to be able to prove it on paper that, you know, gifts are usually tax-free. For the people that paid for it, though. I didn't pay for the damn toolbox. You guys did.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dr. Devious, 61-month resub. Currently on a 6-month streak. Thanks, man. How far is the rocket traveling now to its pad? It's actually coming back from the pad, Wilds. They had a couple of problems with some gas valves on the vehicle, so they're rolling it back to its pad. How long does it usually take? It's about 5 miles to the pad. They're moving about a half a mile an hour. It takes a little bit of time. When you're moving 16 million pounds of rocket and launch pad, you know, slow and steady. With that being said, they are rolling back now. They are almost to the VAB. In fact, if you see that shadow that's casting the rocket, that's the hangar, the vehicle assembly building, where they build the rocket and work on it when it needs work, like now. They're almost there. Does the SRB have a safety to prevent ignition from launch? The igniters are inerted. They're in an inert state, Cannon, yes. Yeah, they have ways to shut the igniters off, but I'm not sure. Let's just say I'm not sure how they do that, and we'll call it a day. Is SLS able to be fixed on the pad? To an extent, yes, but the VAB service gantries are really what they need. It's on the second stage, Ivan. Yeah. What about thermal curtain failure? Well, you certainly don't want that. Thermal curtain failure now would not be good. That would not be a thing that we want to happen at this point in time. From the movie, yeah, we really wouldn't want that. You don't own space. NASA does. Hey, Chris, what's going on? YouTube chat is just no good, man. It's no messages are going through. Yeah, Beryl, she going. She going, man. How much of the Kennedy Space Center is reclaimed land? Not a lot. Not a lot. Actually, none of it is. It's the Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge. What did you say to YouTube chat? All I said was that I think Twitch chat has been losing more weight than you have, and they just stormed off, and then I haven't heard anything from YouTube chat since. Any idea why this fix will delay launch by another month? The moon's got to be in the right place, and the recovery conditions have to be correct, Lunprod. It's more the recovery conditions than anything. But yeah, the moon being in the right place is also very useful. They're trying to launch when the far side of the moon is in daylight, which only happens every 2 weeks. So that kind of impedes your launch window. It's not that these fixes are going to take a month. They'll probably have these fixes done in the next 2 weeks. It's just right now with the way the moon's moving around the planet, gonna exposure again. With the way that the moon is moving around the planet, it's the first 2 weeks of every month give you the best launch windows. Jesus, just stick with one exposure rate. What are you doing? Stop it! Stop touching the camera. You made it worse. It looks terrible. It looks like 1997. Oh, man. NASA's making me so angry. It's about the right year for this. Take that back. 97 was a good year. Oh, there you go. The exposure rate's good, but the quality looks like you're shooting with a potato for your lens. So you guys want to get a good sense of scale, look at the big rig over there. Far right. The tanker truck. This is flashbang through the door. Sprint to the finish. Note that NASA is screwing around with the exposure rates on this camera that could trigger epilepsy. Please, just viewer discretion is advised. It's NASA. They do space. Ground cameras are just too close. All right, that's fair. Honestly, I was fine with the exposure rate that they had because they cranked the exposure and now it looks like Dookie. Hey, a Cybertruck! Oh boy, a Cybertruck. Oh boy, a fudgicle. Don't try to frame the shot. Don't try to frame the shot. You're not Martin Scorsese. Just stop. Just put the rocket on the... It's rolling back because of a bad helium valve, Surfer. There's a bad helium valve in the second stage. It might be umbilical side. It might be on the stage itself. They couldn't initiate flow in the second stage for passivation. So yeah, they got a little bit of a problem. Put the rocket in the basket, or it gets the rollback again. What? I see what you're saying, Wario. I got it. Yeah, they are definitely causing a traffic jam coming to and from 39A, and it's end of second shift. It's end of second shift right now, so you have shift change. So there's people, not only is there people leaving work, there's people going to work for third shift. Can you believe that? This moon rocket is causing a traffic jam. Would you like to be in a vehicle passing SLS right now? Yes. Sorry, babe, I'm gonna be a little late coming home. Why is that? There's a rocket in the way. Oh, no. That is a nutso traffic jam, actually. There's a roadblock right here. Police got a block right there to make sure that it's a badge checkpoint because they don't want anybody that's not authorized to be near that thing. Oh no. Please help my son, he's very sick. No. I get the call, I pick up phone. Wife is killed. No. Three cyber trucks, one cyber truck, two cyber truck, three cyber trucks. Does NASA have on-site Department of Transportation? No. Are we invisible? I see you, DeLucy. Do car washes still brick Cybertrucks? I have no idea, dude. Yeah, the lass is moving. Is weeble wobbling back and forth, Linprod. I see it. If you look at the very top of the rocket right there, you can see it's actually moving. It's just a little bit of a bumpy ride, that's all. It's fine, it can take it. Big Orange is strong. Yeah, that won't affect the seals at all. No, it's fine. I mean, Mutter, the more and more I think about it, the more and more I think the vibrations are really screwing with that TSMU. That's why they're unseating it. I mean, you know the tolerances that you need. That the tolerances have to be super small with hydrogen. If that thing is enough to cause that frequency of vibrations up the stack, yeah, of course that's what's doing that. Why wouldn't that be doing that? There's 39B. There's the pad. Pad that it was at was over here. The crawlerway goes down there and then it turns north and then it goes to 39B. That's its launch pad over there. Almost at the VAB. But it's got to survive vibrations from launching into space. Well, Ripduck, the part that is having problems sealing is ground side. It's not vehicle side. So, if the part that has the leaking problems is launching into space, something has gone very wrong. When do you think it's going to go after they fix all the issues? I think it's going to go after they fixed all the issues, Ramelot. When that is, I don't know. Probably April. Saturn V, there was a Saturn V rollback once. Delfed. I forget which mission. I know it's happened. I know it's happened at least once. The rollback that it would have happened with was when they were doing fitment checks with Saturn V out at the pad. SA500D is what it was called. They had like a dud. They had like a whole Saturn V with no engines on it, and I know they used it for fit, and it would have rolled back. Now, whether SA500D is a real Saturn V first stage or not, I don't know. It looks real enough to me. Considering it's still around, let me show you. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this picture. That's SA500D. That's the Saturn V test article. And this is one of the better pictures that I've ever seen to convey the scale of a Saturn V. So von Braun, that's Werner von Braun. He was the chief designer of that vehicle. Von Braun was not a short dude. He was tall. He was 6'2". So that's like 190 centimeter. He was not a small dude. And he looks like a child comparatively to that vehicle. Any Saturn V's rolled back due to hurricanes? I don't know. Yeah. Von Braun was not a small dude. And this picture makes look like a small child. It's a monster. What a freaking beast that thing was. We should build more. You know, we should build more. We should build more. Were they fluffy? We should build more of those. Yeah, he's also... Yeah, exactly, Denny. He's not even standing, like, right next to the thing. He's about... What would you say? Like, 5 or 6 meters in front of the thing? Like... SA500D is still around. Actually, it's the first... SA500D, I think, is the first stage at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, but it also could be the one at Kennedy. I forget. Well, you got a new tool. Start making one. I don't think my garage door can fit a 10-meter core. How many von Brauns does the engine Saturn V have in circumference? I have no idea. Birds. So she's almost into the VAB here. Not almost. I don't know. It's probably about a quarter mile away. Or about 400 meters away from the VAB. The U.S. Space and Rocket Center. Yeah, Bio, that's where it is. SA500F is another. 500D was the dynamic test article. I think SA500F was the one that they used at Kennedy. SA500F is the one that's at Kennedy Space Center. Pull the garage door up and get to it. This is America. Maybe we'll start a little bit smaller. Okay. Probably 2 to 3 more hours until she's inside? No. No, less than an hour. CT moves at half a mile an hour. I'd say we're roughly a quarter mile away. You know, she's on my lawn, so do the math. Where's the serial number? The serial numbers that are painted on article are not right. They painted... SA500F is not a real Saturn V stage. They just kitted it to make it look like a real Saturn V stage. Same with SA500D. You need to see this in person. Yeah, that's you. That's the Davidson Center for Space Exploration. That's the U.S. Space and Rocket Center. Yeah, that's a really awesome spaceflight museum, dude. That's the one in Huntsville. There's a lot of old Apollo equipment there. So I said it wrong. SA-500D is in Huntsville. That's the dynamic test stand one, which they demolished the Saturn dynamic test stand the other day, which lovely. Oh, good. More exposure flashbangs. And SA-500F is the one that's at the Cape. There is another Saturn V that is at Johnson Space Center. And then there is actually a fourth Saturn V stage that is a real Saturn V stage that is floating around somewhere. I'd have to go find it. Hold on one moment. I've seen it. It's in Stennis. I'm trying to figure out its serial number. It's S1C-15. Yeah, see, 14 and 15 were for Apollo 18 and Apollo 19. Yeah. 13 was Skylab. And then SA-500 yeah, that's SA-500F right there. S1T or whatever it's called. Yeah, see? That's the one at Kennedy. And then D was the one that was on the dynamic test stand that they built at Huntsville. Yeah. They used the dynamic test stand in Huntsville for testing. They used it to test how the vehicle went together, and it's a giant paint shaker, which is really cool. They used it for vibration testing for the vehicle. They use it for dynamic testing. That's Pathfinder, the shuttle Pathfinder, the shuttle mass simulator. Yeah, they demolished it. It was on the National Historic Register, and they demolished it. So, you know, what's the point of doing that if you just demolish it when you don't like it? Yeah, it was the low poly shuttle. Yep. We should start seeing the Launch Control Center come into view over here on the left. Did Soy hear about shoe test on dynamic test rocket on pad? What? What? Yeah, I tried, Element. I don't really understand. Apparently, they've been doing more testing with Dream Chaser, and it was definitely in a A politician was giving a speech about the Department of the War, Defense, and talking about like the rebuilding the arsenal of freedom or whatever, and Dream Chaser was in the background. Tenacity was. So, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that thing. I guess it makes a really nice prop piece for politicians, which is hilariously ironic for, you know. But, yeah, I don't know. Department of War fence. Yeah. I drove up to Wallops today just to hear that they scrubbed the That's Not a Knife haste mission right as I parked. You got to see the Neutron building, though. Cool. Oh, and Mater. Nice. All right. Got to see Mater. I'm just stretching, guys. I'm so sore for moving all that damn snow today. So SLS is rolling back to the pad, dudes. It's rolling back because they had some problems with some helium pneumatic systems on the second stage. And unfortunately, they couldn't fix it on the pad, so they got to roll it back to the hangar so where they have the service gantries to be able to fix it. DOD as an actor is probably the safest. You're the only one that gets upset by that, dude, to be honest with you. Nobody else seems to really give a frick. They know what I mean. It stopped for a second, Fluffy. They might be switching drivers. You said rolling back. I meant from the pad. Sorry, excuse me. That's cool, Ramalot. Neat. Yeah, but you guys saying that you should say this or you should say this is putting me in a very, very, very crappy spot. If I say it one way, somebody gets pissed off. If I say it another way, somebody else gets pissed off. I don't say it to lend credence to either way of saying Department of Defense or Department of War. I do it because there's no other way to address the issue without somebody getting annoyed. And I just don't feel like dealing with any of that. Yeah, you know, it's not that I advocate one way or the other, Hokey. I don't really care. You could call it the Department of Hand Bananaing for all I care. It doesn't really bother me. But yeah, I don't really know how else I'm going to be able to convey it without this conversation happening, so. Department of Wumbo Maxing. I like that. That's what we're calling it from now on. The Department of Discombobulation. That's even better, Nate. I like that. We're calling it that. Just remember that, dudes. I wouldn't call it one way or another to, you know, don't take any of that as an endorsement. I just call stuff because that's how my brain works. I really, really try to stay apolitical as much as possible. Because it's that conversation and that fight is not worth it. Trust me. Let's just learn about rockets, okay? Also, Department of Discombobulation is pretty good. I like that. I like Department of Discombobulation. We're calling it that from now on. Thank you, Nate. We're calling it that from now on. But yeah, the secretary of the Department of Discombobulation did a speech the other day, and Dream Chaser, the Tenacity, was in the background. And then Sierra Space has been posting pictures of them towing it up and down the SLF, saying that they're testing it, but it just looks like they're towing it up and down the SLF. I don't know what you could be testing. What are you testing? That the wheels work? Thanks. Thanks for that. I would hope that the wheels worked on an assembled spacecraft. No, they did it again the other day, Hokey. Either that or it was B-roll footage from before. Drag test with a Freightliner Cascadia pulling it. Okay. As long as the front doesn't fall off. Well, is that normal for the front to fall off? Testing it with who? You let all your employees go. Yeah. Something happened there with something happened. I don't understand how they could be so gung-ho about getting this ready to go, have a Vulcan mission lined up and ready, and then fire the entire team. Something else that we're not privy to happened there, and we'll probably never know. But the more and more I think about what happened, the more and more it makes no sense. They were making a concerted push to get that thing onto a Vulcan flight, and then nothing. Okay, that tells me two things. One, they found something very, very wrong with that thing. Like, very wrong. Like, oh crap, this is not going to fly correctly. There's an electrical short or something, which is a little strange. You know, if you're finding like an oh crap moment that far into development, it's kind of your own fault. Second thing, it could be something else that we're not privy to. I don't know. I don't know. My guess would be that they found something with it. But even if, like,
Discovery,
see, that's where my
throttle
mind goes. Even if you found something wrong with Dream Chaser, that does not really necessarily warrant firing the entire team that was working on it. You know what I mean? Something else happened there, and we're probably never going to know what happened. That makes no sense. Some other bull crap happened, corporate bull crap or something. I don't know. What's up with Rocket Labs launch today? Scrub Cajun. 85-month resub. Thank you. Money. Yeah, but Fluffy, if they were running out of cash, they would have been like, oh, we're in administration. We got rid of it for financial reasons. We got rid of it because it's not profitable, etc., etc. Like, you would announce that, right? Just straight up firing the entire Dream Chaser team, not saying anything about it, and just going complete radio silence. Something else happened, dude. Something else happened, like corporate espionage or something. Something weird happened there. That like I don't even know. I'm just throwing stuff out in the aether. Like, I'm guessing completely. But it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense why you would just can the entire team. What department is NASA under anyway? NASA serves under the executive. They're not in the Department of Transportation or the Department of Justice or, you know, the Department of Discombobulation. Guessing the money went elsewhere. Yeah, but see, Fluffy, that's the other thing that just doesn't make sense to me. They had a $1.2 billion cash infusion in Series D funding for Dream Chaser in like 2022. It was maybe not 1.2 billion. Maybe I'm getting it confused with Stoke. It was something. It was an absurd number. It was over $1 billion. And that's on top of like the 500, maybe like the 300 to 500 million that they've gotten from NASA over the years to develop this thing. Through different gates of commercial orbital transport services, commercial crew, and then CRS-2 after that. I think the total was like over $1 billion. Like, what? Like I said, dude, if they found out that they were embezzling the money, right? They'd be like, no, screw you. But then you'd have the Department of Justice going after them for embezzlement. And that didn't happen, right? They just fired their entire staff working on it. Something, dude, like I said, something strange with Dream Chase. Something weird happened there. Something that's not kind of the garden variety, like Like engineering problems that you have to overcome. Something that's weird, dude. Like, maybe something with Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. I don't know. Massive incompetence. It's possible. Would you fire your whole team for that, Fluffy? Incompetence usually like one person takes the fall for that, dude, right? Like, it feels familiar. Like whoever killed Dream Chaser is still thumbing the scales. I mean, Venture Star. Yeah, but Aqualix, it's not like that, dude. Like, Dream Chaser, according to Sierra Space, Dream Chaser is still going. Like I said, they posted promo footage about it the other day. They're like, oh yeah, we're doing more testing with Freightliner Cascadia for our, first spacecraft to land on a runway since the space shuttle. Seriously. Look. See? February 20th.
Landing facility at Center. This is a location that immediately has a ton of emotion, a place shaped by decades of shuttle landings and technology.
Like, the program didn't get canned.
Space Center.
I'm just so confused what's happening here. I mean, it's still missing a couple of tiles here and there, but that looks pretty dang right. Yeah, I don't get it. Something we're not privy to happened here. It's so weird.
Team can safely recover it after landing.
The first test is live sky to connect to the TDRS satellite to show that we can send commands.
Yeah, see, I can't play the music or else it's gonna screw the VOD, but yeah, something. I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on there. Why does the top have a heat shield? The way plasma kind of rolls over it, Nikki, at certain velocities and angles, you're gonna get some plasma up there. Remember, it's not like a capsule that just has one side facing towards the wind, right? Dream Chaser is designed to maneuver at hypersonic speed, so it's going to be doing this, right? It'll be doing pitch maneuvers, and it modulates pitch like that. Well, it can do that, but it could also do this, so there are times where it might do something like that or something like this. Long story short, it'll get hot up there. There's the Launch Control Center in frame, and we are moving again. If you see these little specks down here, that little line right there, that's a person walking around. See, there's another one by the pickup truck over there. No, Tedster, you can't. What's up, man? Not much, just chilling. Right on. Their website says 1.5 billion in 2023. How can you not make that happen for 1.5 billion dollars? I would argue that that's too much to make the thing work, Dread Platoon. Why did SLS do this to us? It's not the hardware's fault, it's the people controlling the hardware, dude. Something like that, Pigeon, yeah. Yeah, Fluffy, I'd do that. This is EJ's fault for not wanting to go on Super Bowl Sunday. Yeah, you know, now in hindsight, Fluffy, I kind of wish it did, because that means that, you know, that day wouldn't have sucked as hard as it did. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how they canceled the Super Bowl that day. It's just a shame. It's just a shame. I thought it would have been a really good matchup, and they canceled it, and, you know, Bad Bunny didn't get to perform. It was just a shame. They canceled all of it, and everybody went on vacation. You know, this would have been a redeeming thing if they had launched it that day, because they canceled it. Unfortunately, Sag. No, they canceled the whole Super Bowl, guys. You didn't hear about that? That's a shame. It's a shame. I really would have liked to see those teams go head to head. That would have been fun. But they didn't. They canceled it, and they never brought it up ever again. Ever. Yeah, it got canceled. That sucks. Oh no. First time in 60 years. You know, they canceled it. What the heck is a Bad Bunny? I don't know. I'd like to start a band and name it Good Bunny. Just to confuse people. Not to make any particular statement. The launch window is in denial. It's in a river in Egypt. Yeah, the Nile. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it would. Yeah. You know, there was a part in the Super Bowl halftime show where, you know, there was like a 1970 F-250 camper special Ford pickup. Like, I would start a band, name it Good Bunny, and it would just be, like, the music video would just be me standing next to the truck for, like, 7 minutes. Just going. Nice. Nice. Look at it. Look. You're not looking at it hard enough. You should look at it more. See last, please. No, I don't want to. No, I don't know. You're a Lawrence fan. Bad Bunny's performance would have been better if it was done in its original thing on. Oh. Come on now. Oh, no. Nah. Yeah. I remember, Ordon, somebody asked me after that halftime, like the day after the Super Bowl, they're like, did you enjoy the halftime show? I'm like, I don't know. It was there. I watched it. It was cool, I guess. If you like Latin hip hop, like, it was pretty cool. And they're like, did you like it though? I'm like, do I look like the kind of person that listens to Latin hip hop? Look at me. Look at me. Do I look like I listen to that? Not that it's bad music. Music is subjective, man. That's the thing. You can't say there's good music, bad music. I mean, I do from time to time, but I'm mostly kidding, right? That being said, that's not that. I don't think I don't listen to that type of music, man. It's good music. I'm not hating by any means. It's just not the music that I listen to. I'm more of an opera guy. Yes, Le Bohème. It's an opera. It's an opera. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? The production value was good. Bro, he had a 1970 camper special in his Space Pope. Hey. Look, man. He made it a thing to show that there was a 70 camper special in the halftime show, all right? That tells me that your boy likes old pickup trucks. And guess what? You like old pickup trucks, we're friends, okay? We're cool. We're cool. Who would win in a fight, Lemmy or God? Trick question. Lemmy is God. Nice try. Okay, launch control center's in view. Yeah, there you go, Trevor. You know, like I said, I'm not hating by any means. That's just not really the music that I like. What are those flashing lights on the launch tower, and why are they in sync with the lights on the Pad 39B tower? Those are the Yoga Zero. Those lights are there because if you have a structure that is a certain height, you have to put lights on it so planes can see it at night. Same with the lightning towers over there. I'm definitely not a cop yet.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
The Patriots didn't lose the Super Bowl. They just ran a live seminar on how to socially distance from the end zone. By halftime, even their GPS was saying, recalculating, away from the Lombardi Trophy.
Wait a minute. They scored a touchdown. They've scored a touchdown before the Seahawks did. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What do you mean? Yeah, you guys ruined my joke earlier, all right? I'm going to ruin yours, okay? With that being said, thank you for the tip. Oh, wait. I mean, no, it was all canceled. It never happened. They were all on vacation. Or something. Yeah, theoretically, they scored a touchdown if it had happened. Yeah. Safest place to be during a tornado warning is the Dallas Cowboys Stadium because there's no touchdowns there. Nothing touches down there. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, that tracks. Let's see, last question. We are checking. Over. How many times can SLS be refilled? It's north of 20 times. It's designed that way on purpose, Pop. Lessons learned from the shuttle. So like I said, you want to see scale. Look at all the people standing by the fence right there. And there's a couple of people standing on the deck of the launcher. One there, one there. Yeah, this is not a small piece of equipment. What would they do if they exceeded that fill-unfill amount? Probably check it, Hokey, to make sure that you're well, you'd have to go back to your analysis there. What was your original analysis that denoted 20 tankings, right? You'd have to go back and check that again and kind of extrapolate where 21 or 22 tankings is going to get you in terms of fatigue over the life cycle of the vehicle, right? Is that right? I think that sounds right. I would go back, like if we got to that point and it didn't go, I would get to that, I would go check. I would go look at, I would be revisiting that analysis. And go on a case-by-case basis. You basically have to inspect the entire damn vehicle. You're correct. Source, I'm an engineer. That's what I would do. How did we get to... I would go back and look at the analysis. How did you get to 20 tanking cycles? How did you arrive at that? And what are your bottlenecks at that point? Was that a trick question? Were you quizzing me? Did I get that right? I think I got it right. Sounds right. SLS must be huge. Pigeon, it's as tall as a 30-story building, dude. From the engine nozzles to the point of the launch abort system is about 300 feet. It's a little under 100 meters. It's 98 meters tall. So a 30-story skyscraper. The tower next to it is even bigger. Not a trick, just to move along. These aren't the droids you're looking for. Topic. Yeah. Well, I don't know, Hokey. What was I talking about before that? Oh, foosball. Yeah. Well, I got it right, I guess. Earlier you mentioned that NASA may reapply the foam in the insulation on the core stage. Did I hear that correctly? So they would scrape off what's already there and reapply? Only where you see the rings, Fluffy, because those are the points where it's going to crack. That's why you see that. That's why those rings are there in the first place. You see rings with different shades of orange. Spray-on foam insulation, the more it sits in sunlight, the more darker orange it gets. So you can see it's been reapplied in certain areas on purpose. They reapply it in areas that are under the most amount of structural load during tanking operations, namely around the inner tank. So this ring right here and that ring right there. But you can see there are areas where spray-on foam insulation or SOFI was reapplied a couple of times. So that is how I have this. That's how I have this foam, Fluffy. Because I know the guy that scrapes the foam off. This was foam that was around the inner tank. So it was this ring right here. On Artemis 1. This was on the rocket during all the wet dress rehearsals. That's where that came from. It was from Artemis 1. It's not allegedly. Like I said, guys, I get given this stuff, and people wouldn't give it to me if it was not okay to give it to me. You know what I mean? But have you licked it? No, I haven't. Last time I showed that on stream, like an hour ago, Space Post, someone told me to bite it. What is it? I'm not eating the foam. It's not edible. Dang it. Is the foam soft enough to not cause a Challenger-esque disaster? Challenger wasn't because of the foam, Sig. That's Columbia. What is this, the War Thunder forums? No. No. Why not? It's tasty. It's not tasty. Can you rub it against your face? No. I'm not doing that. Yeah, once I get to know SLS, they just have all the parts to construct a rocket. Yeah, exactly. How do you know? Because I know a guy who tried foam once. Yeah. No, I mean you just acquire things. How you got them isn't your concern. Yeah, that's right. So this building right here is the Launch Control Center. That's where the firing rooms are. There's 4 of them for Complex 39. I do believe they're only using one right now because you only have 39B. You have 1 pad. 20, Bill, is the upper limits for this thing. This thing's only been tanked twice. You tell it's getting late in Europe. Chat's getting weird. Yeah. I mean, Bill, this is like aluminum lithium alloy. It's billet. All the barrel segments are billet ortho grid. So it's billet stringers. And it's all stir welded. I mean, dude, that thing is way stronger than the external tank. Hey, Bob, I've been super busy. I see she's going back to the barn. What's broke? Pneumatic lines on the second stage are not cooperating. Me being weird has nothing to do with the time. I am all time weird. I mean, me too. Yeah, game recognized game, Hoker. Freeze, Hoker. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I'm talking about you. I'm confused. Yes, I am. So, guys, if you really want to point to a specific thing, right there is what's causing the trouble. This umbilical right here, that's kind of like, it looks like a T on its side. That's called the ICPSU, the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage Umbilical. It carries the has-gas vent lines, fuel and oxidizer fueling lines, and LVSA pressure termination lines. Pressure termination. That keeps positive pressure, gas purging line. That's what that is. And then, you know, electronics and everything else. Right here is most likely where you're having problems. So you have your hydrogen and oxygen fill lines right there on the second hose. It's actually two. They're right next to each other. And then you have a pneumatic line for helium, for pressurizing the helium tanks on board. They could not flow helium into the vehicle. They said it might be GSE or ground servicing equipment side, but it also is, it could be on the ICPS itself. So it's something in this area right here. Does the crawler turn around? No. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, guys. I had a long day. I was up early this morning moving more snow. No. Sig, the crawler transporter is like a locomotive with cabs on both sides. Yeah, there's a steering wheel on both sides of the CT. The crawler transporter never turns around. They just go to the cab on the other side, like a train locomotive with cabs on both sides. Not the ICUP. No. That's supposed to leak, Pontiff. Almost to the VAB. Probably about 200 meters out. VAB should start coming into view on the left side of your screen. See? Told you. That's the hangar. A 525-foot tall structure. They have contingency service gantries, Bill, that they can put up there, but they couldn't. They tried using them, and they couldn't get at whatever was causing this problem. They did send up some people in a man basket. They did do it, and yeah. I hope we have a better camera angle. That's the vehicle assembly building on the left. It is a gigantic building, Pigeon. It's 525 feet tall, so that is like 150, 160 meters tall. It's big. That thing goes inside of it. They should be swinging the crew arm here back into position. The VAB is one of the biggest buildings on the planet, Pigeon. It's gigantic. Better camera angle? Nah, the best I could do is an exposure flashbang. Hey, Josh, what's up, man? Long time no see. So this could turn out to be a super simple and quick problem to fix, just couldn't do it on the pad. Yep. Pretty much. Think about like, Bob, like a car equivalent would be like if the stem on the tire, the valve on the tire breaks. That's an easy thing to fix if you have a tire shop. Otherwise, nah. Does NSF got any views? I think they do, yeah. I think my buddies have a rollback stream going. Oh my god. Yeah, their view is better than NASA's view. Oh. I think Max is out there. Did what? Yeah, that's a better view. Yeah, that's a way better view. How did they let them out there? Oh my goodness. Anybody talking?
I think expected.
Yeah,
We expected
Sawyer's
maybe
out
a day or so after. It was, I think, 3 or 4.
So that's NSF's view, and that's NASA's view. So this shot right here is taken from Operation Support, the Operation Support Building 2. This is OSB 2. This is the viewing deck from OSB 2. So this is the top story of the Operation Support Building. This is on the ground next to the dang thing. Wowzers. I love that building, dude. I really... Yep. It's Max. You could tell because of the way it is. Your head's in the way, Max. Move! Here, I'm going to send him something. Dude, look at this shot. Oh my goodness, they got the CAA shot ready to go. Oh, freaking beautiful, dude. 4-bay building that was designed to be 6 bays. Fluffy, I'll say it once, I'll say it again, dude. This... You know, the VAB is really designed for high throughput. You could very much launch a Saturn V like every 1 to 2 weeks with the VAB. Yeah, you could very much do that. How do I know that? They launched space shuttles. In 1985, they launched, what was it, 9 times? 9 shuttle missions, which tells me the VAB with 2 high bays because they only retooled 2 high bays, 2 of these gigantic hangar areas. Only these 2. There's 2 more on the other side. Were retooled for the shuttle program. With the Saturn V, with 4 high bays, 2 crawler transporters, 3 mobile launchers, and 2 launch pads, you could easily support 1 to 2 Saturn V launches a month. Easily. Like, that would be easy to do. Yeah. The VAB was designed for high throughput. Dude, even if you were reusing your stage, if you were reusing stages, like if the Saturn V first stage like boosted back and landed, or they had a flyback S1C or something, or it landed out in the ocean and they had to fish the dang thing out, like even that, that would be fine. Or like if the Saturn V did like a drone ship landing or whatever, yeah, you could very easily support a launch every 2 weeks with 4 high bays and 3 MLs. No problem. Like, no problem at all. In my heart, the VAB beats the Great Pyramid of Giza, Modern Wonder. I've seen it up close, man. I've never been inside of it. Never been inside the VAB, Bob. I'll change that someday. I didn't want to watch the whole NSF stream, dudes, because I wasn't on this one, but... Wow. Oh, they do such a good job over there, man. I'm so happy to be a part of that team, man. These guys are great. Dude, Florida might be called the Sunshine State, but some of the prettiest sunsets I've ever seen were in Florida by a long shot. It is just... love that place, man. It's nice. I wish I was there right now to see this. But yeah, once again, these views are coming from my buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. That's one from the press site. They have people, Max Evans is out there supporting the, coverage here. Bay 1 is still configured for the shuttle stack. Look at that damn thing roll. Yeah, look at the exposures. Dude, that's, yeah. This camera angle does a Florida sunset justice. It is beautiful. Like, you know, once again, I'm not trying to be like, well, Florida's the best ever. Like, I just miss the sunsets, man. You don't get sunsets like that in Massachusetts. Sorry, you just don't. Like, look at the gradient of colors there. It's beautiful. The rocket ain't bad either. The rocket ain't bad either. Is there too many mountains? Trees. There's lots of trees, Sig. There's trees and a lot of hills. Like where you're from. Same idea. Florida is superbly flat, dude. There you can see the entire sky. It's unbelievable. See last again? Question? Sorry, I was looking at the sky. I read Starlink's re-entry is polluting the upper atmosphere. Is that true? Pop, I don't know. I have no idea. It's probably doing something, right? It's probably doing something, but if I had to guess in this day and age that whatever it's doing is probably negligible, but somebody that doesn't understand what polluting means in the context of, you know, dropping the bucket, got a hold of it and probably wrote an article about how it's polluting, and that's the article that you read. If I had to guess. No great sunsets, just thunder snow. There are some nice sunsets around here, but the sun doesn't set into the ocean because we're on the East Coast. But I'm more looking at the host. Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Just going back to it, I just want to see the VAB get used. Von Braun and Company designed this thing to get used. I don't care if it's launching small rockets to the moon, a space shuttle, the SLS, whatever. Just use the damn thing more. Like, man, you hear that, Detroit? That was a 2-stroke Detroit. You hear that on Starbase Live? Holy crap.
Temperature?
No. Temperature? No, Starbase Live is over here. There we go. Oh! Oh, that's some 2-stroke Detroit action right there. That sound is unmistakable. Love that now. I love that noise. Yeah, that was some 2-stroke Detroit. That's fantastic. The news I heard was from a second stage uncontrolled re-entry in Europe. A team in Germany did atmospheric tests and found higher levels of lithium afterwards. That's what they were testing for. Yeah, proverbial drop in the bucket, 3LRD. Yeah, so. Yeah. It does to an extent, but it's a negligible amount. Like if you peed in the ocean. That would be the same extent of pollution. Should just launch it right from there. It's a good way to not have a VAB. That's some old school stuff, dude. That was loyal Detroit. Detroit 2-stroke, man. Unmistakable sound. The ship transport stand is staged outside of Mega Bay 2. Yeah, baby. Peed in the lake. What about that? Oh, that's better. That's okay, Slackster. I agree with you. Just stayed in the news I heard. Yeah, 3LRD. Yeah, yeah. Are they showing Ares 1X?
That thing looked. And there may or may not have been issues with being able to separate the stages cleanly from that solid rocket.
How do I bring the chat back?
On Ares 1X? That was the original plane, and then Ares 5, which was going to be the heavy lifter. That was going to be, I guess, most similar to the SLS that we have now, using that orange core stage and being able to do the heavy lifting, bring up landers, bring up payloads. So it could be used, of course, for crew missions to the moon, but it was also meant to be used for payload launches for NASA. This was, again, pre-Falcon Heavy, pre-Starship, pre-New Glenn, pre-all of that. So that was going to be the go-to heavy lifter. Alas, the Constellation program was canceled and reshaped into the current Artemis program that we have today.
Gross.
Wait, were you going to skip? You're not skipping past the terrible separation, are you? Of course, Jay's going to ignore the part of the launch that didn't go well. Right. I see how it is with this Ares 1 hype. There we go. If we're going to be fair, Jay, we got to show it all. So just like Shuttle, it had the point where it would separate away. But, yeah, things were a little less than clean.
Not bad. Not pad, but platform. Was that the one that was scrapped? Yeah, I think so, Trevor.
Have to acknowledge that.
And all of 39B got destroyed after that, too.
What?
Yeah, oh, that's
yeah,
right.
It's also crazy to think that the SRB that you see on the left side of your screen is the same design that is currently being used on the right side of the screen.
Mm-hmm.
That boggled my mind when you first mentioned that, Philip.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how much of this is the Ares 1X is perspective too. But I mean, the thing is the vehicle has no. When it burned out, it no longer had any attitude control, and I mean what was shaped like a spacecraft in upper stage was of course just
it's just a metal box,
gigantic doorstop. So that wasn't the design of the test. It was just basically the scope of the test was. And really, I think one of the questions is they then had issues recovering that it was a 4-segment solid rocket motor with a dummy 5th segment, and so, but then they had issues recovering that the recovery system. I think one of the chutes of the 3. Tore immediately, and then the other one failed after a period of time, and so then on one chute it hit the water much harder than it was designed to deal with.
Yeah, it bent the casing.
That may have been the biggest issue, even if it wasn't necessarily the ugliest, because I don't think we saw that live.
Yeah. So that was interesting to see that spin out there. And
Ares 1 is the best rocket ever. Ares 1 would have been primed to launch a lot from the VAB. It would have been really easy to do that with Ares 1. Didn't that launch happen after Constellation was canceled anyway? No, that was 2009. So Ares 1X was supposed to be iterative. That was the whole idea. It was supposed to be iterative. That was just a dynamics test. They launched it with a 4-segment booster, with the anticipation that the 5-segment would be just around the corner. And the 5-segment boosters that they learned how to use with Ares, that would have learned to understand and use with Ares 1X, would have been employed for Ares 5. That was the whole idea. It's smart. It's a smart idea. That idea you still see that idea get thrown around with systems architecture for spaceflight nowadays. Look at Arianespace with the Vega C and the Ariane 6. The Ariane 6 launching in a 6.2 or 6.4 configuration has 2 or 4 SRBs attached to the sides. Those SRBs are the P120C engines that are the first stage for Vega C. It's a good idea. It's a really good idea, actually. Yeah. That was going to do that to help. Ares 1 was going to basically provide propulsion research for Ares 5, right? And the idea is that Ares 1 would shoulder some of the development costs for Ares 5, because when you went to design Ares 5, which had 2 5-segment boosters, by the time you got around doing that, you would have had a lot of flight data on how 5 segments work. With the Ares 1X, Ares 1Y, first crew rotation, etc., etc. That was the whole idea. The idea behind Ares 1 being more iterative than anything was to prevent a stopgap. There's the crew access arm rotating around here. Yep, CAA moving. It has to be in the closed position up to the rocket to go inside of the VAB. The crawler transporter is providing electrical to the mobile launcher make, yes. The CT is just a gigantic power plant on tracks. It's a diesel power plant. That's all. The tracks are electric too. 240 AC if I had to guess. Well, maybe not AC. It's 240, I know that, but I don't know. Other than that, I don't know. There's probably a rectifier somewhere in that design that oh, come on back now. Hey Ari, what's going on? The YouTube chat is really screwed up right now, dude. I can't really see what you guys are saying. I did see that message, though. USB-C. Oh, yeah. I just don't understand what SpaceX is doing. NASA demonstrated many times when you start your new program like Starship, you stop using the old one like Falcon 9. You can't have a working one and the other one. Yeah, I know, right? Developing Italy was the stopgap. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, everybody harps on Ares 1X. It's an uncompleted design. Harping... Dude, look at the guy inspecting the pins on the CAA. See him up there? Harping on Ares 1X for being a bad design is like harping on Starship Mark 1 and saying, no, it's terrible. You're just hating. Hey, Ruinous, 9-month resub. Yannick, I could see your rocket emoji. Is YouTube chat back for a change, or...? It's almost there, Shmam, yep. Okay, it's going to roll back into the hangar here in a moment. Starhopper will never amount to anything. Exactly that, Kuju, yeah. Ares 1X, I still think would be a good design. I still think Ares 1X could do 1 to 2 flights to the space station every year. Should have done that. If we'd kept going with Ares 1X, even if it was delayed like SLS-style delays, we still would have gotten it in 2015, 2016, something like that. You guys got to remember that 1X flight was in 2009. Ares 1Y was supposed to be 2012. Right? First crew demo mission in 2014. Right? To the space station. And then... regular crew rotation missions with the Orion capsule 2015 to now. Instead, we had to wait an extra 5 years for commercial crew to come around, which was always the plan with Constellation. By the time commercial crew got up and running in the 2020s, NASA would have shifted focus from ISS rotation missions to doing this. Ares 1X and Orion would be a very good complement to the crew rotation to the commercial crew program. That's all I'm saying. People won't want to hear that, but might have been Copium being on Orion being ready back then. Oh, well, they re-baselined the entire design for Orion in 2013. They switched it from the Orion CEV to the Orion MPCV, multi-purpose crewed vehicle, from the crew exploration vehicle. So Deadbringer, they refactored the entire Orion design for that European service module. That's why it took so long. Orion would not have taken that long. They were going to use an off-the-shelf service module for the initial versions of the CEV. And then the MPCV would have eventually have been made. Because you remember, the service module with Constellation does not require as much Delta V as the one from the MPCV. The reason why is, 1, it's just doing ISS rotation missions. 2, right, the CEV is the low Earth orbit version of Orion. The MPCV is the one that's designed to go out to the moon. So think Orion CEV, the crew exploration vehicle, or no, MPCV and CEV was the one that's supposed to go further. One of them was designed, one of the variants of Orion was designed for low Earth orbit. The other one is designed for long range. Long range one is the one that we ended up building. We scrapped the low Earth orbit one, and we basically said, screw it, build the long range one. And NASA said, why are we building the long range one when we can't even build the short range one? And they said, doesn't matter, just build it. Like how you built no Ares 1X. They said, just build a new super heavy launch vehicle with shuttle parts. YouTube chat is sort of broken currently, so sometimes works, sometimes not. Why is there Japanese? What the heck? Yeah, That's right, Kujiman. There was supposed to be a Leo version of Orion, because even the idea is that with Constellation, when we were going to the moon, right, or even when we're going to Mars, there needs to be a way to get crew up there, but there also needs to be a lifeboat Orion. There needs to be one for crew rotations, and there needs to be the one that you take with you to Mars. That's the MPCV. The crew exploration vehicle. The MPCV is... Sorry, I've talked through it too much. The MPCV was the low Earth orbit access version of Orion. That was the low Earth orbit one. Now, the one that we're building right now does carry the MPCV nameplate, but it's not the MPCV from Orion. It's more similar to the crew exploration vehicle, the CEV version of Orion, which was the one that we would use to go to the moon and the ones that would be attached to the huge transfer vehicles that we send to Mars, right? In the Constellation program. What we did when Constellation got canceled was scrap both of those designs and take the Orion MPCV program and combine the CEV and MPCV program into one thing and then said try to make that. That's what happened. That's why Orion has taken so long. Like I said, we were going to build a low Earth orbit one and then a beyond low Earth orbit one. And then halfway through the low Earth orbit one's development, we said, screw all that, just build the deep space one. You wonder why Orion has taken so long? There you go. Do you think considering a Starliner a Leo might be good? There's nothing wrong with more ways to get to the space station. So fellas, the other thing to take into account, okay, is that the commercial crew program. Now, everybody knows Constellation got canceled. They canceled Orion MPCV, right? They canceled Ares 1X, and they canceled Ares 5, and they gave us that thing, okay? Right? Everybody knows that happened. What they didn't know is that commercial crew and commercial orbital transport services were part of the Constellation program. NASA was going to handle ISS rotation operations with Ares 1 well, the commercial crew program got back online. That was the whole idea. CT isn't moving right now. That was the whole idea with that. You know, the idea that NASA would keep doing ISS rotation missions until Dragon and what would be Starliner came into the fold. That was the whole situation. Once commercial crew came online, that's when NASA would have started building the crew exploration vehicle version of Orion and Ares 5. That was supposed to happen in the 2020s, in the early 2020s, with Ares 5 being operational by the early 2020s, and the Orion crew exploration vehicle, the long-range version of Orion, being operational in the early 2020s, right around the time of Artemis 1. Funny how that works. Oh, that's weird. It's almost like we just selectively canceled parts of the program that we didn't like. And now we have a program that relies on 35-year-old Delta IV upper stage designs because we wanted to save money. Oops. Fun fact, that's Ares 1's mobile launcher. Yeah. We light went out. Constellation program got canceled so fast that Ares 1 mobile launcher, they just took it and redesigned it. Didn't even end up saving money. That's correct. So, yeah, well, here's the thing, dude. Look, I'm not trying to be a stick in the mud. I'm happy that Artemis exists. I'm cool with it. Let's get it flying. Get rid of that piece of junk Delta upper stage. And let's get this thing flying more with the upper stage that God intended. No, I get it. It's here. It's right there. Like, all right. We're on the 5-yard line. Let's put it in the end zone. Let's get this thing working, right? With all that being said, any time anyone says that we can save money by doing our space program this way, has two things have happened. Anytime someone said, oh no, this way is too expensive, we can do, it's not sustainable, we can do it this way. Two things have happened every time that's happened. NASA ends up with less money, and we end up with less capability. There's no in between. Every time someone has says we can save money, it's just a guise to gut NASA's funding. And we've fallen for it. Oh, the Apollo program is too expensive. Let's replace it with the shuttle program. The shuttle program, being reusable, will be a better way to get back to the moon. It'll be cheaper to get back to the moon that way. No, it won't. Because in this case, you know, going back to the moon happens in ad infinitum. Like, that's not... Man, it's not really the right way to say that. It never happened. So, of course, so it's not. It's infinitely expensive because it never happened. So, no, it failed. You failed completely. No, we can't use the space shuttle. It's too expensive. You know, we'll replace it with Constellation. You know, we'll replace it with Orion and Ares 1. Oh, we can't do Orion and Ares 1. That's too expensive. Let's replace it with Commercial Crew. Every time we've done that, we have ended up with less capability. And NASA has ended up with less money. Funny how that works. It's really weird. I don't trust nobody say... Oh. To shut off all the lights. I don't trust nobody saying we can save money by doing this with spaceflight until they actually go and prove it, which is why I like SpaceX, because they've actually gone and proven that. But even SpaceX, Dragon is an amazing and great capsule. It can't do what a CSM can do, what an Apollo CSM can do. It's arguably still a lesser capability. I like Dragon. Just saying, Dragon doesn't have an SPS. It can't go any further than low Earth orbit. The CSM could go way further. Yeah, I know, Lunprod. It's dumb. It's snake oil. Anytime somebody says NASA can save money by doing this, slap them. Slap them. It's never true. It's snake oil. Every single time. Never fails. Hey, what's going on? Oh, it looks like they turned the crawler transporter back on. Yep. I saw a little bit of smoke from the diesel exhaust. And they turned on the cab. Dragon can't even do what the shuttle could do either. There you go. Look at that melon farming thing. That's so cool, dude. We should do this more. Don't you guys want to see more CTs moving? Don't you guys want to see more rockets rolling out of the VAB? I get it, Starship, the catch towers and everything. I love that, dude. But I also want this too. I'm greedy. I want more. Yep, CT is moving. Rev up those fryers. I want the shuttle. Yeah, me too, man. We can only hope that Starship gives us what we want. I think Starship will do it. I think Starship will do everything that the shuttle promised and then some. I hope it'll vindicate reuse, because I was sick of the nonsense. When I first started streaming, Dread, I mean, you were here for that, dude, but when I first started streaming, I would get into arguments with people because I love the space shuttle. They're like, oh, reuse doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Reuse is a waste of time. The shuttle proved that reuse doesn't make sense. No. No, that's bullcrap. Not gonna lie, the VAB looks like it could store a Jaeger from Pacific Rim. Nice. Yeah. Dude, I'd love to ride on that thing during a rollout. Is there anyone out there that could facilitate this? I don't even need to be there for the launch. I just want to be there. I just want to stand on the deck of that thing rolling out. What the actual frick, man? Okay, SLS is rolling back into the hangar here. Neither rent a crawler as a party bus for you and 1,000 of your closest friends. Yeah, right. Bet you might not just use the damn space shuttle. Space shuttle wasn't a bad design. The people running it were stupid. That's why the shuttle was a bad design. Challenger, Columbia, that's all from programmatic management problems. Every single one of them from programmatic management problems. I don't give a frick what anybody says. We could sit here and you could say, oh, the Diacol boosters were no good for They were not designed to launch in the cold, and NASA launched them in the cold. There you go. That's it. The two-segment design wasn't the worst. I would argue that booster casing life would not have lasted nearly as long with the two O-ring design, but it was working and it was fine as long as you didn't launch it in the cold. Every rocket has temperature constraints. Aircraft have temperature constraints for launching. Every problem that the shuttle program faced was from morons running the program. And I've read enough of the accident investigation reports for Challenger and Columbia. And by read enough, I mean I've read both of them multiple times. The programmatic decisions regarding those programs were some of the stupidest decisions that people have made at NASA in a long time. Challenger would have made it if they didn't violate their wind shear constraints too. That's correct. If you ignore the rules and just make up your own rules as you go, people die. And then they, like that's what gets me about it. Feynman and everybody else had the balls to call it a design flaw. It's not a design flaw. Design flaw excuses the idiotic behavior of management. Oh, she's beautiful, man. Look at that thing. Was there one specific person to point out for those events? Yes, Hip, but they called it a design flaw to not hold people accountable, which is horse crap. Oh, light's coming back on. I mean, Hip, if you really want my honest opinion, the person that gave the okay to launch that day, knowing there was 2 launch constraint violations for temperature and upper level winds, and said launch anyway, that person should be in jail for involuntary manslaughter. I'm dead serious about that, and I don't take that like I don't invoke Challenger lightly. You should be in jail. It was very, there's always unknown unknowns with this stuff, guys. You never know what's going to happen. Failure's not an option once that thing leaves the pad, etc., right? But there's always unknown unknowns. You could have learned something new about the vehicle that you didn't know, right? It happens. Like Ship 36 with SpaceX. That's a great example, right? You're going to learn something. And sometimes you learn by it exploding. You don't want to learn by it exploding when people are on board. With that all being said, right? Obviously, you don't want to learn when there's people on board. With that all being said, Challenger was easy. Like, Dude, this wasn't even like, oh my gosh, it exploded. How did we not see this coming? There were people on the ground that saying it is going to explode if you fly it. Do not fly this. It's going to blow up. Like, with like 90% certainty, and they did it anyway. Guess what, dude? If you knew the risks, if you knew that there were 2 launch constraint violations, and all your engineers are telling you that it's going to explode, and you still launch it anyway, guess what? That's involuntary manslaughter, in my opinion. Actually, not environment. It's a textbook definition of it. That person who made that decision should be in jail. Like, you know, nobody was ever tried for it, right? You know, and like I said, Hip, they had the balls to call it a design flaw, which just pisses me off. Like, it's not a design flaw. The SRB was not designed to launch in the cold, and you launched it in the cold anyway, and it didn't work. Weird. That's strange. It's weird how that works. I'd put it down to second-degree murder. Sure, absolutely, Tessa. Jail time. That was a dumb decision. Like, you could have that's not an unknown risk. That is a known unknown, right? To use Gene Kranz's terminology, that's a known unknown, and you sent it anyway, and it exploded. Yeah, straight to jail. Seriously, you should, life in prison. You killed 7 astronauts. Life in prison, dude. Bye-bye. Eventually, deliberate ignorance counts for involuntary manslaughter. The language is you're liable if you know or should have known. Your actions could lead to harm. Here you go. You know, but that, you know, even prosecuting the people that made that decision, that opens up a crappy precedent that if you accidentally kill somebody that you could, in the space program, you can go to jail. You could make the argument that you don't want to put that kind of unfair pressure on the people that are actually launching stuff. But who knows? I think in that one specific case, it would have been justified. Ford F-150s have a design flaw. They don't drive underwater. Yeah, exactly, dude. It's really funny. Are we inside? Nope. They're waiting for final go to jump in there. It should be good. Do you think the private space companies will ever use the VAB ever? Oh, I wish, NASCAR. I wish. Probably not. Sorry, I know you asked that a second ago, but I wanted to finish my thought. Yeah, exactly, O10. Yeah, that's exactly it, dude. Like, they had the stones to call it a design flaw and rule it as a design flaw so nobody's feelings got hurt. It ain't no design flaw. You screwed up. Like, straight up. No design flaw. Yeah, SpaceX is building the Gigabay. That's arguably just as big. No, you put that type of expectation on people handling secret information. They screw up with data, they very much can end up in jail. Responsibility makes people take ownership. Taking ownership makes all the difference. So doing that with people's lives absolutely put that expectation on them. Yeah, Poison, I said one could make the argument. I don't agree with that. You're putting people's lives on the line. Your decisions better not risk their well-being. Which, once again, Poison, if you watch Jared Isaacman's press briefing about a Type A mishap with Starliner the other day, he's pissed. Rightly so. I would be... steam would be coming out of EJ's ears if I had figured out... If I'd known what had happened, I would have been really mad. Like, no. Dude, I would have called up Bowen and be like, yo, I'm pulling this contract. Give me my what's Commercial Crew Starliner? Give me my $4.2 billion back, dick. You guys don't deserve this opportunity. Get out of here. I think Rook was way too tempered for that. You have no idea how close, well, you guys do. You have no idea how close that came to killing Butch and Sonny. It was very close. Like, you lost control of a vehicle next to the ISS with 7 souls on board. The ISS and 2 more aboard Starliner. Yeah, you don't want it. I'd go and wipe my tail with the Starliner contract. I'd be like, yo, I paid you guys $4.2 billion and you give me this piece of crap? I want my money back now. The general reason is that in aviation, you don't want to make people think they'll get punished for bringing up problems, even if they're the cause of the problem, which has been shown to cause people not to call out problems, but that wasn't the case with Challenger. Yeah, exactly. This was someone encountering a problem from multiple angles and trying to bury it, which is 100% something we're okay with prosecuting. And I would argue, Aqualex, that not doing that reinforced the opposite of the opposite of a healthy aerospace culture, space program culture, and directly led to Columbia. Oh yeah. Check the NASA stream. What do we got? Oh, hello. Oh, internal view. So those last views were from NASA spaceflight, but this is the view we want here. This is inside of the VAB, looking into High Bay 3. Do you think what happened to Challenger even affected what happened with Starliner? NASCAR, yes, that's the point that I'm getting at. Dude, I don't have a better way of saying this, so forgive me for being very candid here. When you're doing this stuff, what you see on the screen here, there is, once again, please, if you're watching with kids, I'm usually family friendly during the day. Just cover the kids' ears for probably like the next 30 seconds, if you could, or just mute the stream. I'll give you a double thumbs up when I'm done. NASCAR, I don't have a better way of saying this. If you don't take this shit seriously, you can get the fuck out. Like, fucking leave. All right? If you don't, the second you go lax about stuff, and the second you don't tighten down a bolt all the way, or I'll do it tomorrow, or any shit like that, someone's going to get killed. It is not a question of if, but a question of when. You absolutely cannot screw around with this. Every nut and bolt needs to be perfect. There's no other way. There's no quicker way. There's no, faster way. You don't tighten down a bolt. You drop the thing on the ground and then put it in the spacecraft and you don't tell anybody about it. It usually will end up with the spacecraft being blown up or you're going to get somebody killed. There is no skirting that. You can't fuck with physics. You can't skirt the laws of physics. Like, that is the truth. I can't say this any clearer. The second you start getting lazy, the second you start it's just the routine. No, you have to be hungry all the freaking time to get this right. You have to be hungry. You have to be hungry to tighten down every single bolt. Make sure every single bolt is perfect, perfectly torqued, perfectly documented. Make sure that every single piece is absolutely immaculate. That is the only way this works. There's no shortcuts. There's no short path. There's no quick and easy instant gratification in spaceflight. If you are not hungry for it all the time like that, you will fail. That's it. So did the behavior of Challenger lead to something like Starliner? Yes. The reason why is because people don't take it seriously. There's programmatic management positions and too much upper middle management in NASA and at Starliner, in the Starliner program, that there's so much upper management that you have to go through like 20 different bosses. I have 8 different bosses, Bob. There's that kind of nonsense. And you could be dang sure that people are just there to rake retirement money or just wait until their pension clears or something. They don't care. It's just another job. And you know what, dude? At one time I was like, okay, I get it. It's a job. Like you gotta make money. I understand. No, if you're not hungry for it, you can leave. It's that simple. You can't screw this up. Like, this has to be perfect. If you can't perform your job perfectly, you need to leave. Like, I can't say this enough. I see, that's what Rook says when he's talking about restoring operational excellence and, you know, NASA's capabilities that have atrophied and we're bringing it back in-house. He's going to say it nicely. I'm not saying it nicely. If anybody here doesn't, you know, anybody running these programs, you know, if you don't take it seriously, if you don't understand the engineering, the systems engineering that you dealing with, if you don't understand the stakeholder expectations, you don't understand the gravity of what's going on here, don't. Go away. Go find another job. Go work at a Bitcoin company or something, dude. Go be a finance bro. You can't do that here. You just can't, especially when people are involved. Someone will get killed if you don't do your homework. Like, I have no better way of saying that. I have no more candid way of driving the point home. Everything has to be perfect. If it's not perfect, you're going to know. Sorry to change the topics, but what is the real reason for the roll markers on SLS? Where are the roll markers, Ari? I don't know. Like when the doors fall off of main gear struts and go through the wing. Yeah, Drew. Yeah, exactly. I'd like to think that the engineers working on the program here have some pride. The engineers and the technicians always do, one man. It's not them that's perpetrating this behavior. It's the middle management. It's making the engineers do stuff that is not... Okay, I'll give you...
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Roseanne Devasto, gifted a sub. Thank you. I'll give you guys an example. All right, look. The Artemis 1 campaign goes off in 2022. Artemis 1 happens. They have to go through like 7 wet dress rehearsals just to get those TSMU seals to seal correctly, right? They ultimately come up with a solution of leaving the rocket out on the pad, right, and replacing the seals directly on the pad. NASA suspects that rollout might be unseating those seals. So rolling from the VAB to the pad out there where those lights are could be unseating the seals because it's a really, really fine tolerance, especially when you're dealing with gaseous hydrogen on your fill and drain and vent lines, right? Artemis 1 told you everything you need to know. Now, fast forward to a couple weeks ago, right? Fast forward to a couple weeks ago. They go to roll out for wet dress rehearsal 1. They don't change the seals. They roll it to the pad. They put it on the pad. The seals immediately stop working. And the leak rate is way too high. It's above 14%. So what do? They go to do another fueling test. That doesn't work. They clogged a fuel filter because of line contamination. So they cleared the line, and then they changed the seals on the pad. Exactly the same thing that they did for Artemis 1, and that worked. And look what happened with wet dress rehearsal 2. WDR2 for Artemis 2 went absolutely perfect. It went perfect after you followed the same exact procedures that you did for Artemis 1. Changing the seals out on the pad for the fuel lines. There is no way the decision or lack thereof to replace the seals on the pad was done by an engineer or a technician on this program. Absolutely not. That's a programmatic decision. That's a boss that says, well, we've done the analysis. It should work just fine. We should just be able to roll out and go right into the wet dress rehearsal. No, that is not a good idea. This is the first flight with people on board. Do the exact same thing that you did during Artemis 1. Get some flight data and figure out a solution. Do the exact same thing that you did before, and you know it's going to work. Because physics works. That's the thing about physics, dude. You know, you watch movies about spaceflight. You watch movies about, you know, like spaceflight disasters. Like you see The Martian or something like that, right? That's the thing about physics. Like, physics doesn't change. It doesn't change. It is a very strict set of rules for the governance of motion of objects in our universe. It does not change. It does not waver. If you do the same damn thing every single freaking time and can document it and prove that you do the same thing every time, the rocket's going to do the same thing every single time. There's no act of God here that's going to change that. Unless there is an actual act of God, in which case I don't know what to tell you. Maybe he didn't want it launching or something. I don't know. Right? If you do the same thing every time, if they'd done what worked on Artemis 1, on Artemis 2, this would be in space right now. I'm just saying. Just saying. That is not a decision that is done by an engineer or a technician. That is absolutely a decision made by some bookworm in management that has no idea what they're doing or doesn't take the job seriously. And I don't, to be 100% honest with you, I don't think it was Lori Glaze, I don't think it was Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, and I don't think it was John Honeycutt. Those three that are in the press conference for the wet dress rehearsals, they know what they're talking about. I know they know what they're talking about just because I was there the entire Artemis 1 launch campaign, the whole damn thing. I heard what they had to say. They definitely understand it, especially Charlie Blackwell-Thompson. She knows what she's talking about. I know she's not one of the useless people. Let me put it that way. Some moron manager said, no, don't place the seals on the pad. They should work like this, right? They should work. We changed some things here and there. It should work. It should be fine, right? No, not should be fine. Do it the exact same way you did it before because you know that works. Who cares? No, we can't do that. It's some extra work. Who cares? Would you look what happened? Look at the alternative. If they had followed what they did for Artemis 1 during the Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal, they would not have had any problems. It would have worked perfectly. And this would be in space right now. That's what I mean. That's not an engineering decision, dude. That's not a technician's decision. That's some middle management nonsense. That's what that is. And I can say that with pretty damn high confidence. It's MBA behavior. Yeah, that's right, Fox. That's right. God wanted everyone to pay attention during the Super Bowl. No, how could he do that? He got canceled or something. Life should never depend on should be fine. I agree, Hellfish. Yeah, accountability is key. And that's what Rook says he wants to fix. And that's why when he says that, I'm really happy about it because it fixes nonsense like this. Instead of watching this thing roll back into the hangar, wasting everyone's time, right? We could be exploring the moon right now. Arguably. We could be exploring the moon. Actually, we'd be getting ready to explore the moon instead of starting the launch campaign over again. Like, guys, once again, I'm not saying this to rant, even though it kind of is a rant. I'm saying this to... What I'm trying to show you is how seriously you have to take this. I'd assume that people are watching this. Now, I mean, I'm sure most of you guys are just space flight fans, but if you're working out, if you're younger and you're watching this and you want to work out in the industry, you have to take this seriously. If you don't, something's going to go bad. You have to make sure everything is perfect. And how do you do that? I know what people are going to say. How do you make sure that everything's perfect? You're never going to know if every single nut and bolt is going to be perfect. No, you're not. But not you personally, but that starts with being tough and being competent, right? Like when you were 4 or 5 years old, did you know how to tie your shoe? Like sometimes maybe you go to tie your shoe and it's not going to work correctly, right? You're not going to do it. You do the loop, swoop, and pull instead of the rabbit ears, right? Like, but nowadays, you know, I would hope, you know, if you're older, you know how to tie your shoe so much so that you don't even need to think about it. That's being tough and competent. You know it's going to get done right. It's going to get perfect. It's going to be done perfect. It's going to be done perfect every time. You have to do that with rocket science. That comes from flying. That comes from practice. That comes from, you know, a lot of flight data. That comes from doing this more, not doing this once every 3 years. That's why I'm bringing this up, dude. So if you want to work in this, you have to know. There's a difference between like being kind of confident and knowing for sure that it's going to work. Because once again, that is the key to this. Physics will not fail you if you understand the construct that you're working in. Physics won't fail you. That's the one thing that, like, I used to think that, like, oh, physics is this hard, rigid law, and you're never going to know if it's going to be exactly right? You're never going to know. Yes, you will, because if you know the physics, you'll know how it's going to work. Physics won't fail you. Those laws aren't a containment mechanism. Those laws are a datum that you can use to be absolutely sure that your thing's going to work correctly. Like a compass, for instance. All right? If a compass doesn't work, something has gone very wrong, right? A compass is one of those examples. You know that that's going to work. Unless you're like near a transformer or something, and then it might not work. But you get the idea. Physics don't change. How's the snow? Terrible. I hate it. I'm really, really sick of snow. I moved. Article, I've had no time to work on the car. No time to come to the garage. It's making me late for the frigging stream. I'm waking up at 7:30 every day, getting out into my yard by 8 and cleaning until 1 to 2 in the afternoon. There's so much freaking snow. The snowblowers, I can't do it quickly. You have to sit there and hold the snowblower, let it go, hold it and let it go. The snow drifts are higher than the snowblower's intake, where the auger is. So I have to sit there and jack the thing up, get it at the snowbank and let it down onto the snowbanks. It takes forever to clear anything because there's so much. I've been doing that for the last 3 days, dude. The heavy stuff makes it so difficult to move. Physics is the understanding of the bounds of how you can apply your method of thinking given a set of known variables. That's what I mean. It's a known variable, Dread. You know that gravity isn't going to stop. Instead of being like, oh, we have to fight against this damn gravity thing, the right way to think about it is, well, we know it's always going to be there. You know it's never going to change unless something's really gone wrong, right? That's the difference between, kind of pseudo-confidence and actually knowing. And that comes with flying. That comes from experience. Just do it more. That's why I always say SLS needs to launch more. Starship needs to launch more. Falcon needs to launch more. How long until you get a Kubota with a front loader? I'm telling you, Aqualex, after this snowstorm, I was like, Bree, we need to get a Bobcat. And the answer used to be a no. And now the answer is, yeah, how can we afford that? So, hey, we're making progress, okay? We're making progress, dude. This just like the space program, this stuff takes time, okay? It takes time. It takes time and persistence. You got to be tough and competent in your sales pitch. How's that for a callback? Last for Starliner related, if you've not covered it already, heads are rolling. Ken Bowersox resigned from NASA. Yep. If you don't nip... So, Wolian, that's another thing. Yeah, we covered that already. But that's the other thing about this behavior. If you don't nip it in the butt, it's going to get worse, and then you get something like Starliner. People are going to ask, how the heck can you have something like Starliner happen in the wake of something like Challenger and Columbia? How can that even happen? Well, that's how. That's how. People not taking it seriously. You don't take it seriously, that stuff happens. How much does a Bobcat cost? I don't know. I'll buy a broken one and fix it on stream and write off all the parts. That's probably a better way to... That's been my modus operandi, and that hasn't failed me with snowblowers or generators. Guys, my 2 snowblowers that I have and the generator, I got those for free. People gave them to me because they were broken. They're like, yeah, take it. I don't want it. I'm like, all right, it doesn't work. You'll never get it running. Okay. Scour that Gov auction site. Kubota L3000. Oh, that would be so useful. $8,500 bucks. You have a Deere 325. Complacency will kill people. That's what I mean, Nova, about this. It needs to be perfect. It has to be perfect. If it's not perfect, it's not going to work. I will accept no. If I was working for NASA, I would accept nothing but perfect. It has to be perfect. If it's not perfect, people die. Straight up. USA Space Enjoyer, what's up, man? I can't wait for the weather to start warming up. I'm tired of the snow. It comes with living in New England. I'm so sick of it, dude. I could take a couple dustings of snow, a couple inches here and there, even a couple feet, dude. There's 3 feet of snow on the ground, and we're getting another 1.5 feet in a week. No. Dude, it's almost March. I'm done. No more. I said we're getting another 18 inches next week. Great. 18 inches for the metric people is like 45 centimeters. On top of the meter of snow that's on the ground right now. Did you cover the ULA Vulcan news that NSSL are pausing launches? Yes, we did cover that. The same behavior could be argued with Northrop Grumman. Same behavior. You didn't do your homework. You didn't do your homework. Somebody signed off on this because of terrible analysis. You said yes earlier to a question about whether we knew who was responsible for the 2 different shuttle incidents. Is the reason why we're not naming and shaming? I must have misspoke, Aqualex. We don't know. I don't know who made the decision to launch that day. You want to send some of that snow to west to Utah? Our canyons are still hurting big time. If you want it, you can come and take it. Here you go. What's this? John Deere 4310. $1,200. Needs clutch and clutch housing. Won't stay in gear. Needs new battery and fuel filter to crank. Loader and hydraulics work great. Where is this? It's in Alabama. Okay. Okay, it's in Alabama. It's gonna happen, Tessa. Yeah. Drive it back. It's a tractor? Need that water in Florida badly. Dude, I got enough water up here to freaking... We got enough snow up here to fill freaking Lake Michigan here. It's ridiculous. I've never seen... They're like, well, I've seen this much snow before, but yeah, anyway. They should be starting to roll in.
Discovery,
Let me
go at
see if
throttle up.
NSF has some shots of the CT moving. No, they're showing the same shot. Okay. Hey, Victory, 95-month resub. Also going to need a trailer, which I don't have. I think the changeover, i.e. retirees in the last decade, left a missing link in the future vehicle development. Roseanne, that's 100% my biggest gripe with the Artemis program, and with, well, not the Artemis program, with canceling Constellation. We lost so much institutional knowledge canceling the shuttle and Constellation at the same time. NASA lost so much that, yeah, they still truly haven't recovered. The only way you're going to recover is to just start all over again. Okay, looks like they're rolling in. You know what always gets me about this picture? That office chair is always sitting right there. It was sitting right there during rollout. Does anybody know how that, like, it's just a random desk chair. Just sitting on one of the floors of the VAB. Smoker's lounge. I wouldn't be smoking next to those SRBs, dude. Where's the gantry? Where's EJ on the gantry? I'm in the foreground. I'd sit in that chair, dude. Oh, dude, see the elevator. Watch over here. The elevators are working. See it up there? That's the timeout chair. Dude, if somebody wants to time me out on, like, the 25th story of the VAB in the transfer aisle, I'm cool with that. That's fine with me. Probably the case, Bob, yeah. Yeah, Pugwash, that's probably right. You'd roll to the ledge and try to get a look. Yep. That's where middle management sits and makes poor decisions. Mm-hmm. Hey, Les. Been away for a while from your streams. How come KSP stopped and when will it come back? I've been playing a lot of Factorio and I'm kind of addicted to that LS27. We'll probably jump back into Kerbal at some point, dude. I don't know. I kind of want to play some other games for the time being. You know? Not that I don't like space. I still love space and I love KSP as much as anything, but dude, I played KSP for like 10 years straight. I mained it 10 years straight on this stream. You know, I missed out on a lot of good games. Let's play some other stuff for a little while. And then maybe by the time we're done, maybe it's not even KSP that comes around. Maybe Kitten Space Agency's ready to go by then. Still love Grissom. Yeah, they were a good design. 2007 335 mini excavator. Yeah, 10 Gs.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I would not, I mean, Pigeon, it probably would be fine, but remember what I just said about probably would be fine. Ever played Stationeers? Yeah, of course. I had a community project where we built like a 40-story bunker in Stationeers. I think the multiplayer server's still up. And they just added a bunch of new stuff to Stationeers, too. Hey, Rarest. Chat should be back. All right, cool. How many floors are there? 52 stories, Stefa. Inside of the VAB. It's a 52-story building. What is Stationeers? I don't know, Mason. There's a lot of electrical engineering in it. You probably would like it. Okay, SLS is rolling back into the hangar. Once you've nailed Factorio, there's a multitude of mods that you can add that really do make the game a new game. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I miss Winter Car. I wanted to play Winter Car today, but the whole plan was to play it after Space News, but I thought SLS was rolling a lot earlier in the morning. I wanted to see it all the way to the end of roll. And we're almost there. For the uninitiated, a story is about how many feet and or meters. One story is about 10 feet or about 3 meters. Deadbringer. This is, so you want to understand meters with this. This is a 52-story building, so 52 times 3. So what is that, 156 meters tall, the VAB? It's gigantic, dude. The VAB is... I can tell you how big it is, and I can tell you that it holds rockets, and I can tell you how many stories it is. You'll never understand the scale of it until you see it. Go down to KSCVC if you ever get a chance to, Deadbringer. Look at this thing up close. It is bananas how big this building is. Like, words cannot describe it. Instead of playing career mode for the first time, super rewarding. Yeah, baby. I know my conversion, but other Euros might not. Yeah. Question, what is in the other high bays? So high bay 1 is abandoned in place right now. It's still in space shuttle launch configuration, hydrogen. I did not expect you to say 52. Now tell me how many elevators. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. So High Bay 1 is abandoned. High Bay 2 is where they actually build. They do final assembly of the SLS core stage. Mating the MPS with the tank structure. High Bay 3 is what you're looking at. High Bay 3 is configured for SLS. SLS Block 1, might I add. And then High Bay 4 is used for solid rocket motor storage. The SRMs. Solid rocket booster, they store all the segments over there. That's behind us. That's that way. High Bay 1 is over there. High Bay 2 is that way. There's 4 high bays inside of the VAB, and in the center is this gigantic area right here called the transfer aisle. Retired shuttle configuration, so you're saying there's a chance. You could. Not like we don't have any SRBs. Still a couple external tanks lying around. How about this? $3,000 in Fall River. That's kind of cool. And Aqualex, the other thing is, like, maybe we just go... I just got to go find one on Facebook or something. Something that's inoperable and just fix the stupid thing. You have to take a special elevator to get to the top. NSF has behind the scenes of Max going to the roof and taking pictures of a launch. Yep. Yeah, DH, I remember that video. Plow is cheaper. Mater, we ain't gonna plow with two-wheel drive, homie. All my trucks are two-wheel drive. Like I said, we need a 4x4. We're not plowing with a Fusion, Zeros. Your WRX is all-wheel drive. I don't think that a plow would work really well on the WRX, Midge. I mean, if you want to try it, go ahead. Battlefield 6 question. Why don't high calibers seem to matter in Battlefield games? Game balance, mostly. Do you think ULA, Ari, I saw it, but it didn't, the tag didn't show. Do you think ULA will be able to get Vulcan cadence up? Don't think we talked about it. Don't think we talked about that yet. No. Not for a while. Not for a couple of months at least. Want to buy a Peugeot, Midge? You want to buy a French car? What's wrong with you? Buy a Ford. What you got to worry about? It snowing? Go buy a Ford Falcon. Peugeot. Don't buy a French car. I like the French. My new first name is French. Don't, but no. Your first name is French. Are you screwing with me right now? Don't. That's pretty funny, but don't do that again. It took me a second, Mitch. That was good. I saw a video of a Ford getting towed from the snow by a Dodge this week. As long as it wasn't a Chevy. The French copy nobody, and nobody copies the French. Rocket's almost in. Dude, look at the guy walking around on that service gantry down there. Ugh. The VAB is so cool. We gotta build more rockets in there, man. Apart from it being a French car, what's wrong with a French car? Nothing, truth be told. It's just a French car. I mean, French cars, I've heard things that the Peugeot's quality is not very great. Old Peugeots are nice, but I mean, that's kind of the case with every auto manufacturer nowadays, huh? Why are they putting it away? ICPS helium valves not cooperating, Midge. They had to roll back so they can get at it. Any coincidence that the inside of the VAB looks like the inside of a Borg cube? It's just a coincidence. French cars just surrender. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. All right, it's pretty awesome. Peugeot, more like Pugat. Yeah, right. An old airplane joke. If it's ugly, it's French. If it's weird, it's British. If it's ugly and weird, it's Russian. Okay. I love the industrial aesthetic vibe of this. Yeah, dude. Hopefully the Gigabays can capture a little bit of the VAB's aura bite. This building is so goddamn cool. I just want to see them put it to use, man. More than this. More than this. Oh. Gotta roll it back now. What kind of landers is SpaceX sending to the moon? They're making a lander variant of Starship called Starship HLS. That's Hotel Lima Sierra. And that is the lander version. It's big. Yeah. There needs to be another one in the bay waiting. I agree, Mutter. Agreed. Were there plans for a West Coast VAB considering that they expected the shuttle to launch from there? No. The Air Force completely refactored and retooled the shuttle's entire launch pad and integration design. There's no VAB out there. So this is Slick 6 out at Vandenberg All Systems. This shuttle pad was going to, instead of having a mobile launcher and a crawler transporter, this had two mobile service structures. So you had the SAB right here, which is still around, not for long. They're going to demolish it soon. That's the shuttle assembly building. And then you had the mobile service tower. So the MST can move all the way to here, right? And if you notice, the back of the shuttle assembly building has that like plate right there. That buttons up, that pushes up to the top of this, right? So the two buildings can come together. And the idea is that you roll the shuttle segments up a road that's behind the SAB right here. You can roll the booster segments in, right? There's a gantry crane on top of the SAB. You could just see it right there. And they would stack the segments and then bring the external tank, hang it, and then pick the shuttle up and build it right there. You build the shuttle right on the pad in Slick 6's design. For payload integration, if you wanted to horizontally integrate a payload, there's a building right there that's not in this picture because it's not built yet, which would have worked somewhat synonymous in function to the shuttle orbiter processing facilities at KSC. And then if you wanted to do vertical integration, there's that building. There's the PCR over there. That's your payload changeout room. It moves. The PCR is attached to an integration building where they build whatever satellites the Department of Defense was trying to launch, probably keyhole satellites if I had to guess, right? This is built into the side of a hill, so there's an elevator down to the shop floor that's there that they could lift the satellite up and put it into the payload changeout room. And the payload changeout room could lift itself up, and it was on tracks, and it could move to the shuttle stack so they could install the payload. And more importantly, they could do it without anybody seeing it happening, because the payload changeout room could go inside of the shuttle assembly building. I have more pictures if you want to see. Here's another shot from another angle. Yeah, they had a completely different setup. Do you know it would be cool if they put in 24/7 cameras in the Gigabay? I agree. So there's a shot of the SAB. There's the thing that they would drag the SRB segments up and the external tank up there, and then they'd stage them on this slab right here. That's the satellite building room. Fun fact, somebody still uses that for building satellites. They just don't use Slick 6. I think L3 Harris owns that. I don't, or leases it. I have no idea. I don't remember. There's another shot. You could see that this build, the SAB backs up. The mobile service tower moves forward and the shuttle assembly building backs up and it closes the stack. So that in the payload changeout room, right? See, this is the building right here and the PCR is right there. That whole thing can move so they could integrate without, they could put payloads in without anybody seeing because spy satellite. There's a shot of the shuttle launcher plate. There's a shot of Enterprise on the pad. There's a shuttle inside of the assembly building. Dude, they even had like crew access arm ready to go, slide wire baskets ready to go. Dude, this pad was like 98% done when they abandoned it. Yeah, see? The crew access arm did not swing like it did at 39. It was actually just retracted. It just moved. It was telescoping. It moved forward and back. There's a shot of the mobile launcher, or the launcher structure that's not mobile. There's a shot of the service tower. There's a shot of the mate-demate device the Air Force had at Vandenberg. There's the crew access tower when it's fully forward. Slide wire baskets. That's the, this structure over here, that red structure behind the crew access arm is your HASGAS umbilical. There's a shot of the stack, fully stacked in, with the MST. Yeah, there you go. That's the PCR. Payload changeout room with the mobile service tower. It could just move up and it could have just moved up and attached to the shuttle. Pad deluge. That's how close this pad was to operation. Pad deluge test. So like 98% done. That wasn't an Astrovan. It was a Windstar, baby. Honestly, citing the shuttle as something that for aerodynamic efficiency is not the own you think it is, Ford. They never FRF'd on that pad. There's them putting the shuttle on the stack right there. There's more pictures. This is just my full shuttle folder, so that's not Vandenberg. External tank storage. That's what they used High Bay 4 for a long time. They used it to store ETs. They mounted them up on the walls of the VAB like books. Ah, there's a better one. Yeah, see, the PCR can move through the SAB to the shuttle. It's actually a great design. Really, really, really good design. If you really want my honest opinion, I think it's fantastic. Have you ever had a nightmare where you show something ITAR on stream? No. I don't. Pigsy. Never had that nightmare. I don't keep anything on this computer that I'm not willing to show you. That's a good rule of thumb. We were this close. We were this close to greatness. And there's some pictures you won't find on the internet. They're okay to show. This is a shot when the rotating service structure was attached to the shuttle for STS-133, which was 15 years ago to the day. It's on the internet now. Yeah, you're not wrong. I have a bunch of good pictures of that thing. Yeah, there. Oh, that would have been cool, man. That would have been cool. Actually, the first shuttle mission for Vandenberg, STS-62A, was already on the books. The crew was already training for it when the Air Force pulled out of the program. Can you please read your last comment? If they ever launched out of Vandenberg, California, do you think they would have built more orbiters? Yes. Discovery was going to be handed over to the Air Force in mid-1986 for the STS-62A mission, and the Discovery space shuttle would have been used for all Department of Defense missions. That was the idea. And that would have constituted them needing another orbiter. All Air Force crew, all systems on the STS-62A mission. Bob Crippen was supposed to, the pilot from STS-1 was supposed to command that mission. They were going to do what's called a polar once-around orbit. So they would have launched due south out of Vandenberg, right? The shuttle gone into space, separated the external tank, right? Over Antarctica, they would have deployed a spy satellite or whatever, right? Closed up the payload bay, gone through re-entry, and came back and landed at Vandenberg. One orbit, 90-minute mission. That was STS-62A. It's called a polar once around. It is, if that sounds absolutely insane, yes it is. It actually is borderline crazy. That is a nutty freaking mission. Why hand over Discovery? Because that's the one that was built for the Air Force, man. Columbia can't go to the station. Oh, Hydrogen, you got to understand that this was in 1983 and 1984. The space station didn't exist. Is there a Discord server? Yeah, Tripod. There you go. There's a lot of stuff happening in a very short amount of time. Yeah. Yes, I know. Nothing can go wrong. If you have one thing that goes wrong, you are totally screwed. No problem, Tripod. Welcome to the Discord. Put some 5 segments on the shuttle. We could totally bring it back. Shuttle looks really goofy with 5 segments. 4 segments are fine, dude. 25,000 kilos to space is in a 5-meter volume. That's fine. You can make that work. Can't tell if they're moving. What is the best 3-engine flying vehicle to be built? I found an extremely cool photo yesterday. I saw this photo. They couldn't figure out from that thread, Bill. They couldn't figure out what that was over there. I know exactly what that is. Who knows which space shuttle that is? Bill, don't say anything. What would the alternative landing sites be on a flight like that? Alternative landing sites? Enterprise? It's not Enterprise. It's not Columbia. It's not Enterprise. It's Challenger. Tape, you got it right. That's Challenger. That's Challenger undergoing structural testing qualification. Lockheed did the dynamic testing for the shuttle program. Not a lot of people know that. That's why there's a TriStar next to it. Because OV-99 started life as STA-099, the structural testing article for the space program. Yep. Smaller than you thought. Smaller than you thought? What do you mean smaller? The space shuttle's gigantic. I mean, look at it. It's almost as big as the damn TriStar that's next to it. But yes, Bill, this picture rules. NSF just did an AI masterclass ad spot, and I think I died a little inside. What is this?
NASAspaceflight.com. But yes, you can blame hydrogen and vote for methane instead with this limited edition merch.
Oh, on their new
video.
video.
Okay. That methane, something used by Starship, something used by New.
No, that's just Sawyer doing a plug. Oh, they're not. They're done. They finished. It's not it's not rolled all the way back in yet.
Development flights needed. What is the financial situation on the company? How much of a flight can realistically be simulated?
Oh, why Starship iterates? Oh, neat. Cool. Figured Pan Am was the one that debuted the 747, which would be modified for the shuttle transporter. Yeah. It must have been life-changing for the Pan Am people to share a hangar with the space shuttle. I think that would be cool. Yeah, here, check this out. If we go to OV99, Space Shuttle Challenger, if you look at the wiki, they should show Challenger in that same structural testing cell. See? That's actually a color picture. I don't know where this picture came from, Bill, but yeah, that's pretty cool. The internet hadn't seen this picture up until this. I've never seen this picture before until it was posted. I think it was on Reddit the other day. There it is in the same test cell. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, missed that bird. Look at that damn thing. What an awesome design. So good. Don't care what anybody says. It's ingenious, man. Did they back up? Someone commented that this is the testing setup that broke some thrust structure parts, which resulted in changes that Enterprise never got. Yep. You can't seek. They disabled scrubbing through it. I'm trying. Was Challenger the last space shuttle? No, Endeavour was. The order of orbiters in which they flew are Enterprise, Columbia, Challenger, Discovery, Atlantis, Endeavour. It looks like they backed up. Where's Buran in that list? In the trash, where it belongs. What? Why are you looking at me? Enterprise flew in 1977, the approach and landing tests. 5 approach and landing tests, ALT 1 through 5, were tested in mid-1977. Hey, I just said fly, I didn't say how far. If you really want to be technical, hokey, Buran flew before Endeavor's flight. So it would be Enterprise, Columbia, Challenger, Discovery, Atlantis, Buran, Endeavour. If you want to be really technical. Buran's only flight was the 1K1 mission in November of 1988, where it did 2 orbits and then came back and landed autonomously. Pretty cool for the time, but Buran had one thing going for it. No pilots needed. I would, Deadbringer, the interesting thing is that you could have done that with the space shuttle. I've read about contingencies where you could hotwire the shuttle to be remote control and like autonomously land. Most of the shuttle's flight regime was automated anyway. Most of it. They could have done it. They just never bothered. The idea was that, they wanted to be more like an airplane. So autonomous landing makes no sense if you want it to fly like an airplane. An airplane's never going to autonomously land. Now, nowadays, yes, maybe. In 1981, no. Or 1972, that's when the vehicle was designed. No. Landing gear was fully manual on the shuttle, right? Yeah, I think so. I don't remember. Did Buran jet engines work? They used it for atmospheric flight testing with the OKGLI orbiter surge. That flew in 85, I want to say. I think. It's funny because the TriStar was one of the first jets to be able to auto land. Yep. TriStar was great. Dude, when Lockheed decides to build a passenger plane, gosh dang, do they do good. I don't know why they don't do it more. They're pretty damn good at it. Well, probably not now. Buran is about the same size as the Space Shuttle Blitz. It's pretty much the same size for all intents and purposes. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Yeah, I like the TriStar more than the DC-10 MD-11. Anyway. Guys, I'm gonna... Alright, SLS is back in the hangar, dudes. I'll give you more updates as we see how this all kind of comes together. That was 6 hours of straight talking. What day is it? It's Wednesday? I think we'll do my winter car tomorrow, and we'll just do a big block of winter car and then maybe Factorio for after hours, okay? Yeah. I'm sorry, like, I'm not able to do the long endurance streaming that I usually do. It's the snow, dudes. It's such, dude, yeah. It's like working 2 jobs. Like, I'm sorry. I know it's 2026. We're Wumbo maxing. I shouldn't be making excuses. But it really is, dude. It takes a lot out of you moving all that stuff. But, yeah. So, I'll see you guys all tomorrow for Winter Car. I'm going to call it here. SLS did roll back. So, we'll do Winter Car and then probably Factorio for after hours tomorrow. Okie dokie. Feeling middle-aged. Dude, I spent like 6 hours clearing snow today. On top of 6 hours of space news. Like, so, thank you very much for watching, everybody. I do appreciate it. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. As far as I can tell, it shouldn't snow. So, and I'm almost done clearing everything out. So, yeah, I should be, we should be on time tomorrow for the stream. Yeah, should be on time. So, I will see you guys all then. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the space.
This is Space. I'm in space.
Space and SLS rollback review. Older Buffalo, hey, thanks for gifting that sub. And Kung Pao, thanks for the bits. I do appreciate it. Thank you very much, guys. Have a good night, and I'll see you guys all tomorrow. I'm going to get some sleep, okay? Good night.